Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 76, Mop Up. Silence. A pin could drop right now, and the sound would be heard loud and clear. The oppressive silence inside the conference hall stopped others from breathing. Chalka. A reporter pressed the shutter of his camera by force of habit, and the sound was unusually loud. As if they were frogs coming out of hibernation, people started to move when they heard the sound. However, no one dared to open their mouth. So our mutual non-aggression treaty is broken. How can that be? It isn't anything like that. If I knew this place was Allendale, I would have never stepped a foot in this place. Woojin grinned. Woojin was curious about one thing. This was the reason why he had come to the US himself. Why are you here? My goddess gave me a revelation. She wants me to guide the savior. This means Arya sent you here. Blasphemy. However, Melody didn't show any signs of being angry or disgusted. He couldn't be compared to someone like her, who was able to hear a goddess voice. However, he was someone who had already met face to face with a god. She bowed her head more in front of him. Yes. I'm only a lowly servant. I came here as my goddess decreed. Ah, it's all right. He already knew what she was going to say. Woojin waved his hand at her, then he looked at Deacon. Let's have a little talk. Deacon couldn't understand Woojin's Korean words, so his secretary gave an immediate translation from his side. This location is unacceptable. Let's move to a different location. When Deacon started speaking to his secretary, Woojin finally had the chance to look at his surrounding. When he spotted a broadcasting camera, he walked towards it. The cameraman was taken aback, and he was beside himself when Woojin headed towards him. Woojin stood in front of him, and he asked a question. Is this being broadcasted live? At his unexpectedly sophisticated English, the shocked cameraman shook his head. No. Turn it back into a live broadcast. Woojin's words flustered the cameraman even more. When he turned to look at the executive from the broadcasting company, he also had a conflicted expression on his face. The content of the meeting was supposed to be kept a secret. The network made a deal with the Titan Guild to show only an edited version of the meeting at a later time. The guild had to give consent on what would be shown. It'll be like an year-end greeting. A year-end greeting. Woojin's words swayed the heart of the executive from the broadcasting company. This man was a hero, who had saved US citizens from a terrorist attack. The executive thought he had a duty to deliver his voice to the world. Americans had a large fear about terrorist attacks. In response to the attack, Woojin had thrown his body in the way to thwart the attack, so the public interest in him was tremendous. You can speak now. Woojin looked straight into the camera and he grinned. The bastard who shot a missile at me, the bastard who plotted against me as the middleman, the bastard pulling strings from behind. The cameraman didn't know Korean, but Minchin, who had come up from behind, covered his face with his palm. President. Please speak a little bit more nicely. Soon, I will find and kill all of you. Wait for me. After Woojin ended his speech, he turned to look at the broadcasting executive. Thank you. From listening to his tone and inflection, the executive could tell Woojin was giving a speech that was far from an year-end greeting. However, it was being broadcasted live, so the executive couldn't do anything. The cameraman turned his head, and he whispered to the executive. Should I continue to film this? The footage of the Holy Maiden kneeling in front of Woojin had been recorded. As he looked over the disordered conference hall, the executive nodded his head. Just record it. It would be unreasonable to send this through a live broadcast. This Asian man is. In a short amount of time, the Holy Maiden melody became the center of attention for every American. However, this woman had knelt in front of the Asian man. No matter how anyone saw it, she had shown him the utmost respect. This is going to be fun. The world will now focus their attention on the man named Kang Woojin. After finishing what he had to say, Woojin walked back to the stage. In a flash, Minchen approached Woojin from behind, and he called out after Woojin. President! Ah, Minchen! Minchen looked at Woojin with a complicated gaze. Woojin had put his body in harm's way to protect him, and all the people inside the hotel. Woojin probably didn't know if he would live or not, yet he had sacrificed himself. Thank you for saving me. Woojin smirked. It's fine. Follow me. I have to talk to those people. Titan Guild's Guild Master Deacon passed the duty of hosting the consortium to someone else. Then, he quickly disappeared towards the back with the Holy Maiden Melody. Minchen's face scrunched up when he saw the Holy Knights, who had recently begun to follow Melody. Didn't you say you were friend with her? What? We are friends. In what way? No matter how he saw it, he couldn't see Melody as Woojin's friend. Just follow me. When Woojin and Minchen followed Deacon, the conference hall started to come to life. Who's that Asian man? Is he Ms. Melody's husband? What kind of holy maiden had a husband? You never know, since it's a different planet. Even amongst the uproar, Baek Do-sung's face trembled a little bit. Senior Vice President Jung. Yes, President. I. Yes. Please speak. It seems that I obtained a really interesting younger brother. Baek Jongdo's eyes were sparkling with curiosity and excitement. Jung Shansung grabbed his head. How was he interesting? Woojin was obviously a dangerous person. Jung Shansung let out a deep sigh. Asterisk. The office of Titan Guild's Guild Master. When Deacon sat down on the seat of honor at the conference table, Melody approached him and she spoke quietly. You should concede the seat to Allendal's monarch. What? Deacon was momentarily panicked. Woojin, who followed behind them, waved his hand. It's fine. Woojin sat to the right of Deacon, and Minchen naturally took a seat next to him. Melody continued to stand by Deacon's side, so he turned to look at her. You should also sit, Holy Maiden. I wouldn't dare. Woojin looked at the Holy Maiden. Just sit. Yes. The two of them spoke in Alphen's language, and it irritated everyone else's ears. Deacon furrowed his brows as he looked at Woojin. What kind of relationship did these two have? When a translator, who was more proficient in Korean, arrived, Deacon's curiosity was answered. If you don't mind me asking, what kind of relationship do the two of you? She's a friend. A friend. Deacon's expression indicated that he didn't believe Woojin's words at all. Melody's face paled. Oh, my goddess! Why would you send me such a tribulation? A friend of the immortal. Her body shook from just thinking about it. We have something akin to an alliance. An alliance. We struck down Tronet's army together. The Holy Maiden didn't say anything. He was fudging the truth when he said that they had struck down Tronet's forces together. Woojin had destroyed and killed anything that stepped onto Allendal. The alliance sent an emissary to promise that they won't invade Allendal in the future, so there were little friction between them. Tronet still went after Allendal's land, and Woojin had hunted down Tronet's army. They fought together since they had a common enemy. However, her side hadn't closely cooperated with Woojin. So it was ambiguous to call it an alliance. Everyone fought against Tronet on their own, so to speak. Woojin's action could be characterized as hunting Tronet. It was quite generous to say the alliance just held on. Basically, they weren't the ones being hunted. The translator passed on Deacon's words to Woojin once again. I know you are Korean. So how did you form a relationship with those on the planet Alphen? I was summoned there 5 years ago. I lived on Alphen for 20 years, and I have only recently returned. Are you trying to conduct a hearing? Woojin frowned when Deacon continued to ask questions. The nervous Holy Maiden spoke to Deacon. Please, don't irritate him. You are being rude to the monarch. The endlessly haughty and dignified holy maiden was a nervous wreck right now. Deacon couldn't get used to it. He didn't know Woojin's identity. In his perspective, Woojin looked more like a human, and the holy maiden was more like a god-like figure. Anyways, he was very curious about this human named Kang Woojin, but Deacon didn't need to get all the answered from Woojin. It seemed that the holy maiden was well acquainted with Woojin, so he would get the information from her at a later time. Why did you want to see me? When their conversation returned to the main topic, Woojin opened his inventory, then he took out an item. He placed it on top of the table. Kayavuk! The secretary screamed, and the translator quickly turned his head away. Even Minchin scrunched up his face as he looked away. Deacon's eyes hardened, but worry started to fill his eyes. What is the meaning behind this action? As the guild master of a large organization, his worries deepened. Surprisingly, the only one who didn't show any reaction was the holy maiden. Her expression said everything that needed to be said. Allendal's monarch brought someone's severed head. That was the extent of her thoughts. She wasn't surprised at all by his actions. As Woojin received Deacon's gaze, which was filled with unasked questions, he spoke in a nonchalant manner. This is the bastard, who ambushed me yesterday. He led me into a dungeon to kill me. I would like you to find out the identity of this man. The holy maiden's eyes widened in surprise. Earth chose a different path to destruction to Tronet. Someone on Earth tried to assassinate the monarch of Allendal. Isn't that the absolute worst way to suicide? In the past, kingdoms were destroyed for using such similar methods. Several kingdoms. Even if you come here to ask us, we didn't. I'm not suspicious of you guys. I want you to find out this bastard's affiliation. There can't be many rank AA roused working as an assassin on Earth. Still. We'll look into it. Deacon was going to negotiate with him, but the holy maiden quickly accepted the request. Titan Guild Master. Thank you for all your cooperation up until now. If I'm to repay this debt, don't I have to be alive? I have to return to Alphen alive, so I can save countless number of people. Please don't agitate the immortal any further. The holy maiden pleaded with her eyes as she looked at Deacon. He swallowed what he was about to say. I'm going to go after the helicopter that shot the missile. I'm hoping that the helicopter didn't originate from within the US. If it is, conflict is inevitable. Woojin was not trying to foster a hostile relationship with the US government, but in the end, he didn't really care. He was sure that there were a couple of people in the government involved in the attack. The government is trying its best to locate the helicopter. They don't have to search any further. I already know where it is. I'll be leaving soon. Melody, who had been standing still, suddenly stepped forward. I will go with you. Why do you want to follow me? At Woojin's dissatisfactory reply, Jung Minchin stepped forward. It would be better if you work with the Titan Guild. He wasn't doing this to perform a meritorious deed. He also wasn't doing this to ferret out all the terrorists. Woojin just wanted to take his revenge. Minchin wanted to lessen the chance that any misunderstanding would happen with the US government. Titan Guild maintained a close relationship with the US government, so there was a lot of advantage in having them along. The US was much more sensitive to terrorist acts compared to other countries. Woojin had stopped a terrorist attack from succeeding, so the US public was already treating him like a hero. Of course, it would be great if he was able to round up the terrorist at their base of operation. However, many US citizens would not like someone like Woojin carry out a hostile act inside their country, unless he was really some kind of a superhero. It would be better to carry out this mission with the Titans. All right. When are we leaving? Gahem. I'll scrap together a response team. 5 hours should be enough. He wanted to ask why it would take so long, but he reminded himself that his enemies won't be running away anytime soon. Even if they did run away, it wasn't a problem. He had sent both Bibi and Gabi to keep surveillance on them. Then, shall we talk a little bit about your homeland? Woojin was curious as to how the situation on Alphen changed after he left. There was a saying that said if one meets a person from the same country in a foreign land, then it would feel like the other person was from your homeland. She thought the saying was spot on. Still, the holy maiden couldn't get used to the unusually friendly actions of the immortal. What would you like to know? What's Kyle doing these days? Hero struggled with the injury he sustained 3 years ago. About a year ago, he passed away while fighting one of Tronet's commanders. Ah, so that fellow died. That friend did have a bum leg. Yes. The leg that bothered him was the leg he shattered, while fighting a necromancer named Immortal. Even when holy water and the god's blessing was applied in bulk, his injury never healed completely. How about the wrinkly old man inside the forest? The Gred elder of the elf is. Melody's words faded, and she looked at Woojin with trembling eyes. Was he really asking, because he doesn't know? Why did you stop speaking? Ha! He really is asking because he doesn't know. So how should she phrase this? You killed him when you stole the world branch? No matter how hard she thought about it, she couldn't come up with an answer that wouldn't ruin the immortal's mood. Oh, my goddess! How can you give such an ordeal? Tears started to well in the holy maiden's eyes. Chapter 77 Mop Up, 2. Chapter 77 Mop Up, 2. Chapter 77, Mop Up, 2. It was when the immortal visited the forest of the elves. Hey! At that time, he was protecting the world branch. Hey! He died because of me. Did I really do that? He propped his chin on one hand. The holy maiden tried to help him recall the memory. The Death Knight. Ah, Kaiba did it. Woojin vaguely remembered it. He needed a branch from the world tree, so he had visited the forest of the elves. Anyways, he had opened up the way by using the Death Knight and his undead army. Geez. He could have just given me a branch. It's their mission. What? Nothing. If he had only wanted a single branch from the world tree in the first place, the elves would have given it to him. However, he had wanted to uproot the entire tree, so they couldn't stand by and allow him to do so. What about the great scholar? What was his name? Noting. The great scholar Nautius died from an old chronic disease. Woojin decided he didn't need to ask what had caused the chronic disease. It would just make the situation needlessly more awkward. Ah, it's all right. Why are you looking at me like that? Young Minchin was looking at Woojin with glazed eyes, which drew some ire from Woojin. After giving a fake cough, Minchin carefully asked his question. It seems that President had been a little bit rough. Ah! The holy maiden let out an exclamation. How great would it have been if he was just a bit rough? This guy mildly characterized the immortal's actions as just a little bit rough. This bastard was also part of Alendal. He was tremendously evil. The holy melody decided to memorize young Minchin's face. I guess I was a little bit. The holy maiden swallowed the words she was about to say when Woojin coolly acknowledged that fact. She didn't want to respond in vain. Still, you should at least remember the name of the deceased. There was a brittle atmosphere between the holy maiden and Woojin, so Minchin said it just for the sake of saying it. However, Woojin rebuked him in a serious manner. Hey, Minchin! Do you remember the English words you learned when you were in elementary school? That's... How could he remember the several hundred to several thousand English vocabulary? No, in the first place. I learned it in middle school instead of elementary school. Also, I didn't learn any English at all. It felt as if they were getting off topic. Yes. It would have been great if I hadn't have to do what I did. Woojin spoke the truth. In the beginning, he had killed in self-defense. Afterwards, he became desensitized to killing. He didn't have some tremendous talent that allowed him to stand still like an idiot while his enemies aimed for his life. He wasn't a pacifist like Gandhi. This topic is making my mood sour. Melody shook like a leaf at Woojin's words. Please calm your wrath. Ah, no. Why did this woman keep shaking at every word he said? Maybe she thought he planned on killing her? It wasn't as if he had a reason to kill someone who hadn't meant him ill. Woojin frowned. So what were you talking about before? What do you mean? Weren't you inciting the guys into invading Alphen? Do you want to die? The holy maiden's face turned white. If you took all the roused on earth to Alphen, they will die a dog's death over there. Then what will happen to Earth? You should already know the dungeons will break eventually regardless of what we do. Who is going to defend Earth at that time? This was the one piece of truth she hadn't revealed. It made the holy maiden's face turn pale. She couldn't underestimate Woojin just because he was laughing. She didn't know what that face was capable of doing. Are you declaring war against me? Absolutely not. The holy maiden once again threw her body to the floor. Stop bowing your head and sit. Give me a proper explanation. There is a way we can stop the dungeon breaks. I'm liking the sound of this. If they could stop the dungeon break at the source, then he didn't care if Alphen was used as the battlefield. Speak. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. If you possessed a dimensional domain, you could take over the nearby dungeons one by one. When you gain ownership of the dungeons, the monsters won't be able to head outside without the express intent of the Lord. This is the first time I'm hearing about this. Tronet's 72 commanders are the great lords. There are also numerous lords underneath them. Is that so? You didn't know about this? Is it something I should have known about? The holy maiden made an expression as if someone had shit in her mouth. Why was it so hard for her to maintain her composure in front of the immortal? So why did Alendal fight Tronet in the past? What had he been fighting for? I fought him because he stepped on my land. When she looked back at her memories of the immortal, he killed anyone who had invaded his territory. It didn't matter if the enemy was Tronet or the Alliance. He had invaded his opponents as a form of retaliation. However, he had never seized or occupied the other territories. Quite literally, he only took his revenge. He only demolished and plundered them. Currently, Earth only had empty dungeons. The low-rank dungeons are farmlands. The lords would be tempted by the high-rank dungeons, but the great lords won't be satisfied with just the high-rank dungeons. The low-rank dungeons were 1-3 stars, and the high-rank dungeons were 4-6 stars. The moment when the highest dungeon is formed, they will fix their eyes on Earth. Woojin tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair. It was as he had predicted. When the 7-star dungeon starts to crop up, Tronet's commanders will show up. The holy maiden knew much more about Tronet than him. She also knew how the enemy's enormous forces were structured. So why do the dungeon breaks happen? It is a process to synchronize with Earth. Synchronize? The holy maiden calmed her voice, then she explained patiently. For example, a dungeon with 30,000 dungeon energy is reset. If the dungeon isn't cleared within the 30 days it takes for the dungeon to synchronize, it'll break. The monsters will run havoc on Earth, and the mana equivalent of 30,000 energy will be spread across Earth. So what happens when the dungeon is cleared before the 30 days is up? It turns into a well-behaved mine to provide bloodstones. When the amount of bloodstones excavated reach the amount of 30,000 energy, the dungeon will reset. In the end, the excavated bloodstones will increase the mana on Earth equivalent to 30,000 energy. So it is impossible to stop it. Eventually Earth will change into something akin to Alphen. Yes. And the dungeon break. When there is enough mana on Earth, and the synchronization process isn't needed, the 30 days become obsolete. Basically, the monsters would come out immediately after the dungeon is reset. It would be devastating. The time need to clear the dungeon won't be there anymore. The more serious problem would be the lack of time the locals would have to evacuate. Without a doubt, when the dungeons are opened, there will be a mass confusion before everything collapses. The entire earth will fall into a state of panic. The holy maiden let out a secret sigh when she saw Woojin accepting her words. This was the information she had also given to the Titan Guild Master. All right. Let's say we can block the dungeon break if we own the dungeons. So why do we have to go to Alphen? The holy maiden swallowed her saliva. When the dimensional domain was established, Earth's dungeons could be placed within the domain. The dungeon break won't happen since the dungeons would follow the will of the being that owned them. The dimensional domain can be stolen once again. Ho-oh! Woojin showed a reaction to those words. If one wants to keep it, one has to become stronger, and. The holy maiden's voice continued. Alphen will become the best hunting ground to do so. Earth will eventually be filled with mana. Afterwards, where will Earth procure the energy? Alphen could be the alternative. That sound pretty reasonable. The holy maiden internally sighed at Woojin's reaction. If we steal all the domains from Tronet's underlings, they'll basically be unemployed. As expected of the immoral. He thought about taking instead of protecting first. His reputation was well deserved. Yes. Woojin grinned at the holy maiden's reply. If I steal all of them, then I'll finally be able to meet Tronet, who has never shown himself before. The holy maiden kept silent when she heard Woojin's vicious plan. Lies and truth exist in one place, as they are two sides of the same coin. All right. Then tell me how I'll be able to acquire a dimensional domain. You can steal it. Or you can personally declare one. Both options requires a gem called the dimensional fragment. Woojin took out a bright purple gem from his inventory. Where did you get that? I picked it up. What do I do with it? Only one dimensional fragment is needed to steal a dungeon. However, Immortal doesn't have a dimensional domain right now. You will need 3-dimensional fragment to declare your first domain. I can go to any dungeon. You have to be chosen by a dungeon. Why is the process so particular? The holy maiden bowed her head. There will be specific dungeons that will react to each dimensional fragment. So I need 3 of them. Woojin returned the dimensional fragment into his inventory. Give me 2. The holy maiden's expression stiffened. Since you aren't saying anything, it seems you do have them. The holy maiden couldn't lie. Woojin grinned as he put his hand out. I'll pay you back. Give it to me. I'm only lending you 1. The holy maiden was planning on using it to open a dungeon on Earth. If Woojin snatched it away from her, Still, it wasn't as if she had a choice in giving it to him or not. The holy maiden took out a single-dimensional fragment from her sub-dimension. Woojin suddenly made a grab for it. Let go of it. I really paid a lot to obtain this. How much blood had she spilled to earn this? The surviving people of Alphen was waiting for her. She had to obtain a dungeon on Earth. Then through the dimensional domain, she was going to open a way to Alphen. I know. I'll pay it back. Give it. You really have to return it to me. Do you want it stolen? Or do you want to lend it to me? The holy maiden released her strength from her hand. Woojin quickly took the item, and he laughed as he put it away. So we just have to find a dungeon that'll react to it. How could he be so excited when this matter decided the life or death of an entire planet? Woojin kept asking various questions about the dimensional domain. While he was asking his questions, a being slipped suddenly into his shadow. Woojin's body shuddered. What is it? Woojin used his inner consciousness to ask the question. Gabi, who had returned to his shadow, spoke in a somber voice. Master. The illusion which was captured. What? Bibi was captured. Woojin was surprised. His familiars in his summoning room shared his senses. Dulcie was summoned even though Woojin hadn't called for him. Ago. Minchin was surprised when Dulcie suddenly appeared. There was a bright light, and numerous small lights like fireflies flew around it. Dulcie was letting out a magical glow. The light, which was basically Dulcie's body, shook uncontrollably. Weeing. Dulcie was very close to Bibi, so he shook from worry. Woojin felt the same way as him. How dare someone capture his familiar? Who did it? Tronet's underling. It was rash mode. I escaped when the illusion witch was captured. You did well. Rash mode was one of the 72 commanders. Woojin stood up abruptly from his seat. I'll have to go first. The response team isn't ready yet. He didn't have the time to wait for them. Rash mode is here. The Holy Maiden's eyes twinkled at Woojin's words. Rash mode was one of the 72 commanders. Finally, the highest-ranked dungeon had opened on Earth. If she could take over the dungeon to make it her own. My dimensional fragment was taken from me. Even if an opportunity was revealed in front of her eyes, she couldn't do anything about it. Just gather the team as best as you can, then follow after me. The location. Woojin started explaining the pertinent information he had received from Gabi. He suddenly paused. There aren't any subway stations near there. Woojin looked at the Holy Maiden, and his gaze was asking for an explanation from her. The synchronization, is drawing near. Woojin's expression broke into frown. Follow me. I do as the monarch wishes. Woojin had a freezing atmosphere around his as if he was angry. The Holy Maiden carefully followed after him. Chapter 78, Iron Golem. Chapter 78 Iron Golem. Chapter 78, Iron Golem. 22222. 3 helicopters in Titan's possession rose into the air. Kang Woojin, the Holy Maiden, Titan's Guild Master, and 10 Holy Knights were the only ones being sent on this operation. Deacon still had a worried expression on his face. Will it be okay if we don't have any backup? He whispered towards the Holy Maiden. It doesn't matter. Still, our firepower. The US roused support team had a little bit of a different way of operating compared to the Korean teams. If observed in microcosm, the Korean support teams were like mercenary bands and a large guild like the Titans were like army units. Instead of a small number of roused, the Titans team relied on overwhelming firepower to deal with the dungeon breaks. If it's firepower, that man's familiars is all we need. The Holy Maiden still couldn't forget how Woojin used his familiar lich and the force of skeleton magicians. She watched flame magic fall from the sky like rain. The scene had been too terrible of a disaster to describe it as a spectacular sight. I can't call Janice yet. Woojin had been disinterestedly looking out the window when he said the words in passing. What? I also can't summon the lich. How? They are sealed. The Holy Maiden's eyes shook violently when she heard Woojin's words. Sealed? The Immortal's power? That vast necromancy magic? The Death Knights? Soon, their seals will be released, but I can't call them out yet. The warriors that never shed blood or tears. The commanders of the skeleton soldiers. The spearhead of the undead army. If they were still sealed, then the familiar he had next to him was. She was sure the ball of light that took up a seat inside the helicopter was the Titan of Destruction. There was the alien energy within the shadows, and the illusion which captured by rash mode. If it's only them. Woojin grinned as if he could read the Holy Maiden's thoughts. What? You want to take a shot at me? The Holy Maiden was startled. The image of him grinning made him look very dangerous. I don't know what you are talking about. I can see your eyes rolling around trying to size me up. I'll be your opponent anytime you want. However, even if you want to go against me, wait until a later time. He didn't care if the Holy Maiden wanted to turn hostile against him. He knew what he had done in the past, so it would be a joke to expect her to look at him in a better light. The only reason why the Holy Maiden was being careful was because of the fear that blanketed her memories. If the Holy Maiden did attack him, it wasn't as if Woojin was helpless. However, he had to rescue Bibi first. Even if he weren't at max level, he could handle one Holy Maiden. I'm merely observing the monarch. That's funny. Woojin grinned as he spoke. Their base is up ahead. Hey! At the helicopter pilot's words, Deacon's eyes became round when he looked at what lay in front of them. The farmland was an empty plain. Still, how can a base like this be located so close to New York? Deacon let out a sound of disbelief. Woojin started to track the trace left by Bibi. When he looked towards the demolished building, he felt Bibi's energy. At the same time, he felt a sticky and unpleasant energy nearby. Rash mode. Woojin's gaze became cold. Asterisk. The enormous farmstead held a helicopter, military vehicles, and even tanks. At a glance, it looked like a private collection of a rich military enthusiast. In truth, it was a warehouse with weapons procured by the mafia. From a room located inside the warehouse, a voice of a man swearing half the time was leaking out. Nyah! Bibi had been crouching within the darkness. She quietly approached the man and her ears twitched. Boss! He failed. The mark is still alive. What? Say it again. The target is alive. We are returning right now. Hurry up and come back here soon. Jack was the boss of the Rivers organization. After ending the call with the scout he had sent into the city, he let out a string of swear words. Shit! Boss! What's wrong? Assad failed. What? He never imagined such a thing could happen. Assad was the best assassin in the Middle East, yet he had failed. This means he isn't an average necromancer. What's the point of saying such an obvious statement? An ordinary roused of the magician class would have a very hard time killing Assad. The fact that the necromancer came out of the dungeon meant he had killed Assad himself. Do you think our base is compromised? Eek! I knew we shouldn't have worked with those Middle Eastern bastards. His stress continued to pile on as he thought about what could happen in the future. Since their target was still alive, a massive investigation would be underway soon. It's okay. We've already decided to abandon this base. But we still have some research to do. We'll have to move up the timetable a little bit. Jack put on his vest. The tactical vest had 2 pistols holstered on it. I'll be back after I meet the professor. Beef up the security, then arrange it so that we can leave immediately. Yes, boss. How much should we pack? You idiot. We are throwing it all away. We will gather the research results, then we'll blow the base up. Yes, boss. They were outdated tanks, missiles, and military vehicles. It was still a huge loss, but they had no choice. If they ran away while they took everything, then it would be too noticeable. The members of the organized crime syndicate started to pack up in a hurry, then started to install explosives in various locations. Jack exited the office building and then entered a small concrete building placed at the edge of the farm. Gyreek, geek. When the thick steel door opened, a stairway leading underground was revealed. If the farmstead was the River Organization's weapons warehouse, the underground bunker was the source of all their funds. It was the new dungeon research facility. The Rivers Organization received backings from U.S. defense industries to help in their research. They had found a suitable location for the research and they protected the research staff. Rivers used to be a small-time organization. Their meteoric rise to becoming a large crime organization was mostly due to the strong backing they received from the defense industries. Tuck, tuck. Jack's footsteps rang out in the underground passageway. He stopped when he felt something amiss. Who is it? He quickly drew his pistol and aimed it towards his rear. Niang! Jack saw a cat tilting its head, stopping after coming down from the stairs. What? Fuck off! When he saw the stray cat, Jack lowered his guard and continued down the stairs. Jack tried to take loud steps to threaten the cat. The cat only paused for a moment before it continued to follow behind him. Jack ignored the cat as he descended the stairs to the research facility. Asterisk. The research facility was deserted. At the end of the stairway, there was a space where the research staff could sleep. There were only a couple of computers as well as many strange-looking machines. The only thing remarkable about the space within the underground bunker was the fact that it had expanded in every direction like ant tunnels. Moreover, bloodstones were piled up inside the tunnels. Professor Riola. We have to move our base. Riola, the person in charge of the research, frowned at Jack's words. I'm at the cusp of finishing my research. I can't move right now. There is a chance our base is compromised. Didn't we plan on moving in 2 days? If their original plan had held up, then that would be the case. They had fired a missile within New York, so the U.S. Department of Defense would be looking for the culprits as if they were combing for a tick. After a certain amount of time, they planned on letting the DOD find their base. However, their target was still alive, so they had to change the timetable. They could be caught much earlier. Even their sponsors wouldn't be able to do anything if the US government retaliated. The government had the backing of the public, and they would be angered over the terrorist act. They had to pull out as fast they were able to. After a lengthy argument, Riola backed off. The calculations were already all done. They just had to conduct their last experiment and collect the resultant data. All right. Just give me 3 hours. We'll leave after I attempt my last experiment. Bibi quietly hid herself inside the darkness as she thoroughly explored the underground lair. Something's strange. She felt a strange sense of danger and it was getting on her nerves. The research staff busily placed bloodstones in various locations. Professor Riola opened a black box and took out a bright purple gem. Dimensional fragment. Bibi's eyes shone, since she had seen this item once before. Professor Riola arranged the bloodstones like a magic circle. He placed the gem in the center, then he turned to look at the other researchers. We can head up now. Jack's boring wait had come to an end. He went up the stairs with the researchers. When everyone disappeared, the dimensional fragment rose into the empty air. Niang! Something very grave is happening here. Ahong! Bibi was the only one left inside the bunker. She had an uneasy feeling as magical energy swirled around the dimensional fragment. The bloodstones placed around the surrounding let out a hum. One after another, the bloodstones rose into the air as it emitted mana. Ooh, okay. Something bad is going to happen if this continues. Ahong! Bibi felt something was wrong, so she started running up the stairs. Before Bibi could clear the stairs, the pillar of light shot out from the underground bunker and into the sky. Pot. When the amazing spectacle receded, the entrance of the underground bunker returned to its original appearance. Hurry up and bring it over here. With a pounding heart, Professor Riola activated the instrument that measured the dungeon energy. A fellow researcher was operating the machine and his eyes turned round when he saw the rising value. It seems we've succeeded. What's the measured value? It's about 5 stars. It went past 6 stars. Great. Ryolo made a fist. He will overtake Toppler and be known as the world's top authority on dungeons. He accomplished something no one else had ever done. He was able to create a new dungeon that wasn't located inside a subway. The value is rising sharply. This value is... It's a 7-star dungeon. What? Riola was surprised as he looked over the numbers given by the measuring instrument. This was a value never before seen. Pot. A powerful shock wave came out of the dungeon. The measuring equipment and the Purlo-built ceiling of the farmstead collapsed. The shock wave pushed back the tanks within the warehouse, and the other vehicles were thrown backwards as if a tornado had descended. Riola and Jack, who were near the dungeon, was thrown to the floor and sent rolling away. Several unlucky people died immediately. The other, more unlucky people were at death's door, letting out ragged breaths. Ku ha ha ha. Which human summoned me, Rashmode? A bizarre phlegm-filled voice was heard as Rashmode squeezed through the narrow door to the dungeon. His eyes twinkled as he looked at the cat within his grasp. Her hackles were raised. Ho-oh! It's a succubus with a very familiar energy signature. Nyah! Bibi glared at Rashmode, but she couldn't do anything. Gabi, who was in the shadows of the reconnaissance team inside the office, slipped out. Asterisk. The helicopter landed near the farm. Woojin walked without any hesitation and a worried Dulcie followed behind him. Deacon, the Holy Maiden, and the nervous Holy Knights brought up the rear. His eyes traveled up the rough unpaved road as he headed towards the collapsed farmstead. Woojin saw the poorly equipped humans, who couldn't run away, looking towards Rashmode. Ha 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 ha. It really was the immortal succubus. Rashmode held the limp Bibi in one hand, and he roared with laughter. Woojin narrowed his eyes. I guess it isn't synchronized yet. Cuckoo. Earth is still unripe. I came out of curiosity. I wanted to see who had formed the summoning magic circle. I would have never guessed it was the immortal. Rashmode seemed to be genuinely delighted by the current situation. The immortal ran away and hid on Earth. Return Bibi to me. Aha! This little missy. Rashmode shook the limp cat in his grasp. I know the immortal's familiars can't be truly killed. They are similar to us in that aspect. Yes. Tronet's commanders were like leeches. Cuckoo. I know, better than others, the pain and despair of death. When one is revived, it doesn't undo the death one experiences. The memory of going through death was truly frightening. As one remembered the experience, the fear one felt increased. Woojin didn't want Bibi to experience the pain and despair caused by death. I guess dementia has finally come to you? Didn't you die around 5 times by my hands? Ah, that's right. That did happen. Rashmode let out a cheerful laugh. However, it was the version of you that hadn't been initialized. Rashmode looked as if he was trying to see through Woojin. Woojin's face had already hardened. Let's see if you are confident enough to challenge me once again. Cuckoo. Rashmode glanced at the Holy Maiden and headed towards the underground dungeon. Let's leave our minions out of this. Come at me. Let's have a fair fight. Rashmode let out an unpleasant laugh, then he headed inside the dungeon. Before Woojin could walk forward, the Holy Maiden grabbed him. It's a trap. It always is. There's no trap that I can't overcome. The Immortal's track record bore this out. Woojin was about to head into the dungeon when the monsters rushed out. Kurara! The members of the River's organization ran away from the dungeon when they saw the endless flow of monsters. Woojin laughed when he saw the monsters pour out. Leave all our minions. Rashmode was sending all the monsters out from inside the dungeon. The dungeon break couldn't happen without the express consent of the dungeon's owner. Basically, the owner could create a dungeon break any time the owner wanted. All the monsters from within the dungeon was sent out. The Holy Maiden had a frightened expression when several hundred monsters came out. This was Rashmode's choice. Rashmode didn't want to give Woojin any corpses, so he was giving up his underlings. Dulcie. Weeing. It seemed Dulcie's vibration was more intense, since he was worried about Bibi. I'll rescue her. Weeing. He felt Dulcie's sadness, worry, and anger. These trashes. Woojin extracted all his magical energy, and he gave it to Dulcie. You sweep them up as you like. Weeing. Woojin opened his inventory. He took out a magic potion and drank it. Then, he started walking towards the monsters. As if they were trained dogs, the monsters held firm without making any moves towards Woojin as he walked past them. The monsters kept order as they unleashed a killing intent. It was like watching a horde before their charge. He felt a familiar feeling. This is it. Woojin laughed at this nonsense. He had fought Tronet's army ad nauseam, and now he'd have to fight them once again. So why was his heart beating faster? When Woojin entered the dungeon, the monsters immediately went into a frenzy. Qua! What should we do? We should have brought backup. Deacon began to have late regrets about everything when a storm started to form around Dulcie. Geek. The tanks scattered around the surrounding was pulled towards Dulcie. The helicopters, vehicles, and missiles was also dragged along. Even the steel framework of the barn and the thick steel doors flew towards Dulcie. Gook. The helicopters were crushed and the tanks were being disassembled. The pieces then started to reassemble themselves. The missiles attached themselves to Dulcie's shoulder and the blades of the helicopters were attached onto his arms. Gua! The steel titan let out a roar and the monsters flinched back in surprise. The holy maiden swallowed Drilly, the titan of destruction. This summoned being was rumored to be the most ruthless being amongst the immortals' familiars. The steel golem started running rampant. Chapter 79, Rash Mode. Chapter 79 Rash Mode. Chapter 79, Rash Mode. His rage was expressed as a catastrophe. He swept across the area. 2. The propeller spinning on Dulcie's left arm cut a wolf-like monster in half. The propeller was strengthened with magic, so it was akin to spinning blades. When the blood of the wolf flew everywhere, it signaled the beginning of the battle. Kuo! Dulcie let out a roar and headed towards the monsters. Quang! Every time the steel giant took a step, a large crater was formed on the ground. The vibration caused the bolts on his body to fall off in droves. Quack! Dulcie was unreserved even as several hundred monsters all ran at him. Quang! Quajeek! Every time Dulcie swung his fist, a monster's head exploded. Moreover, the rotating blades broke the formation of the monsters as it cut apart their bodies. Shadong! The missile attached to his back shot high into the sky. It fell and exploded near the rear of the group, the most dense spot of monsters. The members of the river's organization, who hadn't had the time to run away, were swept up in the explosion, but Dulcie couldn't stop his destructive instinct. The holy knights looked on dumbly at the sight. Dulcie was going nuts in the midst of the monsters, like a crazy bull. Wow! Is he a transformer? What a cool ability! Jimmy would throw away his flight and quick sword abilities if he could have such an ability. They said he was a steel golem. Isn't he just a robot? Look at his cannons. The cannons mounted on Dulcie's shoulders fired as it shot down a flying monster that was far distance away. Some holy knights even started to clap as Dulcie sniped his enemies. However, not all of the holy knights were robot enthusiasts. Why are you standing here like idiots? Go hunt the monsters! James, the leader of the holy knight, angrily scolded his men. The holy knights quickly readied themselves for battle. When two of the monsters headed towards them, all the holy knights unsheathed their weapons. May the goddess' blessing be with you. Pot. When the goddess Aria's blessing was cast, the holy knight's fighting power was increased significantly. If you were a B rank roused, Melody's buff would elevate you to rank A. Moreover, there were those who could exhibit even more power than that. It's been a while. Should we go hunt? The holy knights were about to step forward when the two monsters casted their shadows over them. Then, Kudong! Both of Dulcie's feet fell from the sky and drove the two monsters deep into the ground. The monsters were probably crushed to death. Hooong! The shock wave caused dirt to fly everywhere. Naturally coarse words poured out of their mouths. Shit! What the hell is this? After falling from the sky, Dulcie extended his hand towards the holy knights. What the hell? He doesn't want us to butt in. Geek. The sound of metals grating against each other was heard every time Dulcie moved. He turned back to look at the monsters. The holy knights shook their head as they looked at Dulcie's large back. Then, they turned to the holy maiden. Aren't we allies? What should we do? Please just wait. It was what the Titan of Destruction had wanted to face the monsters by himself. She didn't know his reason, but she decided it would be best to let Dulcie do what he wanted. If they unnecessarily butted in, then they might have to face the Titan of Destruction instead of the monsters. Qua qua quang. The Titan of Destruction charged towards the monster, while letting out a heavy sound with every step he took. Instead of being worried about the Dulcie, she was worried about Woojin, who had headed towards an unfavorable battlefield. I worry about the immortal. The holy maiden shook her head at her own absurd thoughts. He could take care of himself. He went by himself since he was confident in himself. Everyone please get ready. The holy knights were confused by the holy maiden's words. Isn't our steel friend going to block our way? He won't be able to regenerate after he uses up all of his magic. Magic was consumed when the body was first formed. Moreover, magic was consumed when Dulcie had to regenerate the broken pieces of his body. Woojin had transferred all of his magic to Dulcie, but it will eventually run out. Even now, he was regenerating his armor that had been torn away by a monster. He pulled the roof of a new vehicle to repair himself. His magic was being consumed incrementally, but there were still couple hundred monsters left. If the Titan of Destruction falls, then I have no idea where the monsters will head towards. Currently, the monsters were acting like trained pack of hunting dogs. The monsters converged and attacked a single target. This was possible since the monsters had yielded to the authority of Commander Rash Mode. After the monsters took down their target, they'd be released from Rash Mode's control. They would return to being wild and violent monsters. This situation would basically turn into something akin to a normal dungeon break. Even if a single monster escaped, it would be disastrous. That steel golem has to last as long as he can. Guildmaster Deacon let out a moan. His support team should be on their way here now. He had been worried that he would have to buy time with only the holy knights by his side, so her words were a welcome sound. He wished for the steel golem to last until his support team arrived. So who was the person Mr. Kang Woojin followed after? Person. The holy maiden furrowed her brows. She could see how Rash Mode could be seen as a person through human eyes. However, he was a terrible demon. He is one of Tronet's 72 commanders. That was his real identity. Black Magician Ross Mode. Melody's worried eyes moved towards the entrance of the underground dungeon. Asterisk. Woojin slowly descended the dungeon's underground stairway. There weren't that many stairs, and at the end of the tight space existed a red portal. It was structured the same as a high-rank dungeon. Woojin didn't hesitate and passed through the portal. Pop-pot. When the light disappeared, a large underground cavern was revealed. It was like a dragon's lair. It was twice as large as a soccer stadium. What the hell is this? The sound of the dungeon entrance announcement was a bit different. He guessed it had meant that he entered a dimensional domain possessed by someone else. Kahaha! You dumb bastard! You really followed after me? Rash Mode let out a cheerful laugh. He had known that the impatient necromancer was very spontaneous and random in his actions. However, he had never expected the necromancer to fall so easily to his vulgar provocation. He had sent out all of his underlings to fill up the dungeon. Even if he had tried to hold a numerical advantage, the necromancer would use them as mediums to make his skeleton soldiers. You are only a necromancer. What can you do without corpses? At the very least, I'll be able to kill a bastard like you. Kuhaha. Your bravado is still the same even though you've gone through initialization. Aren't you too confident as well, even though you don't have your chimeras? Rash Mode used to be a very famous black magician on Alphen. He received immortality after he submitted to Tronet. After numerous experimentations, he was able to make his body a chimera. He no longer had the weak body of a magician. If both their summons were taken out of the picture, Rash Mode held a large advantage over the immortal. Hoo! I'll finally be able to see you die. I guess you are quite confident. Why don't we fight after you return, BB? Hey? Ku ha ha ha. Rashmode's face lit up. It felt as if he had seen a new and different side to the immortal. If someone found out that their arrogant idol was a simpleton, would they feel what he was feeling right now? You're friends with your familiars? Ku ha ha ha. After laughing for a long while, Rashmode suddenly ended his laughter. He raised the cat in his grasp forward. She is only a disposable item. Who cares what happens to her? She exists only to be dominated. Rashmode tightened his grip and tore apart the cat. BB. Puh. Woojin's eyebrows twitched when he saw Rashmode pluck the cat's head off her body. Succubus BB was killed. The succubus level will decrease by 1. Familiars can experience death, but they won't disappear. The familiar stayed dead for a time in correspondence to the familiar's level. Afterwards, the familiar once again appeared in the summoning room. Ku ha ha. What? Are you perhaps going to get angry at me? No way. Woojin headed towards Rashmode with heavy eyes. Do you think me getting angry could properly express my rage? Ku ha ha. Impudent bastard. He didn't like this bastard. When would he be able to change his confidence and arrogance turn into abject cowardice? Rashmode wanted to see it happen today. He dashed towards Woojin. There wasn't a single body part on his body he hadn't chimerified. His 2 legs that kicked off the ground was as strong and fast as a centaur's kick. His 2 arms exceeded the gripping strength an ogre. Waruruk. A glowing black sword appeared in Rashmode's hand. On top of his strengthened body, he still had the speciality black magic that he could use without limitation. After being initialized, he wasn't an opponent that a necromancer barely over level 70 could handle. Crawl underneath my feet. Beg for your life. Struggle beneath me. Crawl on the ground in obsequiousness. Well, he wouldn't mind if the necromancer died immediately. Waruruk. Rashmode swung his black sword with the intent of splitting him into 2 pieces. Gong. Woojin had taken out his steel staff, and he had blocked Rashmode's black sword. Rashmode's eyebrows lifted. Ho-oh! Is it necromancy? The immortal had used this technique occasionally. In the past, he had showed battle capability that was almost inconceivable for a magician. Woojin let out a cold laugh. Not at all. The steel staff changed into a great sword and Woojin attacked Rashmode with it. Ho-dong! Rashmode had stepped out of the way to avoid the blow, but the weapon had already changed into a spear that was thrusted towards him. What a troublesome weapon! Was it an epic item? The free-changing form of the item was quite similar to a warrior's weapon. No way! Rashmode was surprised at what he had considered to be a ridiculous notion. Come to think of it, the immortal was keeping up with his fortified body. Moreover, the immortal had strength that matched his speed and reaction. You bastard! You became a warrior! Woojin laughed instead of answering him. His extreme anger could be maintained much longer as his level increased. However, he was running out of time. Woojin swung his weapon, which had turned into an axe. Then he quickly changed it back into a great sword to execute a stab. With his unconventional attack and strength, Rashmode was being pushed back more and more. He couldn't help but be taken aback. He threw away the undead army to become a common warrior. He was having a hard time believing it, but the evidence was right in front of his eyes. As they exchanged a flurry of blows, Rashmode was gradually being undone. It was a fight between a warrior and a magician with fortified strength and quickness. In a hand-to-hand fight like this, the warrior would inevitably hold the advantage. Poo! When he saw the blade of the spear embed itself deep into his abdomen, Rashmode's pale expression hardened. He immediately leaped backwards and widened the distance between his enemy. Poo! When the blade of the spear was extracted, a fountain of blood flew out of the hole in his abdomen, but the blood flow stopped after couple seconds. Then, the wound started to heal. He hadn't used healing magic. It was an effect of his chimera body. He had a much better version of a troll's regeneration ability. Stupid bastard! You ran away to Earth, then threw away your necromancy to train in warrior techniques. This is fun in its own way. Stupid bastard! He acknowledged it. The potential of Woojin's combat ability was incredible. If he reached max level as a warrior class, he would most definitely be stronger than any of the heroes in the alliance. However, that would be it. Rash mode consumed the dungeon energy to quickly regenerate the monsters. Kurururu. He relaxed a little bit as he saw the monsters appearing, one or two at a time in the air. The immortal had been problematic because of the undead army he controlled. The undead army had been able to contend with Tronet's army. However, he had given up that army so Rash mode didn't have to be afraid of it anymore. When Rash mode surrendered to Tronet, he was given power. The summoned monsters ran towards Woojin. Cuckoo! Let's see how long you can last. The bastard will eventually tire out, and he will take credit for the victory. As befitting his position as commander, he'll just watch the bastard's tenacious resistance at his leisure. Then he'll enjoy his moment of victory. Woojin used his various skills to fight the monsters. After the kill count exceeded 100, one could notice he was tiring. There were wounds all over his body, and he looked like a bloody mess. Ku ha ha ha! Naive bastard! This is the price of throwing away your power of control for a bloody sword. How does it feel? Who? Woojin laughed as he was drenched in blood. Who said I threw it away? What? He had only been using his energy to attack. His mana had been slowly replenishing and was almost 90 full. Woojin stretched out both of his arms. Pa 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 pa. The corpses that were littered all about in his surrounding exploded. Then the skeleton soldiers and magicians started to rise. Keek 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 keek. The underground cavern was filled with skeletons, their voices terrifying. When a friendly force was killed, it didn't end at -1. The dead ally was turned into an enemy, so the score would become a -2. This was why the immortal had been troublesome to deal with. When several hundred skeletons looked back at him, Rash mode's face turned white. Chapter 80 Rash Mode, 2. Chapter 80 Rash Mode, 2. Chapter 80, Rash Mode, 2. There were only 72 commanders in existence and, as his title implied, Rash Mode wasn't an easy opponent. He continuously used demon summons to get rid of Woojin's skeleton army while simultaneously performing dangerous black magic. I guess you are getting tired now. Kook. You shouldn't compare me to you. Rash Mode snorted in derision. He was tired, but Woojin was in the same boat. Woojin was drenched in blood, and a haze of heat was rising up from his body. Woojin grinned. I'm sure now. Are you trying to bluff me again? You can't use your full power either. Rash Mode stayed silent as if Woojin's words had hit the mark. Moreover, he realized he had made a mistake. His silence had basically confirmed his opponent's words. Kook. Clearly the link is unstable right now. Rash Mode acknowledged the point. Woojin frowned. Link? What was he talking about? Still, you also lost your power, the same as me. The immortal had been initialized. He could tell that Woojin wasn't the immortal of the past. The immortal was barely able to fight off his weakened self. Moreover, Rash Mode was slowly gaining the upper hand. Woojin's surrounding was filled with broken skeletons. I'm quickly regaining what I have lost. What? Woojin smirked as he looked at the face of Rash Mode, who made a retort. Woojin felt as if the pinnacle of power he had reached on Alphen wasn't far from his grasp. He was close. Moreover, even if he wasn't hunting right now, his level up was currently progressing. He had gained a good amount of EXP hunting the monsters that were summoned by Rash Mode. Moreover, Dulcie was fighting outside and the EXP he was sending Woojin's way was pushing him very close to a level up. Woojin lifted his great sword, then clashed with Rash Mode. Kwang, Kwang. Woojin attacked with all he had, but Rash Mode blocked all his attacks. Woojin was too tired to face off against a monster like Rash Mode, who had turned himself into a chimera. His magic had bottomed out and his energy was almost all used up. Pot. At that moment, a light exploded forth from Woojin's body. Woojin's body was filled with energy and he smiled. This sensation always made Woojin feel giddy. Your condition doesn't look too good. Rash Mode made a face as if he chewed on something sour. Go and get some rest. Woojin's hammer came down on Rash Mode's head. Puck! His swing that was filled with energy crushed Rash Mode's head in an instant. Black bubbles started forming as Rash Mode's head was quickly regenerating. Woojin quickly changed his hammer into an axe and brought it down on Rash Mode's neck. Kang, Woojin. He didn't know what Rash Mode had done to his cervical vertebrae. It was like trying to sever a steel chain. The black magician's head was separated from the body, and it came to a stop after rolling several times. His head was boiling as if he had received a severe burn. It was a sickening sight. Rash Mode's one eye barely moved as he glared at Woojin. Coo. The link is starting soon. Why don't you run away again? Which dimension are you going to run away to? Woojin's foot crushed Rash Mode's head. Kwajik. I'm not going to run away. You son of a bitch. Fucking bastard. At least, he gave Woojin a lot of EXP. As if he was trying to get rid of his leery feeling, Woojin started to scrape Rash Mode's brain matter off of his shoe by scuffing it against the floor. Woojin started walking, heading towards the corpse of a cat that was sprawled out on the floor. Who? His heart was heavy. Until she was revived, she would have to roam through the deep emptiness. He knew how scary and horrible such an experience could be. Rest, BB. When Woojin touched the corpse of the cat, it turned into black smoke and it was absorbed back into Woojin's body. She would wait in the summoning room for her revival. Where's the return stone? Woojin used his search magic, and he couldn't find anything on Rash Mode's body. There were a lot of doors on every wall he faced. He headed towards the door that was giving off the most magical energy. When he opened the door, he saw a stone stairway leading up to an altar. There was a red gem as large as his body. Dragon's heart. The magical energy it held couldn't even be compared to the bloodstones. This was a treasure Woojin had only seen a few times before. Woojin looked around the lab as he put away the item inside his inventory. There were various body parts and bones of monsters mounted all around the lab, and they gave off a creepy vibe. What had he been trying to make? He didn't know what great chimera Rash Mode was trying to make, but it had required the use of a dragon's heart. However, Woojin didn't really need to know that information now. I'll use it well. Woojin's hand touched the gem. Maybe I should make Ryong a friend. Woojin searched the lab in a good mood, since he had made an unexpected profit. There were high-quality monster ingredients piled everywhere. He also found several black magic tomes. He put it all away into his inventory, then used the return stone to cross the portal. When Woojin exited the stairway, he saw the large figure made out of scrap metals. He looked like a pile one could find at a junkyard. GG Geek. When Woojin spotted him, the steel giant stood up. His entire body was drenched with the blood of the monsters. Instead of an iron golem, he looked like a blood golem. Guah. Dulcie asked if Woojin had rescued Bibi. Even amongst his familiars, those two were unusually close. Come here. At Woojin's words, the pieces of tanks and helicopters that made up Dulcie's body fell to the floor. Wing. Golem's heart, the ball of light that was the size of a person's head, approached Woojin, and Dulcie wept in sadness. Woojin felt complicated emotions as he stroked Dulcie once. Good job. Go back in to look after Bibi. Wing. Dulcie vibrated in mid-air, then he disappeared as if he had just melted away. He probably shouldn't summon Dulcie for a while. At least, Bibi won't be lonely as she waited to be reborn in the summoning room. Dulcie would be waiting night and day for her return. Woojin looked around his surrounding and saw armed men taking care of the monsters' corpses. The holy maiden approached Woojin and bowed her head. She made the right choice in not attacking him. He didn't have his death knights, yet he was able to defeat Tronet's commander. His reputation as being the god of destruction's champion was warranted. Do you know what happened here? Melody immediately knew what Woojin was talking about. Earth isn't synchronized fully yet. This was the work of a summoning circle. Give me a more detailed explanation. The holy maiden was silent for a moment as she chose what she would say. Dungeon. This magic circle can summon a waypoint. A waypoint. It is a tunnel capable of connecting to the dimensional domain. People of Earth call it a dungeon. It is called a gate on Alphen. Woojin pressed firmly on his temple. They were having a hard time defending against the existing dungeons, yet people were trying to create new dungeons? Why were there so many crazy people on Earth? Melody. Yes. Cooperate with me. What are? I don't want to see Tronet's forces tread on Earth. Give me your full cooperation. If I am able to earn my dimensional domain, I'll actively help you reclaim Alphen. Melody's eyes opened wide all of a sudden. She gave a shiver of disbelief, her entire body trembling. How could those words have come out of the immortal's mouth? It was so shocking that tears threatened to form in her eyes. How great would it have been if the immortal had been as concerned and took active interest when he was on Alphen? Maybe they have been able to protect their planet? Oh, my goddess! Maybe Goddess Arya wanted her to bring back the immortal, who had crossed back to Earth. Maybe this was why she had guided Melody here. I'll move heaven and earth to help you. By protecting Earth, she would be able to regain Alphen. The holy maiden bowed deeply towards Woojin to express her thanks. Asterisk. Woojin was provided a room in a hotel owned by the Titan Guild. Only the VIPs was allowed to use this hotel. However, Woojin only stayed there for 5 minutes. With the help of the Titan Guild, Woojin spent all of his time mainly clearing the 6-star dungeons nearby, as well as leveling up. He had also been lucky. He had come across a 6-star dungeon when it was reset, and he was able to clear it. The hotel was mainly used by Jung Minchen. Even if he had stayed in the hotel, it wasn't as if he would be able to kick back and relax. At the Holy Maiden's strong suggestion, Titan Guild and Allendale Guild created a powerful new alliance. They were busy making detailed plans on Earth's defense, and the expedition they will send to planet Alphen. The consortium had ended with a troubled atmosphere in the air. The information about Tronet's conquest forces, the state of Alphen, the reason why dungeons were forming, and the structure of the dungeons were all revealed. It caused widespread chaos. There was a dilemma. If they excavated and used the bloodstones, Earth would fall faster into danger. However, the bloodstones could also be used as a weapon in protecting Earth from danger. On one side, there were people who wanted to stop clearing dungeons immediately. On the other, people wanted to aggressively clear the dungeons to strengthen Earth's defense. A fierce debate had erupted. During all of this, everyone agreed the world needed to mount a unified defense. There were some talk of creating a command group able to direct the effort of all roused on this world. There were too many roused from too many countries gathered at the consortium, so no one could come up with a consensus. It seemed that it would take a long time to come to an agreement. It was the 32nd day since he had defeated Rashmode. It was the day Bibi would be revived. It was also the day Woojin would be returning to Korea. Titan prepared their private plane for Woojin's return journey. Woojin shook hands with the Titan Guild Master Deacon, who had footed all the expense relating to using the 6-star dungeons. Thank you for everything. No. We should be the one thanking you. I've never witnessed a roused clear a dungeon as fast as you, Mr. Kang Woojin. Deacon was astonished at the speed in which Woojin cleared the vaunted dungeons. Even after clearing a vast number of dungeons, Woojin still hadn't been able to reach level 70. He needed 10% more EXP to reach level 70. It wasn't as if Korea didn't have dungeons. He could take care of leveling in Korea. The only regret he felt was not being able to find a dimensional fragment in the newly reset 6-star dungeon after he cleared it. Please travel safely. I'll see you again at a later date. Woojin looked at the Holy Maiden. She was still careful around Woojin, but she wasn't always in a state of panic anymore. Let's go together when we raid Alphen. There's no doubt I'll be there. Woojin put on a mischievous smile when the Holy Maiden lowered her head. You must feel relieved since you don't have to see me anymore. She was as thankful as she could be for his promise of regaining Alphen. The problem was she still had a lot of fear and discomfort left over for Woojin from the past. Whenever she was next to Woojin, she always felt anxious. So, the fact that he would be gone made Melody feel much more relieved. Hey? Since you aren't answering, it must be true. It isn't like that. It's all right. Take care of yourself. Please be safe on your travels, Monarch. She would have never thought she would develop a relationship with the immortal, one in which they would exchange greetings. After Melody saw Woojin's plane disappear into the sky, she left the airport. The shadow from her face disappeared, and a sense of peace came over her. The haughty and dignified air that had been missing for a brief amount of time returned. When she returned to the temple located inside the guild's headquarters, Melody prayed in front of the goddess statue. O goddess! Let the day when we return to Alphen come as soon as possible. Ah! The Holy Maiden had her eyes closed as she prayed. She was surprised when there was a buzz around her. She calmed her heart, then she sat up straight. This was her goddess's divine message. Even she had only experienced this a few times in her life. Her forehead, palms, knees and toes touched the ground in front of the goddess statue. Her holy and kind voice rang in Melody's ears. Follow him. She said to follow him. Who? Go after him. The Holy Maiden fervently wished the person, who the goddess referred to, wasn't the one that came unbidden to her mind. As if the goddess had read her thought, her brilliant voice rang once again in the Holy Maiden's heart. You will stay by his side. O goddess! She wanted to act as if she hadn't heard her goddess. Did her goddess want to strengthen her weak heart by putting her next to him? Stay next to Kang Woojin. The divine message was unusually long today. I've already understood what you meant, goddess. I just don't want to believe it. She didn't feel this wretched even when the goddess had told her she would have to sacrifice her body for the salvation of Alphen by crossing the dimension. Oh, my goddess! Why would you give me such a tribulation? Chapter 81, Return. Chapter 81 Return. Chapter 81, Return. Titan Guild's private plane. When he saw the grandly prepared in-flight meal, Woojin spoke. This one is better than Zhongdo Hyung's plane. Minchen tilted his head in confusion. Zhongdo? Ah! President Baek Zhongdo. Minchen suddenly felt awkward in the current situation. When they traveled to the US, they had used the KH Guild's private plane. And when they had to return to Korea, the Titan Guild let them borrow their private plane. They had participated in the consortium, but they had received special treatments. They also made a separate treaty with the Titan Guild. Their guild were on equal footing. No, Allendale was in the dominant position against America's top guild. Everything arose with Woojin at the root of it all. When I finally think I know you, I find out that I really didn't. What? Woojin dipped a piece of bread into honey, and ate it in one bite. Even his action right now was incredible to Minchen. Minchen thought about it, never having witnessed such luxuries. They were given the use of chartered airplanes, the best hotels, translators. Even after given all these luxuries, Woojin took it in stride, in a cool manner. It would be strange not to look at him as if he were amazing. President. I honestly feel that you are a really amazing person. It still feel like I'm in a fleeting dream. He used to be a team leader in the Hammer Guild, yet he had just negotiated with the Titan Guild's most important figures on equal footing. They were the #1 guild in the US. Just this fact boosted Minchin's self-confidence. What nonsense are you spouting now? Woojin had lived in much more luxury and public interest in the past. He was apathetic to such things. Truthfully, this kind of thing didn't matter much to Woojin. He had thrown away that lifestyle, one an emperor would have envied, to come back to earth. Haha. I think I'm slowly getting used to it. Young Minchin let out an embarrassed laugh. He joined when he saw Woojin and Allendal's growth potential. However, he had made a wrong assessment. Allendal was like a high-speed train that was already in motion. He had been lucky. He had gotten on the train before it had started to move. Allendal's growth was so fast that their guild moved past the boundaries of Korea. Now they were establishing their name across the world. Even if he was the general director, he would be left behind on the curbside if he wasn't on his game. Yes. You have to get used to everything. BB. Yes? What the heck is a BB? Black smoke coalesced on the table in front of Woojin, and a cat suddenly popped into existence. BB looked at Minchin, then she tilted her head in confusion in a very cute manner. Nya. You don't have to pretend to be a cat anymore. Ha. Understood a Hong. Minchin stood up from his seat in fright as human words suddenly came out of the cat's mouth. What the hell is th? This cat? Why are you so surprised? This is a world where monsters pop out of dungeons. When he put it that way, it did make sense. Minchin sat in his chair again. She is my familiar. I'm Bibi Ahong. I'm young Minchin. Minchin felt endlessly awkward exchanging a conversation with a cat. Bibi turned her head towards Woojin. Why did you call me Ahong? I wanted you to eat some food. I have no appetite Ahong. Bibi had been revived from death not too long ago. Woojin knew Bibi liked sampling Earth's food, so he had purposefully summoned her. Just call me later when you are going to sleep Ahong. All right. Bibi disappeared as she turned into black smoke. As if his appetite had been chased away, he put down the bread he had been eating. Did something happen? Minchin didn't know the details, but he was quick to pick up on Woojin's mood. It made Minchin turn serious right alongside Woojin. It's nothing. I'm going to sleep, so don't wake me up. Yes. Please rest. Woojin had cleared dungeons for the past month without taking a single break. In real time, he had spent 30 days inside of the dungeon, but what it felt like to Woojin was actually 120 days. It would be strange if he wasn't tired. Minchin's heart became heavy as he saw Woojin walk into the bedroom. President must be tired. He suddenly thought about all the things he took for granted with Woojin and reflected upon his thoughts. Woojin was still human, so of course he would be under a lot of stress. It's the support division's job to properly assist him. Aiding the roused, it was the main reason why guilds existed. Even if everyone talked about guarding the world, it was Minchin's job to support Woojin in the end. Saving the world felt too far away, so he had decided to pay attention to Woojin, who was nearby. Minchin's job was to help Woojin. Woojin was under much more strain than Minchin could imagine. It was so bad that he had preferred hunting down monster in a pressured situation rather than going to sleep. He had held out until he reached the limit of his willpower, but he eventually had to sleep. While Woojin's consciousness weakened, the evil spirits showed up to torment Woojin, but he couldn't do anything. Bibi had still been dead. Woojin laid down on a fancy bed one could find in a hotel room. Bibi curled up by his pillow. When he saw Bibi in low spirits, his anger towards Rashmode spiked. I'll never leave you behind when I go hunting from now on. Understood Ahong. If only Bibi had been stronger. She might have been able to escape through her own power. With the purpose of protecting his family, he had left Bibi home too much. Leveling up his familiars was as important as getting stronger to Woojin. The immortal's true power wasn't the power he wielded. It was his undead army, which was composed of his familiars. It had been a really long time since Woojin fell deep into sleep. He didn't have a sweet dream, but he didn't mind being accosted by nightmares. The airplane with Woojin in it headed towards Korea. **. The manager took out the bag from the compartment above the seat and looked at the singer sitting on the seat. Hey, Cindy! Let's get off. Appa! Let's wait a little bit longer before we go. Hey? Aren't you tired? Cindy's manager, Moon Song-chul, was worried as he saw her tired face. However, what could he do? One had to row when the tide came in. If they didn't take advantage of the current situation, they would never know when Cindy could still become popular as she was right now. Her schedule was so tight that he hadn't been able to make the flight appointment until it was too late. He couldn't book a first-class seat, so he felt sorry towards her. A woman sitting in a seat from across the aisle walked towards Cindy. Uni. Here are the items you are sponsoring. Cindy put on the shoes and sunglasses and was pushed towards by the stylist. Then, she picked up her bag. The arrival of a star at an airport was a newsworthy event. The reporters took pictures of the outfit dubbed airport fashion. It was a fantastic way to advertise products. From the tip of her toes to her head, sponsored items were worn by a popular entertainer like Cindy. If you're ready, let's go. Woo! Let's head out. Cindy let out a short sigh as she trudged forward. It was uncomfortable to wear all these items, but she had been able to sleep a lot on the plane. She was in a pretty good condition. After putting on a cheerful smile, she passed through the arrival gate. Cindy, who had a bright smile on her face, couldn't help but be taken aback at the numerous reporters and broadcast cameras. Aren't there too many of them? It wasn't only Cindy who had been taken aback. Her stylist, as well as her manager Moon Song-chul, had also stopped walking from the surprise. Appa! What are you doing? Oh yeah! Cindy was the first one to gather herself. Song-chul also regained his senses as he looked around Cindy's surrounding. She started walking with a bright smile on her face. It was a familiar yet unfamiliar situation, so she felt really awkward in this situation. None of the several dozens of cameras let out a flash. As she continued to walk, her patented smile slowly disappeared from her face. She quietly asked her manager. Appa! Is someone else arriving here today? I have no idea. It does seem someone is coming. He couldn't say someone who is more famous than you is coming, since it might hurt Cindy's pride. Isn't that Cindy over there? I guess so. Just take several shots. I guess we can somewhat salvage this situation with some pictures of her. What the hell? This felt worse than receiving no interest at all. Cindy tried to hear the conversation between the reporters, who were still not showing any interest in her. Now that she had looked them over, they weren't the usual reporters from the entertainment division she usually saw. When is Mr. Kang Woojin arriving? He's on a private plane, so we don't know the exact details. Maybe he was already diverted to a different route. He has to pass through here no matter what. You never know. Chang Guadi might have sent him an escort. At his words, all the waiting reporters turned to glare sharply at the reporter. If his words were true, then they had waited 5 hours for nothing. Unexpectedly, Cindy was able to exit the airport without any fuss. When Cindy got in the company van, she immediately took off the sunglasses. Hey! Geez! It seems Kang Woojin is quite an amazing person. Oh! He's incredibly hot right now. It seems he's coming back from the US today. Hey, what's up? Let's go. Yes, Chief. The company's road manager put the van in motion. Moon Song-chul opened his hand phone. He didn't even need to search for Kang Woojin. His name was trending as the most real-time searched word. Every time he does something, he is always the #1 searched person. It pretty much indicated how explosive the interest that Kang Woojin was currently receiving from the public was. He could now understand why several dozen reporters were looking for Kang Woojin. His every movement was considered to be a scoop in Korea. Ah! It seems he'll be meeting the president today. Those reporters have to completely write off today. It meant Kang Woojin had escaped the airport already in secret. In the real-time search ranking, keywords such as Kang Woojin meeting the president, Kang Woojin, and Chongui was starting to pop up. Hey, Cindy. What are you looking at? Are you also looking for the articles? It's nothing. When Cindy turned on her private hand phone, she had read the message that had been sent to her. Notice for Mito High School's alumni meeting. Restaurant 7 o'clock. Kang Woojin in attendance. This is the end to this week's mail. Please reply if attending. Chairman Nam Jae-hya. After she first debuted, she had gone to the alumni meeting several times. After she became busy, however, she had never gone to one. It seemed that she needed to go this time. Cindy turned over her hazy memories. There was this one student who had disappeared before the dungeon shock. It had caused a big ruckus. This Kang Woojin is that guy. It had been a long time since Cindy's eyes shone with interest. Her finger immediately pressed reply on her hand phone. Asterisk. Inside the limousine sent by Chongguadi's secretariat. TLN Chongguadi is also called the Blue House. Korean equivalent of the White House. Let me off here. What? His days were filled with a lot of surprises, but a situation like this had always surprised him in a new way. Mitchin couldn't help but dumbly ask the question. Maybe he misheard? Let me off right over there. I'm riding a taxi back. What are you going to do about the president and the dinner party? I don't care about the dinner party. I'm full. No, a dinner party didn't really mean it was solely for eating food. Still, the president invited us. I even skipped out on the Yankee president, so why should I care about this? Still, this is the second time. You can go in my place. Minchin let out a deep sigh. President has to go. Even if a general director attends. Just remake your business card. What? You are vice president from now on. Just tell them you are there instead of the president. Minchin pinched the bridge of his nose. Ha! He was in a tough position, yet he couldn't help but feel giddy. Just tell them I went home since I'm tired. You talk to them. Still, this is Vice President Jung Minchin. Fighting. Ha! Vice President. Vice President. His eyes were troubled, but his lips kept stretching into a smile. Woojin grinned, then he spoke to the driver in a clean suit. Please stop here. But the president? Are you trying to take me somewhere when I don't want to go? But are you trying to kidnap me? Will you be able to bear the fallout? The driver was taken aback by Woojin's word, and he didn't know what to do. Minchin spoke to the driver in a reasonable manner. Please stop. Our president's condition isn't so good. He didn't look like that at all, but he was only the driver so he had no choice. He stopped his car by the road. I'll see you later, President. When I go to the office later, I'll give you my business report after I organize it properly. They had made an alliance with the Titan Guild, and there were the small deals they had made after finishing tasks given by the US government. There were a lot of things he had to report. All right. Go have a good meal, Vice President Jung. Ah, one doesn't go to dinner party just to eat. When Woojin spoke like that, it seemed as if he were saying that Minchin was going to a birthday party just to eat food. Minchin gave his farewell to Woojin and rolled the window up. He sneakily moved to the seat of honor where Woojin had been sitting. Hey, Vice President. Hey. Minchin kept shaking his head as he put his hands over his forehead. His half-covered face was filled with a smile. He was probably the first one? He had risen from being a salaryman in a guild's support division to the position of vice president. Ha! Vice president? Ha! The driver kept glancing at his mirror as if Minchin was acting strange. Both this guild's president and vice president were all abnormal people. The limousine slowly headed towards the Chongguadi. Chapter 82 Return, 2. Chapter 82 Return, 2. Chapter 82, Return, 2. Woojin got off at the shoulder of the road, then he caught a taxi. Where do you want to go? Seda. After he spoke, Woojin sat still as he closed his eyes. From now on. First, he would go to his house to see his mother and Seoul, then he would return to the dungeons. He had to reach level 70. Only then would he be able to calm himself. Afterwards, he would find a reset dungeon and obtain the dimensional fragment. He would find the dungeon that reacted to him and form his dimensional domain. Then, he would drill a single entrance into Alphen. Before he does all of that, he had to train Seunggu. Would he also have to pick a new rouse to groom? Woojin was in a state of meditation as he organized the thoughts that kept crowding his mind. Soon, the taxi arrived at the destination, which was in front of his house. It'll be $25. That's quite high. It's a service I am doing with my life on the line. Woojin got what he was saying, but wasn't everyone working near a subway station and putting their life on the line? Woojin started searching his pockets and, as if he had just thought about this, had an expression of embarrassment on his face. Come to think of it, all his possessions were inside his trunk, and it was with Minchin. I don't have my wallet. For a brief moment, the taxi driver's eyelids fluttered. He looked at Woojin with worried eyes. Woojin let out a cheerful laugh. Hey! Don't worry about it. I'll ask someone to bring some money out. Minchin always carried around money, so Woojin would always just have only his phone around. He was quite fortunate that he had brought his hand phone. He called his mother. Durururu. It kept ringing and she wasn't picking up the phone. The taxi driver gave him a wary look. For no reason, Woojin felt startled and anxious. After a long while, his mother answered the phone. When Woojin heard his mother's voice, it was welcoming, like the much-needed rain in a drought. Son. You are back in Korea. Yes. I'm in front of the house, but I don't have the taxi fare. Would you mind coming out for a little bit? Hey? I'm not at home right now. He hadn't considered such a scenario. It was still daytime, so Seoul should be at her kindergarten. Moreover, his mother seemed to have gone out. I think there is money inside the house. Why don't you look through the dresser? No. It's all right. I'll just go to the office. He had planned on going to the office eventually after a brief break. Ajashi. Turn the taxi around, then head towards the Seda station. Why do you want to go there? I can give you the money over there. What was this? Is this some new way to rob a taxi? The driver looked at Woojin with worry in his eyes. Woojin let out a laugh. Do you know who I am, Ajashi? How would I know who you are? Hey? People tell me I'm famous now. The suspicion in the taxi driver's eyes increased significantly. Woojin scratched the back of his head. Well, it was an internet society now. If this guy didn't watch the TV or check the trending search words online, he wouldn't know about Woojin. Let's just get there first. I'll call someone I know. Kuhim. The taxi driver still looked at him with suspicion, but after he adjusted his rear-view mirror, he started his car. Woojin called Seunggu's phone. Ddo Rurururu. Yes, President. Is that Heeman? Why are you answering the phone? Currently, Director Hong is clearing the dungeon, so I'm here to assist him. Even though Woojin was absent, Seunggu must have been busily clearing the dungeons. Where are you? I'm at the entrance of Hongdae. Chet. You traveled pretty far. What's Sunghoon doing? Mr. Sunghoon went to the market to buy the reinforcement stones. All right. I'll see you later at the office. Yes. I'll immediately return to the office after Director Hong finishes clearing the dungeon. All right. How could he be put in such an awkward situation just because of a couple dozen dollar bills? Woojin tried calling Ji-won. Woojin ended the call, then he pressed his hand firmly against his temple. So what if he had tens of millions in his account? He didn't have any money he could use right now. Woojin looked through his meager address book and he automatically smiled when he saw the name. It's been a long time since I've seen his face. Woojin pressed the real Jimin entry in his address book. Asterisk. After reading the question, please find the value that doesn't fit. Jimin was focused on reading his workbook when the vibration made his head turn to the side. The hand phone he had placed on the corner of his desk was vibrating. Whoa! Jimin's concentration was broken. He frowned as he looked at the number on the screen. It's Woojin Hyung. It had been a while since Woojin had contacted him. He was pleased as he quickly picked up the call. Hyung. Hey, Jimin. Are you at your house? How did you know? It was the day before his CSAT, so Jimin had come home early. Oh, that's great. Woojin had been guessing. Before Jimin could ask how he was doing. I'm at the convenience store located at the intersection. Bring $50 with you. Woojin preemptively asked for a favor. $50? Just come out for a moment, and bring the money. I don't have any money for the taxi fare. Why did this Hyung never change? He constantly came out on the news when he did something, and he was always the trending search word on the internet. He was a millionaire, who had traveled back and forth from the US on a private plane. So why was he trying to extort money from Jimin once again? Hey! I'll pay you back. Do you think I don't have the money? If he had money, then why was he asking Jimin to bring money? If you have money then you should pay the taxi fee with it. I have money, but I don't have the taxi fee. He didn't know if he was speaking or if he was farting. TLN, idiom. I'll pay you back later. Just hurry up and bring it. Okay. Oh. Jimin is really the only one I can trust. This Hyung never changes. Jimin closed the workbook he was working on and put on his outerwear. Ji-won, who was coming out from the restroom after a shower, looked at Jimin with round eyes when he started heading out. I thought you were going to go through your mock test for the last time. Where are you going? Woojin Hyung wants to borrow some money for the taxi fare. Hey! I'll be back soon. Hey! You will catch a cold. Your exam is tomorrow, so where do you think you're going? I can go instead. I've already been planning on going out tonight. It's all right. It seems that he's in a hurry. Just go dry your hair. He'd be out for only a brief moment so he wouldn't catch a cold. His sister just took a shower and she hadn't dried her hair yet. She was more likely to catch a cold than him. The November weather was chilly, and it was on the verge of coldness. After coming outside, Woojin put his hands into his pockets and started to trot. There was a taxi parked in front of the convenience store he frequented. Jimin approached the back window and knocked. Jing. Are you here? Where's the money? Here. Woon took the $50 from Jimin and handed it over to the driver. Ajushi, wasn't I right? I told you I wasn't lying. Hey. Geez. By listening to the conversation between the taxi driver and Woojin, there seemed to be some disagreement between the two of them. Woojin took the change and immediately gave it to Jimin. I'll give you the rest later. What kind of person? No, this Hyung was always like this. All right. Why are you so down? I'm taking the CSAT tomorrow. Oh. Even I didn't do well on the CSAT. Woojin looked at Jimin with wonder in his face. Jimin looked back with a ridiculous expression on his face. What's your sister doing? She was getting ready to head out. Where? I have no idea. Try calling her. She was taking a shower not too long ago, so that's probably why she couldn't take your call. Is that so? I'll be heading in now. I have to monitor my condition. All right. When Woojin saw the worn-out Jimin, Woojin stopped him for a brief moment. Hey! Drink this and go. What? Woojin held up a mysterious blue bottle. Say ah. I'll drink it at home. I have to feed it to you. Just say ah. Jimin opened his mouth with a leery expression on his face. Woojin personally poured the liquid into his mouth. Okay. It's pretty tasty. What is it? It's a medicine that'll clear your head. It'll help you a lot in your studies. I think I feel it working. He felt a clear and cool feeling as if he had just chewed on a mint candy. He turned his head in confusion when his headache disappeared, and his head felt lighter. He wouldn't feel this immediate effect even if he drank coffee and Bacchus. TLN, Korean energy drink. Thank you, Hyung. Haha, alright. Do well on the exam tomorrow. If I have some free time, then I'll go cheer for you. Okay. After sending Jimin back, he called Jiwon. Hey, Woojin. I was about to head out to meet you when I heard you were here. Ah. Is that so? It seemed she didn't have any other business. She had been getting ready to come out and meet him. He planned on resting until his guild family gathered at the office. He decided to spend the time by going on a date with Jiwon. Woojin entered the coffee shop, then he sat down. He didn't have any money, so he couldn't order anything. He was a regular customer, so the employees of the cafe didn't say anything to him. Instead, the surrounding customers started noticing who he was. They were amazed, but they didn't approach him. His bad temper was well known now, and he had an unapproachable aura around him. No one was brave enough to approach him. They kept glancing at him as if he was a monkey inside a zoo. Dolong. When Jiwon appeared through the cafe's door, people let out exclamations. Ooh-wah! That person must be Do Jiwon. Kang Woojin's girlfriend. She's really pretty. She was like an entertainer. No, Do Jiwon was more famous than most entertainers now. She had become famous after she was rumored to be Kang Woojin's woman on the internet. Her appearance only enhanced her popularity. As a part-time job, she did a photo shoot for a shopping center's ad. This prompted people to make a fan site for her. Heh. Did you wait long? Did you order some coffee? No. I don't have any money. Oh yeah. You said you don't have your wallet. What do you want to drink? I've made some money, so I'll buy. Jiwon ordered 2 cups of coffee. The two of them sat in front of each other, and they stared at each other's face. It had been exactly 1 month since he went to the US. It's been a while. Right. I guess so. What did you do while I was gone? Me? Oh, this and that. Who? I've received a lot of calls from the entertainment agencies asking me to become an entertainer. Woojin laughed when she spoke, as if she was boasting. You want to be an entertainer? No. Heh. It's just pretty amazing. I still find it amazing that I can be in a crowded place without feeling fear. She had pretty much shrank away from how she lived her life before. Woojin shrugged his shoulders. Why don't you try becoming an entertainer? Did any good agencies contact you? They did. All of them called. However, the call I've been waiting for hasn't come yet. From where? I'm not talking about an entertainment agency, but the publishing company. Ah. He thought she was joking when she had said she wanted to write a romance novel. It seemed she was serious. By looking at her reaction, it seemed she was quite passionate about it. She suddenly let out a sigh. You. Maybe I'm not talented enough? The response from my readers aren't good either. Hey? What do they say? I get cussed out for the story being highly improbable. Improbable. They say the story doesn't make any sense. What's it about? You know. The story is about. Jiwon's eyes twinkled and she gave a rough outline of her novel. A high school student was summoned to a different world, and he grew into a dominant master in that world. After he became a power in that world, he returned to Earth. The main character returned to save the woman he had loved in the past as she was being attacked by a monster. Woojin tilted his head in confusion when he heard the story. Isn't this about me? Yes. I wrote it as I was thinking about you. As if she was embarrassed, Jiwon's cheeks reddened. It's very close to the truth, so how can they say it is improbable? Jiwon hesitated for a moment, then she spoke in a small voice. They said Ee Gaga Ng's personality is too off on the deep ends. Hey? Ee Gaga Ng. TLN, slang for those teens who get sent to other worlds. Ah, that basically means high school student from a different world. After hearing her explanation, Woojin's eyebrows furrowed. I don't get it. What doesn't make any sense? Right. Jiwon nodded her head vigorously. How could it not make any sense? It was a story she wrote based on an actual individual. If a Ee Gaga Ng comes back home, he is still a Ee Gaga Ng. Do they think he'll mature and come back as an adult? Right? That's what I was trying to go for. Moreover, the guy lived the life of a villain over there, so wouldn't it be more strange if he started acting like a hero? Right? You think so too? Woojin spoke as Jiwon agreed enthusiastically with him. I want to read what you wrote. Hey? It's a little bit embarrassing. Jiwon hesitated before she put in the address where she had uploaded her novel into his hand phone. Woojin was impressed as he read her writing. Isn't this me? The main character's personality was almost a carbon copy of Woojin's personality. When he reached the end of the novel, he could see the massive amount of creative insults directed towards the author. It felt as if he was getting insulted, so Woojin frowned. Amongst the creative and abusive comments, he highlighted a comment he didn't know what it meant. What is he trying to say? Where? Jiwon looked at her hand phone. Spotted dog, I'm getting off at this chapter. Jiwon let out an awkward laugh. This means. Chapter 83, Guild Expansion. Chapter 83 Guild Expansion. Chapter 83, Guild Expansion. It's something like a encouragement. It basically mean he's watching this and he wants me to do well. Hey. He says he's dropping out, yet it's a word of encouragement. It's used like that now. Why are all the popular phrases so hard to understand these days? Heh. People play like that on the internet. Woojin started looking at all the comments after her chapters. This guy, Spotted Dog, must be a fan. He kept saying he is dropping out after every chapter. I guess so. Jiwon let out an awkward laugh. This is quite fun. Should I start writing too? Hey. Haha. I'm joking. It's a joke. I should start studying the popular slangs. Woojin smiled when he thought about Baekjeongdo. When meeting Baekjeongdo in the future, Woojin would be the one teaching him a popular catchphrase. Loot at the webtoons. There are a lot of fun stuff here. You'll be very surprised at how creative some of the netizens are. Oh. Really? Woojin and Jiwon put their heads together and had a fun time looking at their small smartphone. My memories keep popping up in my head. They are still publishing this series. They were still publishing the webtoon, Sound of the Body. It was something he read before he had been summoned, and it had brought up old memories. Whenever he recalled his old memories, it would always give Woojin a distant thrill. He remembered how everything used to be. He felt a feeling of regret. After talking and playing for a long time with Jiwon, Woojin went to the office. It was 5 p.m. When he opened the office door to enter, the gazes of several dozen employees fell on Woojin. While everyone else hung back, there was a single person who was approaching him with haste. President! You are here! Seongu and Heeman isn't back yet. They are organizing the loots. They should be heading back here by now. All right. Hat. Have you eaten? Woo Sung-hoon let out smile as he sucked up to Woojin. Woojin felt a bit of sympathy for him. He wasn't a bad guy. It wasn't as if his soul was rotten. Woojin's eyes landed on Sung-hoon's name tag. Support Division, Acting Section Chief Woo Sung-hoon. Are you acting like this, because you want a promotion? Hat. Woo Sung-hoon let out an awkward laugh. Even some of the new employees hired much later than him were assigned to other departments based on their abilities and experience. They were either given titles of section chief or department head. As a founding member, Woo Sung-hoon was still stuck as an acting section chief. As he slowly read the signs, Woo Sung-hoon felt like he was walking on thin ice every day. Woojin patted Sung-hoon's shoulder. Don't worry about it. I have my eyes on you. Hat. Thank you. You'll be able to drop off soon, so work hard. Was Woojin pressuring him into a voluntary retirement? When Sung-hoon's face stiffened, Woojin laughed. Why are you freezing up for? It's an encouragement. An encouragement? Ah, yes. Then keep up the good work. Yes. He didn't know why, but his joke sapped more energy out of Sung-hoon. Woojin headed towards the president's room. I guess I'll take some medicine. Woojin opened his inventory, and took out several reinforcement stones. He took the reinforcement stones for the stats with no absorption wait time. When Sungo returned, he would have to feed Sungu the reinforcement stones again. Woojin was able to know his exact absorption time by looking at his status window. However, Sungu didn't have this advantage. Therefore if he repeatedly took reinforcement stones on stats with a wait time, then he wouldn't get any benefit from it and they would just take a loss when the reinforcement stones was used up. Woojin had to pick every reinforcement stone taken by Sungu. When he was about to take several more reinforcement stones to eat, he heard a knock at the door. Doc. Come in. The person, who pushed her head through the door, was none other than Lieutenant Che Hesal. Oh. Lieutenant Che. I'm in the reserves now. Hesal walked and stood in front of Woojin, then she stood straight in a disciplined manner. It seems it'll be a while before you stop acting like a soldier. When did you get here? I've been coming to work since yesterday. Woojin shook her hand as he smiled. Guild Allendal's third roused. We'll talk about the details when Minchin is here. Sit. Yes, sir. Woojin looked hard at Hesal. Ability, monster taming, stat. He used several skills like observation, intuition, and analysis in combination to bring up Hesal's information. Oh. You are a tamer. Ugh. How did you know? I can see it. I'm sure you had a hard time developing yourself. Haha. Yes. Were there any monsters left alive on Earth? When the dungeon break happened and the monsters poured out, the troops laid down concentrated fire to kill the monsters. It was their first priority. There weren't that many opportunities to try out taming. If she wanted to, she could have endlessly repeated one-star dungeons to slowly advance her taming skill. However, she had become aroused when she was already enlisted. If she requested it, she could have been transferred to the roused units. However, she chose to stay in her old unit where she had been working. Even if one were to become roused, not everyone could live the life of a roused. Thus, she was given a choice without actually having a choice by Woojin. She had to quit her dream of being a soldier and then join the Allendal Guild. Woojin pushed forward several reinforcement stones. Absorb it. What? You don't know how to do it? You just have to eat this one. This one you just have to inject your magic into it. Ah! I know all about that, but why was he giving her the expensive reinforcement stones so easily at their first meeting? You have to be tuned up to be of any use. You are of no help to me right now. She didn't like being called incompetent to her face, but it wasn't a bad thing. The other person wasn't some averagely strong person. He was a world-class roused who was probably the best in this world. A person like that was trying to guide her right now. Then I'll take it with thanks. If one calculated the worth of these reinforcement stone, it would easily reach several $100,000, yet it disappeared in seconds. Che Hesol's heart was beating faster each time a reinforcement stone disappeared. Woojin grinned when he saw this. Your growth will be fundamentally faster. As the mana increased, the roused of earth was slowly getting stronger. Even though Hesol hadn't trained at all, she was level 14. One was a normal human until level 9. Then, one would become a first circle roused after reaching level 10. Her level had risen by 4 naturally, so it seemed Hesol's potential wasn't too bad. It was actually on the good side. Your body is quite receptive to the drugs. Eat this too. There was no wait time after she absorbed the reinforcement stones, so Woojin handed her couple more reinforcement stones. Hesol felt burdened, but she kept absorbing the reinforcement stone in order, upon Woojin's insistence. Woojin watched Hesol's stats increase and thought hard about the magic scrolls that would suit her. If he had it in his inventory, then he would just give it to her right now to learn. If he didn't have it, he'd tell his employees to go purchase one. Woojin took out an appropriate magic scroll. This is telepathy. Ugh. Is it okay to just give it to me like this? He kept giving out items that were worth several $100,000 like candies. Hesol's sense of reality would grow dull if this continued. This is important. You have to keep practicing and growing your abilities. Telepathy was important. If one wanted to command one's troop in a chaotic battle, those with a telepathic skill could be used as a great tool for communication. Right now the communication network was fine, and many people assumed it would stay that way. However, when a simultaneous dungeon break happens, the cities would be the first places to be destroyed. Infrastructures built by civilization like the power lines that delivered electricity would be destroyed. She was ex-military, had great potential. He couldn't say that she was loyal to him, but she was a trustworthy person. She would be the right person to be put in command over the newly picked roused. The telepathy skill was an essential skill. Woojin didn't stop there. He gave her a sword skill, defensive magic, wind magic, etc. He gave her all the low-rank skills that weren't restricted by class. I have to learn all of these. Yes. Why? Woojin answered as if the answer was obvious. Hesol had a puzzled expression on her face. Even though she had developed her own abilities, it wasn't as if she didn't have basic knowledge of the roused. A roused had to learn a single discipline, so the roused's growth would be stable. Isn't that how it is? When Hesol started laying out her reasons, Woojin grinned. Do you play any games, Hesol? What? Do you have a game character you are growing? If you don't want to be left behind, learn all of them. Stop talking as if you have a full stomach. Yes. Hesol couldn't even let out a squeak when Woojin spoke in a forceful manner. She had developed a somewhat of a stiffened back in the military, but she became intimidated from a glimpse of Woojin's personality. Without complaint, Hesol started learning each magic scrolls given to her by Woojin. Someone knocked on the door. Come in. When the door opened, Kim Heeman and Hong Sunggu entered the president's room with a bit of an urgent expression on their faces. Hyung Nim. Is it for real? What are you talking about? This was the first time he had seen the president after returning from the US for a month, yet he gave such a greeting. Our Sunggu had grown a lot. Ah! Look at this! Sunggu grabbed the remote on the table, then turned on the TV. After changing several channels, he stopped on a live press conference being broadcasted. There were 3 people seated in the press conference, and one of them was a familiar figure. Isn't that Minchin? He said was going to go eat some food, so what is he doing over there? Seunggu became speechless at Woojin's reaction. Woojin pointed his chin to the 2 people sitting next to Minchin. Who are they? They are the Minister of Defense and the Army Chief of Staff. What's Minchin doing with them? By the looks of Woojin's reaction, he didn't understand what was transpiring. Kim Heeman swallowed his saliva once and then started to explain in a patient manner. Allendale Guild just entered into an agreement with the government. This agreement gives us support almost similar to a state-owned company. They are making that announcement right now. Is that so? You shouldn't just be saying, is that so? The fine details of planning were all being taken care of by Minchin, so Woojin wasn't worried about it. At Woojin's cool reaction, Kim Heeman had a shocked expression on his face. President! This is the first time Korea has done this. Why are you making such a big deal about this? We are the guild in charge of the national defense. It basically means we will be treated like one of our nation's forces. The DL be a national security group acknowledged by the government, and they would be under the military. So what? That is. Woojin frowned. Heeman was having a hard time speaking, so Seunggu stepped forward. Our military life has been lengthened. This might be a permanent post in the military. Hey! That son of a bitch! I said go eat dinner at the Chonggwadi, yet he did such an unnecessary. Woojin let out a sigh. After Minchin became the vice president, he did something this big. It seemed that Woojin wasn't in a good mood, so everyone kept silent. When that bastard comes back, tell him to not come to work anymore. Where are you going, President? I'm returning to the dungeon. What? Seunggu and Seoul will be following me. After he finished speaking, Woojin stepped out of the president's room. Heeman quickly followed after him to ready the car. Seunggu's eyes turned round as he looked at Seoul. Then his eyes became crescent-shaped as he laughed. Seoul smiled as she faced Seunggu. Then, she put her hand out for a handshake. I look forward. Seunggu refused Seoul's handshake and suddenly hugged her. Uung. Let's suffer together from now on. Yes. Seoul, who was the 3rd roused to join this guild, felt an uneasy feeling when she saw Seunggu's reaction. Seunggu gave a fierce hug as he laughed. He won't be lonely anymore. He had a comrade now. Let's go before we are late. Yes. So which dungeon are we going to? I'm not sure. At the very least, it'll be 4 stars. Maybe we'll go to a 5-star today. The dungeons they could use were limited if they didn't have an appointment. Also, they didn't own many dungeons. Heeman would have prepared everything. Seoul's face stiffened when she heard she was going to the high-rank dungeons. Did I mishear you? What? We are immediately going to the high-rank dungeons. Probably. I'm only rank F, so why would I go the high-rank dungeons? Doesn't the lessons usually start from the 1-star dungeons? What kind of a guild would instruct a new roused in a high-rank dungeon? When Seunggu saw Seoul's natural reaction, it was funny, sad, and welcoming. Yes. Her response is normal. That's normal. Of course, a normal person should think that way. Until now, he had grown through an abnormal route. Yes, indeed. Haha. You will feel like you are dying, but in the end, he doesn't let you die. Hey? Did her ears hear wrong? She thought she heard some strange words from the cheerful director Hong Seunggu. Ha ha ha. Let us both come back alive. Wasn't he too cheerful for a resolutely determined roused? The director of miscellaneous work was too happy at the thought of having a comrade, even if it was a confused newcomer. Chapter 84 Guild Expansion, 2. Chapter 84 Guild Expansion, 2. Chapter 84, Guild Expansion, 2. An employee from the secretariat opened the door to a black vehicle. I'm here to escort you. Yes. Thank you. After exchanging formalities, Minchin entered the car. The man closed the door and got in the driver's seat on the other side. Should I take you to your place of residence? No. Please take me to my office. I guess you'll have to move your office soon. Haha. Not yet. You just have to select a site for us. I'll have to listen to the president's opinion on this matter. Moreover, the contract hasn't been finalized yet. Minchin looked at the employee from the secretariat who had suddenly gone silent. He didn't give it much thought as he looked out the window. He had negotiated a lot of the agreement at his own discretion. However, he needed Woojin's input on several issues. If the government announced Alendal as Korea's official defense guild, he would be promised enormous benefits. One of the benefits discussed was support and assistance in building the guild. This was only one out of the vast benefits that they would receive. Minchin couldn't help but smile. The president will like it. If we receive this much, he'll accept the proposal. As if the Chongguadi had planned this, they had been ready to give the proposal. They promised to give Alendal vast benefits if Alendal could be counted as an organization that defended the nation. The guild would be placed at an unprecedented position in Korea. He wanted to tell others this great news as soon as possible. Durururu. Minchin called Woojin's phone. Hello. Why are you answering his phone, Heeman? The president went into the dungeon with Director Hong and Ms. Che Hesal. Ah. Is that so? What the hell did you do, Director? Hey. You called me Director. I'm the Vice President now. It isn't the time to make a joke right now. Korea's Defense Guild? What's going on with that? Hey? How do you know about that? Ha! What do you mean how do I know it? They cancelled the daily dramas to send out the breaking news. Hey! Minchin finally realized something was very wrong. He turned to ask the secretariat employee a question. Did the press conference from before go out on a live broadcast? That didn't happen. He responded with a calm voice, but Minchin could tell his voice was slightly different from before. Minchin put on a dismayed expression. I'll head to the office right now. Yes. Please don't sidetrack and go anywhere else. The president seemed to be in a pretty foul mood. How could you commit to such a big deal with only your authority? Do you think I'm crazy? I would never finalize such a large deal without the approval of the president. What? What are you saying? Minchin grabbed his forehead. I'll talk to you when I get there. The press conference was a problem. No wonder the Chongguadi had rushed him. This isn't good. Minchin was present at the dinner that the president and several high-ranking officials had attended. He had to apologize several times for his president's absence. Alendal was marked as a guild to be watched by the world. No, it seemed they made such an incredible offer to keep roused Kang Woojin in Korea. Alendal Guild would be under the army and would be officially acknowledged as the nation's guard guild. The incredible benefits would come hand in hand. After the dinner was over, he started discussing the various conditions, benefits, obligations, and welfare regarding the deal. Minchin was tired, but he also felt a thrill. He was taking the lead on putting the framework around an incredibly big deal. The government reacted in a friendly way, and the people involved were also cooperative. The deal presented to them favored Alendal so much that the actual negotiation didn't take too long. The only thing left was to wait for Woojin's decision. At the heart of this deal, it wasn't really about Alendal Guild. It was about stopping Kang Woojin from immigrating to a foreign power. Minchin thought Woojin would accept it if he received such overwhelming benefits from the deal. When Woojin had accepted the deal, they wanted a pre-recorded press conference to immediately send out to the media. He willingly obliged. When the contract was signed, most of the media organizations would immediately publicize the deal. However, it was already broadcasted. They are intentionally trying to take the lead. What the hell were they thinking? Did they think Woojin would have no choice but to accept the deal if they made it look like the deal had been finalized? Or were they being pressured by the neighboring countries? This has no chance of succeeding considering President's personality. Why did the government have to create such a crude plan? Were they worried so much about Woojin immigrating to another country? Minchin had a headache, so he rubbed at his forehead. I have to convince him. He had to find a way. Woojin lived by a code. He gave back whatever he received with interest. Minchin had to work to avoid triggering this rule. If not, it was obvious what Woojin would do considering his personality. He'll probably ransack the Chonghua. If he wanted to continue to live in Korea, then he had to stop such an event from happening. Minchin's worries deepened. Those motherfucking government employees. Those, who had always shat their pants. Minchin suppressed his anger. He started stoking his patriotism, so Korea would be at peace. I hope President is in a good mood. At a glance, Woojin looked like someone who acted based on his feelings, but Minchin knew Woojin had a cold-blooded personality. If he was in a good mood, Minchin would at least be able to broach a subject. Whenever he wasn't in a good mood, Minchin was barely sneak a word in. Even Woojin's dispassionate expression gave off a scary vibe. If he was angry, Minchin would be nervous to even speak to him. Who? I must convince him. The government had made a mess and Minchin had to salvage the situation. Minchin wanted to live in Korea for a long time. Asterisk. Gangnam Staten's 9th exit. It was a 6-star dungeon run by a mid-sized guild named Abyss Magician aka the Abyss Guild. Kim Heeman had worked quickly to guide the group to a high-rank dungeon with an empty spot in their schedule. When Che Hesal stood in front of the dungeon, she swallowed her saliva. Let's go in. With those words, Woojin was the first to enter the dungeon. Sungu followed brimming with energy. Why was Sungu so excited at the thought of someone succeeding his post? Please go in. I really have to go in. Heeman put on an incredulous expression at Che Hesal's response. Please hurry up and go in. At this rate, the barrier will form. At Heeman's insistence, Che Hesal closed her eyes tight and ran down the stairs leading to the entrance. Mother, Father, I'll definitely come back alive. Her first dungeon experience in Allendale would be a 6-star dungeon. Hesal entered the dungeon with a stiff expression of nervousness and soon, the barrier formed. Yap! Hesal balled her hands into tight fists, then looked at her surrounding with her guard up. What are you doing? What? At Sungu's question, Hesal finally came to her senses. When she responded, Woojin was nowhere to be found and only Sungu was left. She felt embarrassed. She awkwardly asked a question. Where's the president? He's already gone. What? Didn't they come in here for a lesson? So why did he suddenly leave Director Hong and her behind? We have to move fast if we don't want to be left behind. Sungu dug through his belongings. He took out a sharp short sword and gave it to her. It was sharp enough to pierce through clothing at even the slightest pressure. Hesal's heart quickened when she held the dangerous weapon. You are proficient with the sword. I'm more used to a gun than a sword. Ah, Lieutenant. You are misunderstanding. Sungu let out a bright smile as he spoke. If we push forward in a 6-star dungeon, we will die. Even I can barely face off against couple of the monsters in here. We aren't here to take the lead in the hunt. We'd die in a flash. In a flash. He is talking about his death, yet he didn't seem nervous at all. Then why are you giving me the sword? If they weren't going to participate in the hunt, and this wasn't some kind of lesson, then why did they follow Woojin in here? Why did he give her a sword? Sungu laughed as he asked her a question. You ever got a fish? I like fishing, so I've done it several. Oh. An ace has entered our guild. The favorable gaze Sungu had been giving Che Hesal intensified. After a brief moment, He Seoul understood Sunggu's reaction. Skuk, gong. She sliced, then sliced, and sliced once more. When she sliced and cut, the point of the sword would catch on something. It was a bloodstone. Where is? At the repetitive work, He Seoul was confused as to whether she got a job in a guild or a construction site. Why am I? Her sore arms were moving almost mechanically now. It seemed like Director Hong Sunggu was used to extracting the bloodstones. He was disassembling the monsters twice as fast as her. He was quick and accurate. Let's speed this up. At this pace, we'll meet up with Hyung Nim before we can reach the bottom floor. They had just entered the second floor. She had no idea where Woojin went. He had disappeared without a trace. She only saw the monster corpses filling up the subway station. During all of this, Sunggu disassembled the corpses marked with magic, and he took out the bloodstones. What method did the president use to hunt? Why is he so fast? It was rumored Woojin cleared the dungeons at an amazing pace. If he wanted to, he could clear a 6-star dungeon in couple hours. He was a monster like roused. Director Hong. Where is the president? Now. We don't have time for idle chats. Let's hurry up. Puk, sku. Sunggu was able to unbend his back only once as he tapped at it. Then he went back to busily disassembling the corpses of monsters. Somehow, she felt pity as she looked at Sunggu's figure. No, it felt as if she was watching her future self. That must be she felt sad and a little bit bitter in her heart. Before He Seoul could pump herself up at excavating the bloodstones, the sound of footsteps rang throughout the underground space. He Seoul was very nervous as she gripped her short sword. He Seoul had been graded pretty high in her individual combat skill and techniques in the army. Oh no! Hyung Nim is already coming up. What? Even when she heard Sunggu's words, He Seoul still felt a little bit nervous. She fixed her eyes towards the bottom of the stairs. As if he was dissatisfied, Woojin had an ill-natured expression on his face as several dozen skeletons followed behind him. Keek. The several dozen skeletons all spat out a distinctive sound, a sound that caused goosebumps to form all over He Seoul. Even though she knew these skeletons were Woojin's summons, she froze in place. Hyung Nim. I'll quickly gather everything. It's all right. It isn't worth much. Just follow after me. There was still one more floor below them, and it was filled with monster corpses. If they excavated every one of them, their profit would increase by several $100,000. It wasn't a pittance. However, Woojin decided to choose time over money. Even if I kill all the monsters, I think it'll be impossible to level up. He calculated how much of his achievement points and EXP rose as he cleared the dungeon, and it wouldn't be possible for him to reach level 70. If he couldn't reach it in one run, then he had to clear the dungeon again. As Woojin quickly headed towards the dungeon entrance, Sunggu tapped He Seoul on the shoulder. What are you doing? Let's hurry up and follow after him. What? Yes, sir. He Seoul couldn't help but be shocked at the sight of all the skeletons following after Woojin. The number of summoned beings controlled by a single person. She gave a quick count, and she came up with a rough figure of 100. She would have to take a look at the fighting capability of each skeleton, but there were so many of them. He hadn't been hunting alone. It felt as if she had snuck a peek at the secret of Woojin's amazing dungeon clear time. When they arrived at the entrance, Woojin was placing his hand phone and any modern items to one side. As if Sunggu was used to this, he took out his hand phone, wallet, and car key. His personal items were gathered into a pile. He Seoul looked on with a confused expression. Sunggu spoke as he laughed. The clothes Ms. He Seoul is wearing isn't made out of dungeon ingredients. Yes. They are regular clothes. Then it won't be able to pass through the portal. Only your naked body would be transferred. Then. He Seoul recalled the information regarding the high-rank dungeons. Only the other world's items were able to pass through the portal. Wear this. Woojin purchased the cheapest clothes in his point store and tossed it to Seoul. She had seen a similar robe in a movie. Woojin spoke as she changed into the outfit. Seunggu, you should capture several suitable monsters and help Seoul practice her taming skill. Heh. Yes. It would be great to check on the result of Seunggu's training, and Woojin would have liked to hunt with him. However, Woojin had to reach level 70 as soon as possible. It would be best to monopolize most of the prey to himself. Let's go. Let's go fill our stomach over there. Yes, sir. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Woojin didn't hesitate as he passed through the portal. Seoul had ears, and so she heard what Woojin had said. Her education would be finally starting. The high-rank dungeon started for real when one crossed the portal. Seoul swallowed her saliva. So we are going to start in earnest. Start in earnest my ass. Even if they go over to the other side, they'll be excavating bloodstones. Why should he repeat his words 100 times? She'd know when she experiences it. I'm hungry. Let's hurry up and go. Seunggu passed through the portal and Seoul followed after him. The feeling of passing through the twisted crack in the dimension gave her a fresh shock. Her head was dizzy and she felt nauseous. It induced a typical reaction. Ooh, geez. Please follow us when you've calmed down. Seunggu quickly jumped back since he was worried the vomit would splash on him. He quickly ran towards Woojin. Seoul continued to throw up several times, then wiped her mouth after spitting. Ooh. After her insides calmed down a little, her headache cleared a little bit. She looked around her surrounding as she came back to her senses. Hiya! She was in a forest. It was something she would have never seen in Seoul, Korea. It felt as if she was dropped in the middle of a nature preserve. The high-rank dungeons were connected to a different world and she was there. She couldn't believe it. While she was reveling in this new experience, she saw something unimaginable unfold in front of her. If you've calmed down a little bit, hurry up and come over here. Seoul looked at Seunggu, who was urging her forward, and rubbed both her eyes. Was she seeing things? They were camping at a dungeon. A mystery meat was being cooked over the campfire, the smell of which made Seoul's mouth water. Chapter 85 Guild Expansion, 3. Chapter 85 Guild Expansion, 3. Chapter 85, Guild Expansion, 3. Didn't someone say humans were animals that adapted? Seoul proficiently cut open a goblin that had been burnt to death. She pulled out the bloodstone. Go! I've excavated them all. Seoul put the bloodstone inside the bag, then stretched her back. Isn't it hard? No. Seoul drank the water bottle that was handed to her by Seunggu. Woojin had taken the water out from his amazing subdimension. It was clean water. She didn't have to worry about contamination. She knew they could get sick if they dared to eat and drink anything inside the dungeon. Still, the reinforcement stones I ate before I came here helped a lot. Haha. Keep taking whatever he gives you immediately. It was Seunggu's absolute ironclad rule. Never turn down anything given by Woojin. You do what he asks, and you don't do anything when he says no. If one followed this rule, at the very least, one wouldn't lose one's life. Not long ago, Seunggu was able to solo clear a 5-star dungeon. The stress and nervousness he had felt that time couldn't be compared to what he felt right now. He felt secure, and it was as if he had come to a picnic with Woojin to this dungeon. Still, he wasn't just playing around. He was letting out sweat as he gathered the bloodstones. Thus, this couldn't be compared to a picnic. He guessed it was akin to digging for spring herbs. Anyways, he knew for sure his life wasn't in danger. This was also true for Seoul. I was very surprised. I didn't realize that the president could control so many undead. The summoning type roused could summon or tame. Moreover, the quality and quantity of one's summon varied based on one's ability. Even if each one of Woojin's skeleton warriors and skeleton magicians were rank C, he could control over 100 of them. Right now I think he is summoning only half of what he could actually summon. I've never seen him summon up to his limit yet. Haha. Just stop trying to make sense of him. Ha. The world still doesn't know even half of our president's true abilities. That's right. This was also true for Seunggu, who raided the dungeons with Woojin. Seunggu had always watched Woojin from the side and had never seen his limit. Woojin was continuously getting stronger. He's coming here right now. Woojin traveled up the destroyed path in the forest, leading his skeleton army. She knew they were her allies, yet her heart automatically beat faster when she saw the nefarious group of skeletons. There were several hundreds of them. Woojin walked in front of the group, but there was nothing extraordinary about his posture. Gua! Between the skeleton army, she saw a peerless being. A golem made out of boulders was walking forward with something in his hand. Seoul. Yes, sir. When Woojin called her name, Seoul quickly ran towards him. Try taming this one. That one. There was a white tiger struggling in Dulcie's hand. No. If one compared it to a creature on Earth, the monster was like the extinct saber-toothed tiger. Pot. Woojin summoned several bone spears and stuck them into the ground. When he injected his magical energy, they formed into a bone prison. Dulcie threw the saber-toothed tiger inside. Putta! Kururururu! The saber-toothed tiger was thrown roughly onto the floor. It soon crouched in a low posture, growling. From across the bars made out of bones, she could feel an incredible pressure emanating from the saber-toothed tiger as she faced it. The tiger was so large that it would be apt to describe it as a house-sized tiger. Why, you want me to enter there? Woojin grinned at Seoul's words. He had captured it easily, but the saber-toothed tiger was level 57. If Seoul entered the cage, she wouldn't even last 3 seconds before she was ripped into pieces. You want to die already? Hey, Seunggu. Yes, Hyung Nim. Work it over so it'll be obedient. Yes, sir. Seunggu bravely jumped over the bars made out of bones. Seoul's eyes turned round at his decisiveness. Seunggu was Allendal's second roused, and he had just reached rank B a month ago. He was Kang Woojin's man. Hello. Kurururuk. Seunggu grinned as he looked at the saber-toothed tiger. Quang! The saber-toothed tiger opened its mouth wide, then let out a roar. It couldn't affect an ogre, but the fear was deadly enough to freeze small animals. Seoul's body froze and she felt as if her legs were rooted to the floor. Seunggu rubbed his ears. Well, I'm sorry about this. After he gave an apology, Seunggu ran towards the saber-toothed tiger. The bone prison was about 5 meters in radius. There weren't that much space where one could dodge, but the saber-toothed tiger had no intention of dodging. The saber-toothed tiger lowered its posture and waited for an opportunity to attack Seunggu. Iron Skin. Seunggu activated his iron skin to make his entire body hard. Then he started beating on the saber-toothed tiger. Putta, puh. Quang. Putta, puh. Quang. Once in a while, Seunggu missed with his stomp and his foot would get stuck in the ground. However, this rarely happened. The saber-toothed tiger was too big and there were too many places to hit it. The saber-toothed tiger's agility was useless. It wasn't only because it was in a small cage. Hudung, putta, puh. Seunggu recurrently took the reinforcement stones, therefore his stats had already passed the realm of human limitation. He rivaled the saber-toothed tiger. No, he was better than it. Seunggu let out flashy strikes with his fists. He was like a professional boxer, attacking in a simple, but effective manner. With a minimum amount of movement, he dodged a swipe by the saber-toothed tiger's claw and continued his ruthless beating. Director Hong was that strong. After she sent in her letter of application to the Allendal Guild, Che Hesal had researched the guild thoroughly. She knew Director Sungu had started out as a rank F and received a rank B last month. In her mind, she knew a rank B would be somewhat strong. However, there was a world of differences between imagining it and actually seeing it with one's eyes. Even amongst the rank B roused, he would be considered to be in the top tier of the physical-based roused. He was such a cheerful guy. She had gathered bloodstones with this young man. Hesal was shocked when she saw this unexpected side of Sungu. She wasn't shocked by Sungu's fast movements. He had on a cheerful face as he moved in a leisurely manner. The relaxed manner Sungu was exhibiting confused Hesal. When Hesal entered the bone prison, the saber-toothed tiger was barely holding on to its life. It had been worked over very thoroughly. It looked as if the saber-toothed tiger was exhausted, and one weak blow might send it to its death. Hesal put her hand on the saber-toothed tiger's head as she initiated her taming skill. Pot. The light gathered in her hand as it encased the saber-toothed tiger and Hesal before it disappeared. Hesal turned to look at Woojin with a dark expression. It failed. Woojin shrugged his shoulder. Considering their discrepancy in level, it was quite unlikely that the taming would succeed. Keep doing it until you succeed. Understood. Afterwards, Hesal tried 12 more times, and she failed every single one of them. Her body was soaked with sweat as she plopped down onto the floor. I don't have any more magic. It's depleted. Woojin sent a single soul towards her to fill up her energy. An unknown energy was absorbed by her body, and she felt her magic fill up. Hesal looked towards Woojin with a confused expression. Keep at it. Yes. Hesal continued to use her taming skill, and kept failing. Sungu couldn't take it anymore, so he tried to give some advice. Try wishing for it in earnest as you use your skill. Maybe the universe might give you a helping hand. Did he really think taming would work if she did such a thing? Hey, Sungu. That bastard is eyeing Hesal's neck. Beat him a little bit more. It recovered a little bit. Pa. The saber-toothed tiger, who had been on its last breath, had recovered some of its strength as it laid on the ground. It was waiting for an opportunity to attack Hesal, but Sungu immediately started beating up the saber-toothed tiger. Gang. Woojin gave a single advice to Hesal, who had retreated backwards. Don't be too impatient. Considering the level difference, this is a tough task. It would have been better if it was a lower rank monster. However, they were in a high rank dungeon. There were goblins here, but it was harder to tame a monster living in a tribal society. It was easier to tame a wild animal like the saber-toothed tiger. There are two ways to tame a monster. You have to feel a sense of closeness, and you have to become its friend. The other method is to dominate the monster into submission. What method do you think you are using right now? She watched as Sungu ruthlessly beat up the saber-toothed tiger. Hesal spoke in a careful manner. Aren't we trying to dominate the monster? Neither. Are you dominating the monster right now? As a necromancer, Woojin had a stat named Control. Tamers had a stat called Intimacy. This stat has to be high for the tamer to have a higher probability of taming a high-rank monster. Woojin pointed towards Sungu, who was beating up the saber-toothed tiger. He is the villain. Woojin pointed his finger towards the saber-toothed tiger that was being beaten. That bastard being beaten is your friend. Woojin grabbed Hesal's shoulder with his hand. You want to become friend with that bastard, who is getting beaten. Woojin and Hesal looked at each other's face. What should you do? I should stop it. No. You have to protect him from the villain. What kind of situation was this? Did he expect her to perform in a skit? So you want me to act? No. You have to act as if you mean it. You are protecting the cat from the villainous director of miscellaneous work. Go fight him. Defeat the villain. Woojin yelled towards Sungu. Did you hear what I said? Yes, Young Nim. Just put on an adequate acting performance. Yes. Woojin patted He Seol's back. Go save it. Then become friends with it. Yes. Sungo yelled out when He Seol ran in. Ooh ha ha. A person like you can't block me. It seemed Sungo watched some anime. He Seol wondered if she should say something back for the benefit of the saber-toothed tiger. However, Sungo's fist flew in towards her. He Seol, unconsciously, brought her guard up to block the blow. Puh! Sungo swung his fist in a slow motion, but the impact on her arm bones weren't light. Okay. The pain was focused into a single moment, and she couldn't even scream. She let out a gasp. She spoke as she felt the pain coming from her fractured bones. Director Hong. Why, you broke my arm. Ooh ha ha. You are so weak. Director Hong. He was still laughing in a cheerful manner as he let out a kick. He Seol felt true fear when she saw the kick coming. She rolled on the ground to avoid the blow, feeling that her life was being threatened. You should quickly attack him, then try using taming again. At Woojin's voice, He Seol approached Sungo and punched him in the chest. Sungo could have easily avoided it, but he flew backward from the blow. He jumped backwards. Kwajik. Sungo flew backwards as he broke through the bone bars. Sungo fell to the ground and he writhed on the ground. She knew she hadn't done it, but she still looked between her fist, and at Sungo who had been blown away. Hurry up and tame it. Yes, sir. Could such a dumb acting job be effective? He Seol turned back to look at the saber-toothed tiger. It was beaten so badly that it could barely roll its eyes to look at her. The eyes were filled with tears. She could feel it even before she started taming it. It's deeply moved by my gesture. He Seol approached the saber-toothed tiger, and she put her hand over its head. Light burst from her hand and a pillar of light surrounded both of them as the light made a strong connection between them. Kurung! The saber-toothed tiger let out a purr of pleasure, and its feelings were transferred directly to He Seol. It was deeply moved. It was thankful. It wanted to repay her. It had been captured and beaten by the humans. It felt grateful towards the human who had stood up to the other humans to save him. You earned one guardian. Wooji grinned as he took out a soul stored in the soul armor. He immediately healed He Seol's broken arm and the saber-toothed tiger. Kurururuk. The recovered saber-toothed tiger showed its teeth towards Woojin and Sungo. However, it did not show any hostility towards He Seol, who had been by his side. That bastard should be enough to protect you from threats. Thank you. All right. Follow me as you excavate the bloodstones. Yes. Also, train the skills you learned today. Yes, sir. Woojin worked He Seol hard to complete the taming of the saber-toothed tiger, because he wanted to freely use Sungo. If Sungo was left behind as He Seol's bodyguard, he could excavate the bloodstones but their overall efficiency would suffer. Ha. How was my acting skills, Hyung Nim? You could win the award for Best Actor. Ooh ha. Even at Woojin's faint praise, Sungo was very much pleased. He Seol shook her head from side to side. She looked at Sungo as she exaggerated her hardship. Who? Director Hong was quite scary before. Ha. I hit you softly, since I was afraid you would die. Maybe Director Hong was more dangerous than the president. Sungo hadn't had a big presence inside He Seol's head. She didn't think too much of him. However, she quickly upgraded Sungo as a main player inside her head. There were two other roused in Allendale excluding her. She couldn't even fathom the level of power possessed by the first roused. The other one was also quite excellent. Even in the roused division, it is rare to see a physical roused of your caliber. Soon, you'll be able to receive your rank A. Sungo frowned at the compliment given by He Seol. But I'm a mage. What kind of a strange guild was this? Chapter 86 Guild Expansion, 4. Chapter 86 Guild Expansion, 4. Chapter 86, Guild Expansion, 4. Woojin headed towards the part of the forest that hadn't been destroyed with Seunggu. Seunggu's pouting lip was a foot long as he sulked. Hyung Nim. What? Why don't you teach me any magic? Woojin smirked when he saw Seunggu sulking. You didn't have to have the ability to be able to learn it. I don't mind attending Hyung Nim for the rest of my life. I'll run small errands and excavate all the bloodstone. But please teach me one fire-type magic. You know about my dream. Flame Magician. When he had become aroused, this had been his objective and greatest desire. He had learned several flame-based magic, but he hadn't learned anything that would be considered a high-rank magic. Can't you just buy a magic scroll and learn it yourself? Aha! Why didn't he ever think of that? Seunggu had become too used to doing everything with his body, so he had only done what he had been ordered to do. When Seunggu realized this, he was surprised and depressed. Woojin patted Seunggu's shoulder. Hong Seunggu. You are our director of miscellaneous work. Yes. What do you think the role of director of miscellaneous work is? What else was it? He was basically an errand boy receiving a high salary. I'm in charge of the tedious chores. Do you really think that? Yes. Why do you think you are in charge of doing all the small tasks? Well, he was in charge of the miscellaneous works. Usually, the youngest in the company did those work. If I'm absent from my seat, I need someone to fill my role. Who do you think will do that? Perhaps. Woojin looked Seunggu straight in the face. You are our guild's number 2. Hyung Nim. He was unaware of this fact, and he had complained. I've already acquired several magic for you, but you weren't able to learn it. Currently, Seunggu was level 61. If Seunggu had his energy checked right now, he would easily be able to get rank A. This was the result of his training. He had diligently went around the dungeons when Woojin had traveled to the US. Woojin took 3 magic scrolls out of his inventory. Now you can learn it. Hyung Nim. Seunggu became teary-eyed as he looked at the magic scrolls. Hyung Nim's thoughts were so deep, yet he had kept complaining. Now it felt as if he had been committing a sin when he felt disappointed before. Hyung Nim. Did you give me minor tasks so I can grow my versatility? No. Those were just minor tasks. Ah, the tears that were about to come out had dried up. You are number 2. As for being versatile. Woojin grinned. What was the point of Seunggu becoming versatile? If Woojin needed someone like that, he'll just grab someone who was capable in that facet. We have mentioned for that, so why would you want that role? You are number 2. Woojin smiled as he looked at Seunggu. You just have to be the strongest after me. I'll make you a human flame. Oh. Seunggu couldn't hold himself back, so he let out an exclamation. He started learning the magic scroll that was handed over to him by Woojin. Asterisk. Seunggu learned the 3 magic and he was smiling from ear to ear. Each of the magic scrolls given by Woojin produced incredible power. After using it repeatedly, Seunggu was able to use the magic proficiently. Skill tree. To learn some of the high-rank skills, he had been required to learn a couple low-rank skills. The skills Seunggu had learned before were the precursor to learning the high-rank magic. All right. Let's try this out in a live battle. Yes, Hyung Nim. Seunggu put on a determined expression, as if he was confident. He immediately used iron skin to harden his skin like steel. Then, he coated himself with a magical barrier. On top of this, he added the acceleration magic and the flame magic he had learned today. Blaze. Warururug. Seunggu's body started to burn up. Seunggu started running in that state, and a trail of fire was left behind him. Warururug. Every step caused flames to erupt, and while he was running through the forest, Seunggu broke off a branch from a tree. He had used the barrier magic countless of times, so he had attained mastery over it. He could even send text messages when it was activated. He covered the branch with the magical barrier to prevent it from burning, then applied another new flame magic that he had learned on top of it. Enchant Fire. When the Enchant Fire magic was added, the flames surged forward around the magical barrier to form a flame sword. Hooong! Hooong! Every time he swung his flame sword, the trees caught fire and the forest was set further ablaze. Every place he passed was set on fire. He rushed about furiously, and the monsters of the forest became agitated. They started to act out violently. President! I've excavated all the bloodstones. Kurururung! It seemed her intimacy with the saber-toothed tiger had risen already. Che Hesal approached Woojin on the back of the saber-toothed tiger. Her eyes turned round as she caught an occasional sight of Sungu. He really was a mage, Director Hong. Kukuk. Woojin laughed as he pointed at Hungu, who was running buck wild. How is that a magician? He's just a warrior holding a flaming stick. He proclaimed himself a magician. Just stay back a little bit. Even if he looks like that, a spark from him could kill you. Yes. Hesal softly touched the neck of the saber-toothed tiger she was riding. Jackson. Let's go. You named him Jackson. Yes. Our army base had a tomcat named Jackson. That name came to mind. Woojin shook his and then gestured for her to move back. Hey, Sungu. Now gather them. Yes, Hyung Nim. From afar, Sungu's voice was heard as an echo. Soon, the ground started to vibrate a little bit. Ooh-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. After a moment, car-sized, monsters like boars, tigers, and bears began to appear out of the burning forest. They were all chasing a single being. Ha. I'm coming towards you, Hyung Nim. I'm coming. Sungu, who was being chased by the wild animals, was running as he was emitting fire. The damage from the flame agitated the wild animals further, causing them to chase after Sungu. Woojin grinned when he saw Sungu gathering all the monsters. It was just as he planned. It was inefficient for him to hunt the monsters by letting his undead army ransack the forest. The wild animals had outstanding instincts for monsters. There were a lot of monsters that would hide themselves when facing a strong organized force, and it took too long to chase after every single one of them. He needed a good bait, and Sungu perfectly fit the bill. Sungu ran as if he would overshoot Woojin, but he stopped on a dime besides Woojin. Well done! Ha. Sungu had done a marvelous job in fulfilling his role. Woojin had hidden all of his skeleton magicians in the surrounding. All at once, the skeleton magicians showed themselves. Then, they started shooting their magic towards the gathered monsters. When his EXP started to surge upward, Woojin let out a small smile. He might be able to finish clearing the dungeon faster than he anticipated. Asterisk. Heeman had called him saying that they were almost at the office. Minchin nervously waited for them. I have to convince him no matter what. Minchin had to convince him before Woojin did anything. Minchin kept repeating the words he had prepared in his head. The door to the office was thrown open. Woojin entered. A tired Hesal and a giddy Sungu followed in after him. Minchin. Come in for a moment. When Woojin entered the president's room, Heeman approached Minchin and whispered in his ear. Reporters are camped out below the office, so the president isn't in a good mood right now. Everything had been quiet for a while, but this was a very big deal. The reporters were rushing in for the chance to get even one word from them. Minchin swallowed his moan as he opened the door to the president's room. Sit. Minchin sat across Woojin. He parked his butt on the sofa, then he surveyed Woojin's face. His brows were slightly furrowed, so it meant he wasn't in a particularly good mood. He felt the inside of his head turn white. What was up with the news? Those are false reports. The footage had been filmed to be sent out after President made the final decision. So they just spread it on their own volition. I think there was a mix-up with the press. Woojin grinned. They probably told them to make the mistake. Minchin had also thought on the same line, so he didn't have anything to say. The deal isn't bad. No, it is a really good deal. Currently, the government is doing everything to stop you from going to a foreign country. It seems several countries are putting some pressure on the Korean government. The US was included in this group. Wasn't this the reason why the Korean government acted irrationally? They told everyone Kang Woojin won't be leaving Korea, so they wanted everyone to stop fucking with them. Minchin. Yes. The problem isn't whether the deal is good or bad. Then what? Did you forget why I made this guild? He made it, since he didn't want to enter the army. It was a roundabout way to resolve his mandatory military service. Minchin had an expression that said, so what? So Woojin threw in an additional question. Why did I make this guild and not go to the Hammer Guild? That is. Ugh. Minchin's face became rigid. Minchin had tried his best to scout Woojin to the Hammer Guild, but he decided to make a new guild. Woojin had become independent, since he didn't want to work under someone. So did this hold true for a country as well as a company? Still, he had lived as a Korean citizen up until now, so why? They are trying to put a collar around my neck, so why should I stay put? Benefits were just sweet words. It was nothing more than that. He didn't want to become a leashed dog even if they gave him tasty food. Woojin's voice was calm, and that's what made it scary. Please be patient. Woojin put on a bitter expression at Minchin's panic. What? Please don't commit mutiny. If Woojin charged into the Chonggwadi, he would overturn the country. Minchin's face turned pale, and it wasn't without reasons. What? Do you think I'm that unreasonable? He couldn't say no to that question. When Minchin was hesitating to answer him, Woojin leaned back to bury his body into the sofa. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Let's give back as much as we've received. How? Call in all the reporters camping outside. This was trouble. Minchin didn't have the time to stop Woojin, who was about to create a big issue once again. He had no idea what the result of this situation would be, so Minchin became gloomy at the prospect of doing the damage control. Asterisk. The reporters rushed into Allendal's office, which had been shrouded in secret thus far. As if they would find a scandal at every corner of the office, the reporters tirelessly pressed the shutters of their cameras. Each media company were limited to 2 reporters, and all the reporters gathered for the simple press conference. The reporters caught a special opportunity, so they had an excited expression on their faces. They opened their laptops and notebooks. Several dozen recording devices were placed on top of the desk. Woojin stepped forward with a single piece of paper in hand, and he sat behind the desk that had been prepared. Woojin frowned when he looked at the paper, which held the statement written by Minchin. First, there were false reports sent out by the media. The Guardian Guild negotiation hasn't been resolved yet. I am very sorry to say. Woojin crumpled the paper, then he looked at the seats crowded with reporters. When their eyes met, several reporters raised their hand. Woojin laughed as he started to speak. Well, I'll answer your questions later. As Allendal's president, I'm here to reveal my position. The reporters stopped breathing as they strained their ears to listen to Woojin's words. I believe the government was in league with the media companies, and they leaked a deal that hadn't been finalized. Someone said, "This is a scoop," in a small voice, then the sound of rapid typing could be heard. The way they act really stinks. I don't feel good about this. Please tell them I won't renegotiate with them. Please tell them not to even try to contact me. Ugh. Several reporters let out the breath they had been holding, then they started writing the official stance of Allendal. They are overly worried about me leaving. If they pull anything behind my back again, then tell them I'll be leaving immediately. The end. How many men could boldly threaten a government? When one reporter quickly raised his hand, Woojin pointed at him. We know you've received offers from multiple countries. Are you thinking about immigrating now? Woojin shrugged his shoulder. I'm not going to any country that'll annoy me. Then that'll be the end of me answering questions. Woojin turned his head to look at Young Minchen. Woojin laughed as he looked at Minchen, who had a "we are doomed" expression on his face. He should have just obediently come back after eating dinner. He did such unnecessary things. Please ask any questions you have left to our Vice President. Wait a moment. Even at the reporter's entreaty, Woojin left his seat. So the reporters turned their gazes towards Minchen. I have a question for the Vice President. I'm JS Media's Kim Shinjung. Allendal's future. Previously, they were intimidated by Woojin, so only a few brave souls barely raised their hands. Now the reporters started throwing out questions without permission, and Minchen was already sick of the reporters. Minchen's gaze settled on Woojin's back as he was leaving the room. He's fighting media manipulation with media manipulation. This was rather a relief. If he had rushed the Chonghua instead. It was too horrifying to think such thoughts. Chapter 87 Guild Expansion, 5. Chapter 87 Guild Expansion, 5. Chapter 87, Guild Expansion, 5. Minchen was very busy. As if Woojin felt a little bit sorry for Minchen, he promoted Heeman to director. Then, Heeman was tasked to help Minchen with his work. The internet, TV news, and newspapers were in an uproar. The fact that the negotiation hadn't been finalized wasn't a big deal, but the deal was revealed to the public ahead of time at the guidance of the government. Only after couple hours, Allendal had denied agreeing to the deal and caused a huge ripple. Kang Woojin already in negotiations to immigrate to the US. Korean government rejected. Korea lost an AA rank roused. Hwarang Guild Master. The three great guild is enough to defend Korea. Japan and China keeping an eye on the situation. The need to find a new AA roused. New articles kept pouring out within several minutes of each other, and it was almost impossible to sort through them all. Minchen didn't respond to any new articles published by the media. He only responded to his new contact from the government. No. Our president is resolute in his intentions. There is nothing to reconsider. They thought this was a negotiation tactic to draw out more favorable terms. However, Allendal's intention was firm. Woojin would never consummate a defense contract with the government. The only thing Minchen could do was deliver their intention of refusal. It would have been great if the government just took the hint. However, every time he refused their offer, they kept coming back with better offers. Ha! This is crazy. The benefits were so good that he wanted to accept the deal on the spot. However, what could he do when the president said no? Minchen was really busy, but his dealings with the government weren't the cause. The endless Allendal articles and interview requests weren't the cause either. It's already up to 1,200 people today. Ha! It keeps coming in. I don't have any time to rest. This was the number of resumes they received after sending out an official recruitment notice today. If Woojin had given them a guideline, then this would have been easy. However, anyone was able to apply, even the rank F roused. Realistically, those who had already distinguished themselves was already scouted by the other guilds even if they were of low rank. Most of the unattached roused were mostly rank F and rank E. The rank C and above roused, who weren't associated with a guild, didn't want to join a guild. So there weren't many applicants in the higher ranks. Most of the applicants were rank F. Kim Heeman, who had been promoted to director, couldn't hide his astonishment. It'll be a pain to set up the schedule for the interviews. We still have to do it. How many applied to the support division? It's worse. There are 3,200 people. Minchen was astonished. Woojin had to make the final decision on the roused, so Minchen only had to set the schedule and clear a room for the interview. That would be the end of it. It wouldn't be so easy for the support division. He had to be very careful in picking his applicants, so he had to thoroughly review the applicants starting from their resumes. The real work would start now. Who? It isn't as if we can abstain from picking them. Allendale had over 100 employees, but thinking about the number of roused they will be adding soon, he would still be short on employees even if there were 10 times more the number of employees. A single normal roused needed at least 10 support members. Heeman laughed even though he was buried under a pile of documents. Haha. Still, aren't you overflowing with energy? Vice President Jung. That is true, Director Kim. Ha ha ha. They had left the Hammer Guild only a month ago, yet they were rapidly promoted to the position of Vice President and Director. Recently, his old comrades from the Hammer Guild called him quite often. They said they would change jobs if Minchin gave them a spot. There was a massive size difference compared to the Hammer Guild, but Allendale was much more prestigious. If we consider the President's cultivation ability, we will probably surpass everyone in terms of quantity also. Who? Of course. Sunggu had been rank F, and He Seoul was as well. Before they went to the US, Sunggu had already become rank B. He Seoul's rank hadn't been measured yet, but Minchin breathed more easily when he saw the car-sized saber-toothed tiger she brought yesterday. The President only picked roused with great potential. This was probably why the President wanted to interview all of the applicants himself. Still, I feel a little bit worried about Mr. Sung-hoon. He is pretty quick on the uptake, so he'll do well. If viewed in a certain way, Sung-hoon would be taking on the most important role. In the end, new roused and the support division didn't matter too much. The main goal was for Kang Woojin to keep clearing the dungeons, and Sung-hoon had to support him. This was why a room for a personal assistant was made next to Kang Woojin's room, and Woo Sung-hoon occupied this space. He took care of Woojin's schedule. He also took care of the small tasks, such as driving around Woojin. There were 20 employees assigned to the personal assistant. This made Woo Sung-hoon smile from ear to ear as he happily focused on his work. Well, let's work hard. Yes, sir. Vice President. Ha ha ha. Quite, Director Kim. Ha ha ha. The relationship between the Vice President and the Director was amicable, so the mood inside the office was good. However, employees moved busily as mails kept coming in, and they answered phones that were soundlessly ringing. Asterisk. The 5-star dungeon of Lisua Station's second exit. Was it because the monsters' levels were too low? Woojin finally filled the minuscule amount of EXP he had to raise, having to kill 2/3 of the monsters in the field to accomplish this. Woojin's nervousness dissipated when his level reached 70. He learned the skills that had been sealed. One can establish a master and servant contract with the Death Knights, at least LVL 70, Seoul. It allows the Death Knight to be summoned. They have to accept the role of commander. They have to be treated right for one to earn their loyalty and obedience. They can level up through training and hunting. There was a difference in skills depending on the familiar's level. Shared skills. Phantom Steed Summon. Phantom Steed will charge into battle with the knight after being summoned. Organize Army. Each level allows control over 10 skeletons. Command Troops. Excluding the skeletons under the knight's command, the knight can command the summoner's troops. They were the driving force behind why Woojin was able to command a large army numbering in the couple hundred thousands. Necromancer's control stat was the main reason why one could control the undead, who were basically monsters, as subordinates. Death Knights were commanders, and they were able to organize the skeletons. He didn't need to waste any control stats regarding them. His troops wouldn't be controlled by Woojin now. They would be under the control of the commanders, the Death Knights. Woojin only had to manage the Death Knights. He didn't have to waste any brain cells in managing a large army. 52 of Woojin's reliable Death Knights were unsealed, and they took their place within the summon room. Woojin was connected to them telepathically, so when he felt their consciousness, he smiled. The only thing lacking was their levels, which had been initialized, but he didn't care. It wasn't too hard to level up. This war wasn't ending anytime soon, and the enemies he had to kill were overflowing. It felt as if he had met his reliable friends once again. At that point, Woojin decided to end his hunt for the day. He yelled towards Seunggu, who was gathering the monsters at a distance. Seunggu! I don't care if they all burn. Catch them all! Yes, Hyung Nim. Seunggu had been swinging his flame sword to lure the monsters, but now he started slaughtering the monsters. Woojin looked on with satisfaction as flames exploded from various locations. He's grown a lot. Seunggu. While Seunggu hunted down the rest of the monsters inside the dungeon, he took out the sealed stone stored inside his inventory. Al-Assad. He had been lucky. The first level 70 soul he acquired on Earth was a warrior type roused. It was the exact ingredient he needed to make a death knight. He took out the corpse with its head separated from the body. Then he broke the soul stone to call Al-Assad's soul. Annihilate the target. Al-Assad's soul rushed forward when he saw Woojin. However, it was in vain, since his fist passed through Woojin. As if he didn't comprehend his situation, Assad's soul was trying every method he could think of to harm Woojin. Woojin grinned. If the several 100,000 evil souls acted in such a cute manner as Assad, then how great would it be? Stop it! Woojin gave a quiet command, which acted as an activation word. Assad's soul stopped in place, and Woojin stood in front of it. The soul struggled as if it was in pain. It could only glance towards Woojin as if it was bound. Become my slave? What a preposterous demand! Submit to me! No way! Kneel! Ooh! However, unlike his spirit full of defiance, Assad's soul got on his knees in front of Woojin. He was the god of destruction Thrash's champion, and he had been given authority over the dead as the immortal. He was the king of the dead. Assad's eyes rolled around in its socket. Woojin used the Death Knight summon skill as he looked at the soul. A black energy coalesced in Woojin's hand, and it formed into a twin swords. It was the weapon used by Al-Assad. It was the weapon the soul wanted. Woojin grabbed the twin swords and raised it slightly towards Assad's shoulder. Surrender. Surrender. If he cut Assad's throat using the authority given to him by the god of destruction, his soul would cease to exist. It basically was the end. Follow me. I will follow you. Woojin pushed the twin swords toward Al-Assad. The soul used both his hand to grab the twin swords. Unleash your rage towards my enemies. As my master wishes. Assad gripped his twin swords. His soul started swirling in a whirlwind, and it started soaking into the lifeless body. The decapitated head reattached itself. The flesh started to rot away as it fell away, a skull dyed in black appearing in its place. Black smoke coalesced to form armor and a black cloth wrapped his head to form a keffiyeh. The twin swords formed as it was mounted on his hips. A new Death Knight was born. You really look like an Arab assassin. He became subservient to become a Death Knight, but he didn't completely trust Woojin. One could feel something was off as his loyalty was absent. He was being obedient, since he was being pressed by Woojin's power and authority. Immortal Kang Woojin's 53rd night. He was still rebellious. To keep him as a familiar, a considerable amount of control was being consumed. Shared skill, Phantom Steed, Organize Army, Command Troops. Innate skill, Stealth, Ghost Walk, Sword of Death, God's Wrath, Berserk. Command Troop, 0/10. Needed control, 312, affected by trust, loyalty, and obedience. Each Death Knights were unique, as they had their own preference for the weapons they used and they each possessed their own unique skills. Woojin let out a satisfied laugh as he checked his Death Knight's info. This was the first time he had seen a assassin-type Death Knight. The one complaint was the 312 control stat. He had to use control stat equivalent to commanding 312 skeleton soldiers to maintain his summon over Al-Assad. It was an unreasonable number. As time passes, it would decrease. However, if he wanted to use Al-Assad in battle, Woojin had to lower the control stat to a manageable level. Moreover, he knew of a very good method to lower the control stat. Come here. He moved according to Woojin's order, but he didn't answer Woojin. Well, he won't act like this for long. He called out his most loyal knight, and the comrade he had spent the most time on the battlefield with. He called out his friend. Kaiba. We are Irik. A black smoke was starting to coalesce next to Al-Assad. His body was too big to call him a human. He wore a crude armor with a large axe secured on his back. His helmet had a menacing horn on it. After several dozen years on the battlefield, the crimson haze around him had turned much more ferocious. Gurururu. Without realizing it, his breath leaked out, and it was as if a wild animal was breathing. Kung. When the large body hit the floor, Kaiba saw the new Death Knight standing around being insolent. So he kicked Al-Assad's knees. Wang. It would be fine if his knees had buckled, but Kaiba's enormous strength separated the leg from the body. Kwajik. Kaiba's rough hand pressed down on top of Al-Assad's kafia. Kuu. Al-Assad fell flat on his face as if his body had been driven into the floor. Then his forehead and palms touched the ground. At the same time, Kaiba bent one knee and pounded a fist on the floor. Kwah! My lord, immortal! Amongst the orcs, he was famed for being the bravest. He was the great chief of the Grey Wings tribe. The orc lord Kaiba had no sense of time passing inside the sealed room. He was reunited with his master, immortal Kang Woojin, after he was unsealed. Woojin automatically let out a bright laugh when he saw Kaiba, tough as ever. It's been a while. After returning to Earth, Kang Woojin regained his most hard and sturdy sword of death. Chapter 88, Heading Towards the End. Chapter 88 Heading Towards the End. Chapter 88, Heading Towards the End. He had finally reached this point. He wasn't alone anymore. He had comrades to share the battlefield with. However, it was too early to let go of his nervousness. The time for peace and freedom was still far off. 72 commanders. Moreover, if he defeated Tronet, who no one had seen before, then would a period of peace arrive? Now I'll be able to hunt easily. Each individual Death Knight would have the authority to command. They had enough charisma to control the skeletons, so even if Woojin was far away, the skeleton soldiers would come under the jurisdiction of the Death Knights. When he thought about his future hunts, which would be much easier from now on, he felt as if level 80 wasn't that far away. If the Lich Janus was unsealed, he wouldn't even have to worry about leveling up. The Lich was quite proficient at hunting everything at once. The control being used is continuously decreasing. The control needed to keep Al-Assad in line was decreasing rapidly. It seemed Kaiba and the other Death Knights were properly educating the new recruit. When he thought about them bickering within the summoning room, it made Woojin smirk. Sungu's hunt was almost at an end. Woojin started to take out the cooking utensils from the inventory, began preparing the ingredients he was going to cook. He was in a good mood. He started a fire and hung a pot over it. He dismembered a dead water buffalo. As he was separating and tenderizing the meat, Bibi suddenly showed up next to him. Her cheeks were puffed out as she complained next to Woojin. You. The summoning room is too noisy a hong. It was understandable. They were in the midst of deciding the pecking order. Just go in after it quiets down a little bit. You. Soon, it'll be filled with skeletons, so I doubt there will be quiet day in the future a hong. I guess so. All of Woojin's familiars had to wait within the summoning room. He had to summon new skeletons every time he wanted to use them. However, if the skeleton soldiers were put under the command of the Death Knights, they would also have to wait in the summoning room until each commander called them out through a summon. Woojin's job was to reinforce the troops with new soldiers. The command and logistics were all taken care of by the Death Knights. From now on, he will be able to show off his presence as the Immortal King. As the Death Knights' level rises, the skeletons assigned under them would increase. The summoning room would soon be full of. What are you going to do? It's probably going to get more raucous in the future. Ooh. It's all right. I'll just hunt from now on. Ahong. Woojin was delighted by Bibi's reaction, which was a bit brighter today. Are you feeling a little bit better now? Ahong. Who care if I'm better or not? Ahong. I have to quickly get stronger, so I can use my nightmare on that bastard. Ahong. When she thought about Ross Mode, who had made her experience death, her fighting spirit burned brightly. Woojin laughed when he saw Bibi act this way. He could force his familiars to follow his orders, but Woojin didn't treat his familiars that way. Let's start in earnest from the next dungeon on. All right. Ahong. It seemed that Sungu had defeated all the monsters and was returning with the return stone. It has been said that learning was stealing. Sungu had witnessed Woojin constantly solo clear dungeons, and now he would soon be able to clear a 6-star dungeon by himself. Well, it'll still be dangerous for him. If Seoul grew a little bit more to support him, then it would be possible. The two of them learned all kinds of things under the duress of Woojin. Moreover, Woojin didn't spare any investing reinforcement stones on them, so their basic stats were superior to a roused of the same rank. He had almost half of his undead army now, but he wanted a different troop. He needed a troop made out of Allendal's roused. Sungu would be the vanguard, and Seoul would be the commander. He still had a lot of things to teach them. President. I've excavated all the bloodstones. Seoul's telepathic message rang in his head. Woojin sent back his own telepathic message. Already? Yes. It is all finished. Then come over here for now. With the help of Sungu, the speed of the group hunting was very fast now. However, Seoul had to be in charge of gathering all the loot by herself. He expected her to excavate the bloodstones to the best of her ability, as they would have to throw the rest away. However, she said she had excavated all the bloodstones, so he couldn't help but be puzzled. Hat. I got them all, Hyung Nim. Meanwhile, Sungu approached Woojin, drooling as he looked at the food that was being cooked. Somehow, this guy was getting more simple as time passed. Let's eat when Seoul get here. Yes. Hat. After a moment, Seoul closed the distance. Behind Seoul, Jackson followed with bags of bloodstones mounted on him, and a murder of 14 crows followed behind her. There are monsters still left. Sungu was about to defeat the murder of crows, but Woojin stopped him. It seems she tamed them. You are right. The crows weren't chasing after Seoul. They were just following her. As the name implied, they were blackbirds who attacked their enemies with sharp, knife-like beaks. What are those? At Woojin's query, Seoul told her story in a boastful manner. Haha. I tamed them. How? Seoul was slowly becoming stronger, but the knife-beak crows were all level 32. He couldn't believe Seoul was able to tame the 3-star monsters. The saber-toothed tiger Jackson was protecting her, so she wouldn't have been harmed. When I was excavating bloodstones from the field of corpses, these guys appeared. They couldn't approach us, since they were intimidated by Jackson. However, I decided to give them several monster corpses for them to eat. It seemed she didn't capture them through submission. She had succeeded in getting close to them. I acted a little bit. Unexpectedly, the monsters might be weak to acting. So how did you excavate the bloodstones so quickly? These guys helped me. Hey! Woojin didn't act like himself as he was lost for words. Then his eyes became round. That's possible. Yes. I'm able to communicate with them to a certain extent. It seemed she naturally awakened to the skills like commune and psychomancy. These skills were essential for tamers. Woojin stroked his chin. He thought about the characteristics of the knife-beak crows. The knife-beak crow's favorite food is the intestines of other animals. They used their sharp beaks to pierce through skin, and those beaks were perfect for finding and pulling out the intestines. Moreover, the crows had the habit of gathering shiny items. Now they became friends with a tamer, so it wasn't unreasonable for them to move under the instruction of the tamer's will. Not bad. Woojin nodded his head. He really thought this was great. Necromancer could only summon the undead, who had a deep-seated hate for the living. The undead army charged without any fear, so they were well suited for battle. However, they fell quite short when gathering items or excavating bloodstones. Woojin could order them, but he would have to control them himself. The undead couldn't do the task by themselves. It was like playing with puppets. If he had to control them, he would rather do it himself. It was easier and faster. Show me. Yes, sir. As if Seoul was concentrating, she closed her eyes for a brief moment. The crows perched in the surrounding flapped their wings to take flight. They headed towards the corpses of the monster hunted by Seungwoo. Soon, their sharp beaks were ripping into the corpses. They took out the bloodstones, and they gathered it all in one place. Woojin asked as if he was fascinated. They know which ones have the bloodstones. I can sense it a little bit. Hey! To send my telepathic messages, I tried hard to sense the energies around me. Before I knew it, I could sense it a little bit. Monsters, humans, and items all emitted a unique energy. One could call it magic, or even life energy. The dead monsters emits an evil energy, but the corpses with the bloodstones let out a mixture of magical energy and evil energy. Seoul must have understood this at an instinctual level. No, it wasn't instinct. She must have awakened to a sensing-type ability. This was another additional effect of learning telepathy. Ho-oh! Woojin stroked his chin. He knew Seoul had the potential to advance very quickly, but he never expected such rapid progress. Moreover, she had exceptional talent. Woojin looked at Seungwoo. Auto-kiting. Woojin looked towards Seoul. Auto-farming. The corner of Woojin's mouth lifted. He had brought a newly picked rouse to order around, yet her new abilities opened his eyes to a new possibility. He had stumbled upon it, but it was complete now. He achieved the perfect automatic hunting method. Asterisk. Dungeon entrance. Well done, President. Woo Sung-hun, who had been on standby, lifted a warm cup of green tea towards him. Woojin took a sip, and he asked a question. Do we still have some time left before the appointment ends? Yes, sir. You cleared it so fast that there's 1 hour 12 minutes left. That's plenty of time. You should call the management bureau and ask them to send a monster management employee. Yes, sir. I will do so. The cause must be the large crows that came out behind Seoul. Seoul wasn't the first one to become a tamer-type roused. Numerous tamer-type roused had existed before her. The monsters they trained must be registered with the management bureau. Moreover, they couldn't travel outside the authorized region. After drinking another gulp of the warm green tea, Woojin looked towards Seungwoo and Seoul. Let's go one more time. Yes, Hung Nim. Understood, President. 1 hour. Even if one spent 4 times longer within the high-rank dungeons, 4 hours to clear a 5-star dungeon was still very short. However, Woojin was confident he could do it if he was with his Autobots. Asterisk. Inside the van returning to the office. A professional road manager was driving instead of Seung-hoon, and Chief Secretary Seung-hoon sat in the front seat. Kang Woojin and Hong Seungwoo sat in the passenger seats. Seoul was following within a container truck with her tamed monsters. Ah, it's too bad. It would have been better if we could have caught several more of them. Still, we got 20 of them. With them in tow, we really don't have to worry about excavating bloodstones. There was a limit to He Seol's intimacy stat. She reached her limit after taming the saber-toothed tiger Jackson, and the 20 knife-blade crows. It was impossible for her to tame or control any more monsters. He Seol will now have to work hard. Heh. Now He Seol will start becoming much stronger. He Seol was already level 31. For over 2 years, Woojin had been stuck as a rank F in the past. When he observed his subordinate rising to rank D after clearing a dungeon 3 times, he couldn't help but let out a sigh at the speed. Still, it left much to be desired for Woojin. In the end, her magical energy, stat, taming, and abilities were corrected using reinforcement stones. It wasn't as if her battle experience and dungeon clearing experience was getting better. Truthfully, He Seol was still a noob. Oh yeah. Do you think Minchin is busy? He's probably busy. Do you know the Titan Guild's phone number? Let me find out. Seung-hoon called the office, then handed his hand phone towards Woojin. President. It's Vice President Jung. Geez. I guess he's really worried. Woojin took the hand phone. Just text me their phone number. What business do you have with them? I just have something I want to ask them. I can ask them myself. I get back to you with their reply. No. I know you are busy. Just send me their phone number. This isn't anything important. Are you really sure this isn't anything important? Geez. Woojin put some strength into his voice, and it immediately caused Minchin to tuck his tails between his legs. Understood. I'll text the number to President's phone. All right. Continue to work hard. I'll be arriving at the office soon, so let's have dinner together. You probably don't have the time to leave the office? I'll have a hajang myeon. I also want a hajang myeon. I'll have a jajampung. Woojin grinned when Seunggu and Seung-hoon butted in to make their orders. You heard them, right? I want you to order 2 hajang, and 1 jajampung. Call He Seol to find out what she wants. Yes. Understood. Minchin prayed Woojin wouldn't cause any more trouble. Minchin ended the call without knowing if Woojin received his heartfelt feelings or not. After ending the call, he handed the phone back to Seung-hoon. DDI ring. Woojin heard the sound alerting him to a text message. He took out his hand phone. Direct line to the Titan Guild's secretary office. XXXXXXXX. How do I make an international call? I'll do it for you. Durururu. With the help of Seung-hoon, the phone started to ring. During all of this, Seunggu had been tilting his head in confusion. We don't have a translator. Does Mr. Seung-hoon know how to speak English? No. I can't. Seung-hoon was so taken aback that he quickly looked towards the road manager, and the driver shook his head with an embarrassed expression on his face. Woojin smirked when he saw them being flustered. Hello. This is Allendal's Kang Woojin. Eloquent English started to flow out of Woojin's mouth. Seunggu and Seung-hoon's eyes became round. I'll immediately connect you to the guild master. The secretary must have received some training on how to respond when the Allendal guild contacted them. The call was immediately directed towards the guild master. Allendal Master Kang. What can I do for you? Do you remember the head I showed you before when I was in the US? Do you mean Al-Assad? Oh. You know his name, so you finished gathering information on him. Not really. He's a really famous assassin, so. He isn't really affiliated with an organization. He operated like a mercenary for hire. He worked a lot for the rebel forces in Afghanistan. There were some evidence suggesting he had worked in Iraq and Syria on several occasions. We are trying hard to find who was behind the. I know who was behind it. What? Is that true? Woojin smirked. Of course, he knew it. He had asked Al-Assad himself. Woojin found out who had given him the order and he was able to backtrack to find out who was behind it. Woojin just wanted a little bit help from the Titan Guild. Do you want to go catch the mastermind behind the terrorist attack? How dare he send an assassin against him? It was time for revenge. Chapter 89 Heading towards the end, 2. Chapter 89 Heading towards the end, 2. Chapter 89 Heading towards the end, 2. The core members of Allendale sat around a table within the president's room. They were arguing about whether they should pour the sweet and sour sauce over the fried pork. As the president, Kang Woojin had the final say, but this horrible situation developed because he had said, "I don't care." At Sunghun's insistence, they started doing rock paper scissors, and the dip the pork sect won. Woojin, who had watched this all unfold, yelled at them to just pour the sauce, so the sauce was poured over the dish of fried pork. This elicited a yell of victory from the pour the sauce and eat it sect. Woojin was mixing his Hajang Mian when he saw Minchin just sitting there doing nothing. He pointed towards the bowl of Hajang Mian with his chin. "What are you doing? The noodle is going to get soggy." Instead of picking up his chopsticks, Minchin let out an aggrieved sound. "President! Why do you always have to do this to me?" "Do what? Do you know what breaking news is on right now on CCB?" "What?" Woojin mixed his Hajang Mian, then he took a big bite. "They are saying the US government, Titan, and Allendale are forming a joint counter-terrorism unit." "Is that so?" Woojin picked up a piece of fried pork soaked in sweet and sour sauce. He dipped it in soy sauce and ate it. This place was quite delicious. Even the people over there have cheap lips. It hadn't been too long yet they are already talking about it on TV. "President! You can't be so laid back right now." "What? What's the problem?" "People from the media are calling to request an interview. The quantity of calls is enough to paralyze our business. Currently, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say all the employees outside the president's room was holding a phone. Just pull out the phone cords." "That? What kind of nonsense answer was that? In the end, aren't we going to turn them all down? Why do we have to answer each call? But our other work? Didn't you say the phone calls were already paralyzing our business? Why was the president being like this? Did the president attend some logic class?" Minchin wanted to argue with him, but no words came to his mind. "But do you receive the application papers through the phones?" "No, but then stop using the phones." "Ah, that's still, no matter how one looks at it. Did it make sense to not answer the phones, when the phones were the source of the problem?" Minchin calmed his agitated heart, and then he started talking in a calm manner. "Woo! President! If we do that then the public image of our guild and the trust of the other guilds we are working with." Woojin smirked. "Can our reputation get any worse?" "That's... aha! Our company's image was already bad from the start. Woojin was his own lord throughout heaven and earth. They were the Korea's best, unreasonable guild. They were a guild that would immediately close down if their skilled master, who could close consecutive 6-star dungeons, was absent. Minchin wore a blank expression, as if he had just been sucker-punched. Woojin nodded his towards Sunghun. "Go pull it all out." "Yes, sir." After becoming the chief secretary, Sunghun followed Woojin's orders as if there was a fire chasing after him. He immediately exited the president's room and started pulling out all the telephone plugs. "Now you don't have any problems. Just relax and work. You don't have to respond to everything. Sometimes ignoring people was the right answer." Woojin put another sweet and sour pork inside his mouth and he chewed. "Hey, the food from here is really tasty. What is the name of this place?" "They are called Somunga. From now on, order from here." "Yes, sir." Woo Sunghun sucked up to him, agreeing with whatever Woojin said. President's ability to handle work is on the level of Zhuge Liang. Woojin smirked as he watched Seung-hoon flatter him. Recently, everything he did was cute. He heard by chance that Seung-hoon's family wasn't well off, and that was the reason why he was trying so hard. He felt a little bit of pity for him. Dude! You should take home a larger salary starting from today. President's kindness is boundless like the sky. Broken. This was a broken business. Minchin let out a sigh inside. At the unexpected instruction, Seung-hoon let out a ridiculous praise. At least, he reacted in a normal way. Dri. Minchin's hand phone, as well as several hand phones of the employees, rang almost simultaneously. Even Seoul, who had joined recently, was getting a call on her phone. The media attempted any method that would give them a chance to make contact with those in the Allendale Guild. Turn it all off. Yes, sir. Everyone started to turn off their hand phone, and Minchin also grabbed his hand phone. Hey! Minchin realized something as he pressed the power button. He decided to give up. As he thought about it more, he realized there would be no complications. They weren't some government entity. They didn't need to explain their decisions. The government will take care of the aftermath. Well. Ddireek. When the screen on the hand phone went dark, he felt the extreme stress he had been feeling decrease rapidly. However, there was one issue they had to resolve. President. How are you going to do the interview when you are heading towards the Middle East? What about it? What about it? Minchin would be picking the employee for the support division, but Woojin's participation in picking the roused was a must. We have no idea when you will come back from the Middle East. Won't we run into a problem if a fixed schedule is set? It shouldn't take too long. If one could quell the terrorists in couple days, then the world would be rid of the terrorists by now. Let's just choose them in one sitting. What? Is that possible? Yes. Let's do it in one go. Try renting a big gym. He just had to filter out the bastards with evil souls, then pick people with high potential. Those qualities couldn't be seen through documents. He had to do the interview by using all of his sensing and observation type skills. So when should we schedule it? Woojin ate another bite of the Hajang Maiyan, then he turned to look at Seoul. He had planned on giving Seoul the command, so Seoul had to grow up to a certain point. At the very least, she had to be rank B. Let's schedule it in 3 weeks. Until that time, I want you to hire the employees for the support division, then find a location where he will hold the interview. Understood. After getting the answers to big problems that needed solving, Minchin opened his Hajang Maiyan to mix it. The noodle had gotten soggy, so it wasn't mixing well. Woojin clicked his tongue when he saw this. See? You should have mixed it before the noodles expanded. It's all right. Hajang Maiyan wasn't the important issue right now. Minchin asked as he mixed his Hajang Maiyan. How about joining up with the Titan in 3 weeks' time? What are you talking about? What? Woojin grinned. I'll be returning before that. Do you mean after 3 weeks? It won't take 3 weeks. It'll be about 1 week. Woojin hadn't meant he would be leaving after 3 weeks. He planned on returning within the 3 weeks. So when are you going to leave? Call the Titan Guild for me. Tell them to pick me up when they leave for the Middle East. If someone saw him, one would think Woojin was calling for a taxi. However, Minchin soon conceded the point. Woojin was worth such troubles. No, they should be the ones escorting Woojin. Understood. Then I'll be going home now. I'll take you there. Woo Seung-hoon, who was Woojin's personal assistant, immediately stepped forward. He had to protect Woojin from the reporters. I want you to make an appointment tomorrow at a suitable 6-star dungeon. Before the plane comes, I want to teach you as much as I can. It would take him long to return from the Middle East, but he had to lay down the groundwork for Seunggu and Seoul so they could clear the dungeons together. Yes, sir. Woojin ate all of his hajang myeon and left work thinking about his plans tomorrow. Minchin started composing an email he was going to send to the Titan Guild. Asterisk. Titan Guild Headquarters. Master Deacon couldn't help but labor over this incredible offer. He was going to ferret out and exterminate the terrorists. The previous missile terrorist attack was a horrible nightmare from the perspective of Americans. It was a disaster committed by a fellow human being. Some might find his stance amusing, but he hated terrorists more than the unpredictable dungeon breaks. Woojin knew who was behind Al-Assad. Moreover, he had taken the initiative to ask Deacon. He was going to extract his revenge, so should Deacon go along with him? He held an incredible amount of hatred towards terrorist organizations, but there were several issues that made him hesitate. Several American businesses are involved in this. This was one of the evidence found during the investigation. In the case of the artificial dungeon and rash mode, they had learned much from the gang members they had caught. They were receiving support from an unknown company. The identity of the company was only known by the boss, but unfortunately, he was killed in the rash mode incident. Moreover, several scientists that were found on location were confirmed to have ties with several companies. Still, they were only at the early stages of evaluating the evidence. The investigation was still well underway. They were stealthily and quietly. Then Woojin's offer came in. If they moved too rashly, the enemy could cut off their own tail and deny everything. Then they wouldn't be able to hold the culprits accountable. Was it the right move to just go ahead and move against them? There was another worry. Will the government move? Of course, the companies would have ties to some in the government. Maybe this would be all for naught if the government didn't want to retaliate against these terrorists. This still meant Korea's Allendale Guild would be heading towards the Middle East regardless of what they did. A terrorist attack had occurred on US soil, but a Korean guild would be heading towards the Middle East to exact revenge instead of the US government and a US guild. This isn't good. If the Titans didn't participate in this, they won't suffer monetarily from it, but they would lose something important. No, the damage from losing this would be incalculable. It was the Titans' reputation, and what they stood for. They were portrayed as the best guild in the US, and part of their image was the fact that they protected the US. This image would take a hit. It might not seem like a big deal right now. However, if the Holy Maiden's prophecy was true, it would be fatal for them when the great catastrophe hits Earth. The Titans must have symbolic value. When the catastrophe comes, people must not lose their moral compasses. The Titan Guild had to be their hope and shield. This is why they had to accept this offer. They had to risk the government disagreeing with them. Moreover, they had to make the decision soon. Deacon pressed the intercom button and paged his secretary. Contact the CCB. Yes, Master. He'll start the fire and see what happens. If they don't act now, then they won't be able to guide world as the lighthouse that will light the way in the catastrophe. They will have sufficient justification to do this. Americans wanted this. The government won't be able to block this. He didn't know who worked behind the scenes, but their hearts will soon be filled with worry. Asterisk. Warang's guild master. These days Lee Sung-ho was in a foul mood. He was always in a bad mood before, but it had gotten much worse these days. When he turned on the TV, listened to the radio, and surfed the internet, it was only full of stories about Allendale. Kang Woojin, Kang Woojin, Kang Woojin. Everything was about him. Even the gossip section was overflowing with his story. Hello. This is MB's reporter Jung Soo-yoon and we are at the Chinese restaurant. They are the only ones that has been able to speak over the phone with the Allendale Guild. We are going to interview the owner of the restaurant. Ah, geez. BB you are driving away the customers beep B go away BB, TLN, beep equals swear words being censored. Yes. As expected of the restaurant that has the last working phone connection to Allendale, they are quite violent and aggressive. They The owner of the Chinese restaurant was angry as he got into it with the crowd of reporters gathered around his restaurant. Lee Song-ho turned off the TV with the remote. They are making a fuss out of nothing. Who? Hwarang Guild's master Lee Song-ho let out a sigh. Recently, he felt as if he was suffering from neurosis. The world had gone crazy, and everyone only talked about Kang Woojin. The best in the industry. Bullshit. It had been a long time since the terrorist organization in the Middle East responsible for the assassination had contacted him. In the first place, they had used an untraceable number and they initiated the contact. Unless they called him, Lee Song-ho had no way of contacting them. Director Kim ignored his call, and even Congressman Che avoided meeting him. After losing the only rank A-roused Lee Yun-hui, Hwarang Guild's power was in a free fall, and Allendale Guild's influence was shooting up into the sky. They were up so high that he didn't even dare to plot against them from behind the scenes. He felt as if everything was closing in on him. It was at that moment when a white cloud of smoke suddenly formed in front of Lee Song-ho to create an apparition. Who is it? What are you? He was a rank B-roused. Lee Song-ho was surprised, but he calmly glared at his opponent. One could see glimpses into the smoke, but he couldn't tell if the apparition was male or female. The unknown entity laughed. Do you want revenge? He had never heard of these words that rang inside his head, yet he could understand its meaning. It was an unfamiliar language, yet the meaning was being conveyed. Who are you? Don't you want revenge against the bastard who killed Lee Yun-hui? The bastard who killed Lee Yun-hui? What did this person know? Kang Woojin. Kook. I'll give you the power that will allow you to get your revenge. Go to the dungeon where your Dongseng died. What? Why should he follow orders from some unknown person? No, what is the identity of this thing? Lee Song-ho let out a yell, and his eyes suddenly opened. What the hell? Did I faint? Did he momentarily lose consciousness because of his stress? The vision was so vivid that it hadn't felt like a dream. Lee Song-ho tilted his head in confusion. At that moment, his eyes opened wide when he saw the sword placed at the spot where the apparition had appeared. It was the sword his Dongseng Lee Yun-hui had used. He quickly approached it to check the grip. It had Yun-hui's initial engraved on it, so he was sure this was her sword. How? His Dongseng had perished inside a dungeon, so how could this sword still exist? At the time, Kang Woojin had come out by himself and he didn't bring out any of his Dongseng's possessions. This didn't make any sense. After the dungeon is cleared, the dungeon is reset on the next visit. This didn't line up with any modern theory about the dungeons. He suddenly recalled the words spoken by the apparition. Revenge, power. A greasy light shone in Lee Song-ho's eyes. Chapter 90 heading towards the end, 3. Chapter 90 heading towards the end, 3. Chapter 90, heading towards the end, 3. The holy maiden stood in front of her goddess statue. Oh, my goddess! Do I really have to go? She kept telling herself that she was going to go. However, she kept pushing it off until several days had passed. Moreover, it seemed her destiny was fated to flow towards him. The immortal had asked for the Titan Guild's cooperation, and they were about to head towards the Middle East to quell a terrorist organization. It was as if he was waving at her to come towards him. She felt an uncomfortable feeling in her heart. It wasn't as if she could refuse to go. Even now, she felt her goddess statue observing her, and there was an uncomfortable feeling inside of her heart. Her goddess had been the one to guide her to earth in the first place. If she wanted Melody to go to the immortal, she must have a valid reason. Maybe he really might be the person to save Alphen. I'll go. When she made her decision, she thought she saw the goddess statue smile, or was she mistaken? After the holy maiden made up her mind, she immediately passed on the goddess oracle to the Titans Guild master. This caused Deacon to immediately come meet her. You can't. Titan Guild had poured so much resource into the Holy Maiden, yet she was going to leave now? How was this acceptable? That is what the divine message said. Moreover, I do not want to walk down this path, but I have no choice. You are putting me in a tough spot. Deacon really was in a hopeless situation. He hadn't dispatched high-rank roused to her as holy knights in good faith. He wasn't helping her so she could free Alphen. He had done all this so the Titan Guild could profit from the situation. The miraculous blessings she casted was caught on camera, and the Titan Guild had become the center of attention of the world. She had also treated many people, so the Titan Guild was thankful to the Church of Arya. Moreover, her prophetic ability was of big help. They had gained 3 times more high-rank dungeons than before, and this caused an influx of roused joining the Titan Guild. Of course, the roused would flock towards a guild, who was excellent at obtaining dungeons. Many high-rank roused defected to become holy knights, but the Titan Guild's overall strength had risen compared to before. If he had to quantitatively measure it, their expansion caused them to become several times more larger than before. Still, how could he be satisfied with just that? Their profit wasn't supposed to end there. In the future, she would be the important key in the widespread dungeon breaks, and the conquest of Alphen. It was akin to people looking for God in a hopeless situation. When the calamity of overflowing monsters had happened, it was natural for people to look for a deity and an organization that will protect them. If he had the Holy Maiden in his grasp, it would put the guild in a better position to respond to future situations. Unfortunately, he couldn't block her path. I'm very thankful for all the careful considerations shown to me by the Titan Guild up until now. I will depart after I leave everything I received behind. Deacon's expression slightly darkened at the Holy Maiden's words. He couldn't allow it. I have no choice, but to send you off, since you received an oracle. However, the Holy Knights will continue to follow you, the Holy Maiden. Moreover, our guild will actively support the Holy Maiden and the Arya Church. Is that true? She, who never showed her emotions, expressed her thanks. Deacon nodded his head as he spoke. Both the Arya Church and the Holy Maiden may return here at any time. The main church of the Arya was on planet Alphen. The church on Arya on Earth was only a temporary church. Holy Maiden Melody knew what Deacon wanted. Mrs. Hamilton has received the favor of the goddess and she will be able to share the goddess blessings. She will be named the bishop of this church. Thank you for your consideration, Holy Maiden. Deacon laughed. At the very least, this was the next best outcome. He tried his best to convince the Holy Maiden to stay at the Titan Guild, but that wasn't possible. Thus, he was satisfied with this arrangement. The Arya Church will still be with the Titan Guild. Moreover, the Holy Knights supporting the Holy Maiden were all from the Titan Guild. He was satisfied with the connection the guild had with the Holy Maiden. So Holy Maiden is going to the Middle East? Or do you want to head towards Korea? The Holy Maiden Melody thought about it for a moment, but she made her decision soon. The goddess had told her to go to him. I have to go to the Middle East. Please get ready. Deacon immediately put the guild's private plane on standby. Woojin hadn't asked for much from the Titans. He asked for a ride to the Middle East and wanted them to stabilize the region after he destroyed the place. The ride would be provided by the Titan, and the latter mission would be handled by the US Army. Deacon didn't even need to go himself. The car with the Melody and the Holy Knights headed towards the airport. Asterisk. Inside the dungeon. Kaiba. Stop. As master commands. Kaiba's valiant voice rang out in a firm manner. One couldn't tell if it had been a fight or a spar, but both Sungu and Seoul was lying on the floor in exhaustion. Ooh! President! Help me! Sungu had a hole in his stomach while Seoul's shoulder had been crushed. One of her legs were snapped in an awkward angle, leaving her unable to walk. They were both barely conscious, and they laid on the ground immobilized by the pain. Chet! Woojin injected the souls he gathered into them, so he could heal the two. Kahug. The twisted bone reset itself, which caused an enormous amount of pain. However, their bodies were being quickly healed. After a moment, their complexion returned to a somewhat normal state. They still had blank faces as if they couldn't climb out of the mental shock. However, Sungu recovered faster since he had experienced this numerous of times. Woo! Mr. Kaiba is really strong. Of course. He is an orc lord. He used to be a chieftain in charge of a whole tribe. Even amongst the chieftains, Kaiba was a great chieftain able to represent all the other chiefs. The Grey Wing tribe's Kaiba was so well known that even Tronet's underlings recognized him. Rank A and Rank C. They now barely entered the 6th circle and 4th circle according to Alphen's ranking system. They were still very far off until they will be able to handle someone like Kaiba. Seoul. Get a hold of yourself. What? Yes. Yes, sir. She felt fear. She had thought that she was going to die. Seoul's numbed senses tightened when Woojin yelled. The image of Woojin's expression as he looked down at them was imprinted in her mind. You guys will be able to clear the 5-star dungeons. If you work hard, it might be possible for you to clear a 6-star dungeon. Heh. We owe all of this to Hyung Nim's guidance. Seoul was genuinely impressed by Sungu's flattery. How could someone recover so fast? Sungu, who had experienced numerous situations like this, looked incredible to Seoul. Then let's go again. Yes, sir. Sungu's eyes were glinting again with defiance, but Seoul's face was struck with fear. Chet. She's too far off yet. Of course, anyone would be afraid if they were pushed to the brink of death. However, if one repeatedly experienced it, one could overcome it. If one didn't want to die, then one had to become stronger like Sungu. Seoul had to follow the same path. Sungu and Seoul's abilities significantly decreased the time needed to clear a dungeon. Woojin used the remaining time to summon Death Knights like Kaiba and train both of them. There was a time difference when one was in the dungeon, so they were able to achieve 4 times the progress. Each Death Knight used different weapons and all had their own style of fighting. As the two of them faced a variety of situations, they were able to learn the feel for live battles. Rokto. Woojin summoned and introduced his Death Knights in order. The two of them hovered over the boundary of death until it was time for Woojin to leave for the Middle East. Asterisk. A black sedan stopped near Dajihu's Jukjun station. Warang's guildmaster Li Songho had frantically driven his car here, and he let out a string of swear words. Shit! What am I doing here? He wasn't sure if he had been bewitched by a ghost. Even as he got off the car, he couldn't understand his own behavior. In the end, he had come here. Did he really believe in the illusion-like vision he saw? He didn't want to believe it, but how can he when Yunhui's sword was right in front of him? So who's behind this? After one clears a dungeon, it reinitializes on one's re-entry. The basic monsters were newly summoned once again. Everything before the reinitialization disappeared from the dungeon. Someone was going against this law. Maybe it was a god. Maybe it was a being that could change the dungeon's structure or approach a dungeon when it started to form. Ha! It didn't matter if he believed it or not. He was tempted by the offer, and Li Songho had come down to Dagu. He got off the car, then looked for the entrance of the Jukjun station where Yunhui had died. Shit! If he thought about it, everything started to go wrong starting from here. If he didn't send Yunhui to Dagu to inquire about Kang Woojin. In front of the entrance to the subway station, there was a small statue of Kang Woojin. Admiration for the hero who stopped the calamity. Dagu's local government wasn't responsible for this. The people from the neighborhood footed the cost of erecting this small statue. When Li Songho saw it, he felt swear words rise up his throat. Woojin was a hero to the locals, but he was Li Songho's nemesis. Woojin had ruined his business, killed his Dongseng, and was the main cause for why his guild was in a free fall. Li Songho stood in front of the dungeon entrance. The employee from the management bureau stared at him oddly. There were users inside the dungeon, so the barrier was up. Hey! It's dangerous over here. If you don't have an appointment, then please back off. Even the employees from the management bureau couldn't recognize him. He was the guild master of the 3 great guilds of Korea. Annoyance washed over him. Anger suddenly blossomed in his chest. The employee guarding the dungeon entrance, and the security personnel standing to the side started to float up into the air at the same time. Supernatural powers were moving them and they had no control over their body. Their startled eyes headed towards Lee Song-ho, who they guessed was the culprit. You don't know who I am. It felt as if they had been submerged within water without any protective gears, feeling the pressure increase. The pain was making their heads hurt. Their self-preservation instinct twitched as they finally figured out the identity of man in front of them. Warang Guild Master. Lee Song-ho released the psychokinesis imprisoning the 3. After falling to the floor, the public employee took in a deep breath. Finally, after regaining his senses, he asked a question. What business brought you here? Yes. Why did he come here? Was it for power? Was it because he didn't have strength to extract his revenge? How funny. He might have come here after an unknown illusion had tricked him. Moreover, he wanted to believe in the word of the illusion. The whole situation made him want to laugh. Nothing much. Lee Song-ho turned his back towards them. Even though he was in a bad spot, how could he act like a madman? Wasn't he acting like a cultist, who lost his sense of judgment? It happened when Lee Song-ho was about to walk away. Kook. I like you. The illusion appeared once again in front of him, and it caused his eyes to shake. If you follow me, I'll give you power. The illusion turned into white smoke once again. It brushed by Lee Song-ho's ear as it headed towards the dungeon. The illusion disappeared as if it had been absorbed by the dungeon. Lee Song-ho rubbed his eyes. What the hell? Was he really bewitched by a ghost? Lee Song-ho was shaking his head when something amazing happened to the dungeon. Pop-pot! A pillar of light rose out of the dungeon, and it shot up into the sky. It's a dungeon reset. Hey! It's for real! This was a dungeon located at an intersection. The various people walking by and the roused nearby was approaching to look at the spectacle. This incident was too timely to call it a coincidence, so Lee Song-ho's eyes fluttered. Hello? This is Jukjeon Station. Time was of the utmost importance when a dungeon reset happened. From this point on, there was 30 days left to clear it. The public employee had been frantically talking into the phone when the receiver exploded. He couldn't complete his duty. What the hell are you doing? The public employee didn't even need to look around his surrounding. The public employee and the guards rose into the sky, and then their heads were rammed into the wall. Pa! A long trail of blood flowed down the wall, accompanying a sound like that of watermelons breaking. Then, the 3 bodies fell to the floor. Power! As if he was being pulled by a magnet, Lee Song-ho headed towards the reset dungeon. He didn't care what the dungeon energy and what rank this dungeon was. He didn't even think about whether he could realistically clear the dungeon as a rank B. Revenge. Something in there was willing to give him power. He didn't care if he became some cultist. He wanted power. A human from Earth had let go his sense of judgment and passed through the dungeon entrance. Chapter 91 Heading towards the end, 4. Chapter 91 Heading towards the end, 4. Chapter 91, Heading towards the end, 4. What did I just do? Lee Song-ho became surprised after he entered the dungeon. He belatedly realized what he had done. He felt a rush of regret, but it was too late to turn back now. After the barrier formed, he wouldn't be able to just walk back out. The only way was to clear the dungeon and find the return stone. No. If you accept my offer, you can get out of here easily. Who are you? Kook. The laughter rang inside his head, giving Li Songho the shivers. If you want power, then come to me. Jing. In front of Li Songho's eyes, a red portal was formed. It formed even though I hadn't killed all the basic monsters. The portal that gave access to the true high-rank dungeon appeared only when all the monsters inside the subway station was killed. However, as soon as he entered the dungeon, the portal had formed. To be precise, the mysterious voice had created it. Unless Li Songho was an idiot, it was hard not to notice what had happened. This being is capable of controlling the dungeon. He had no idea who this was. He wasn't sure if this being was a god, a devil, or an alien from outer space. However, he knew this being could control the dungeon, and he had no idea why he was called here. The only thing he was sure about was the fact that he had no choice but to pass through the portal. He erased any thoughts about clearing the dungeon. There was a being enticing him with the promise of power. All he had to look forward to was making a deal. Wing. As he passed through the portal, he heard a buzz, after which he felt his body becoming weightless. It felt as if he was being transported to a different dimension. He was a rank B roused, so he had experienced clearing high-rank dungeons several times. He wasn't wholly unfamiliar with this sensation. However, the scene that unfolded in front of his eyes was unfamiliar and strange. Wheeing. He saw a large castle of ice being buffeted by cold winds. The land was too desolate to call it a field, it was filled with white snow. The road headed towards a hill where a large ice castle existed on top of it. Li Songho automatically shrunk backwards as he saw the domineering view. The cold wasn't the only reason why his body was shaking. When he was about to swallow his saliva, some unknown thing had exited the castle and started running towards Li Songho. Kung, kung, kung. The large beast's footfall made the ground shake, and Li Songho's heart raced faster. Li Songho's speciality was psychokinesis. He was too weak to be called a physical type roused. Ooh, okay. He knew that an existence he couldn't handle was approaching him, so Li Songho automatically let out a moan. Kurururung. The large being had a curved back and was covered in thick white fur. It was an ice troll, and it stopped right in front of Li Songho, standing at 3 times the size of a person. Kung kung. Kung. Its nose flared to take in his scent. There was a horrible stench coming from its mouth, but Li Songho didn't move a finger. The corrupt being probably didn't call him here so he could be eaten by an ice troll. Kururung. When it turned around, Li Songho saw what was being dragged by the ice troll. It looked like a mix between a carriage and a sled. It turned its back to Li Songho after showing him the ride. After receiving the clear message, Li Songho took a deep breath and got on the sled. Kururung. Steam started to come out of its nose as it ran towards the castle with the sled in tow. The castle was so large that it gave the illusion they were already close to it. However, it took a while for them to arrive, even though the sled was moving at an incredible speed. When he stood in front of the castle's door, it looked to be about 10 meters tall. He could guess the size of the owner that used this door regularly. When the castle door opened, he followed the ice troll without a moment of rest. When he looked around his surrounding, he could see a good number of ice trolls, and he saw a couple large monster that looked like a woolly mammoth. After Li Songho walked for a fathomless amount of time, he arrived at the heart of the castle. It looked to be the residence of the king. The place was sparkling since it had been carved out of ice. It was an excessively fancy castle. In the center of the large hall, there was a stairway leading up high. At the zenith, the being who had called him was sitting on a throne. You really came? The being was made entirely out of ice. He looked like an ice golem, but his size and shape was similar to that of a human. But even if he was of similar height, his presence made it clear that he wasn't a human. Li Songho got on his knee out of his own volition and lowered his head. When the being saw this, he stood up from his ice throne. You are quite quick on the uptake. As if he liked what he saw, the being descended the steps one at a time, then stood in front of Li Songho. Raise your head. Yes. Li Songho couldn't control his body from shaking as he raised his head. He felt it all over his body. The ice sculpture-like being in front of him could kill Li Songho with the tip of his finger. Kang Woojin, who had beaten him to a pulp in front of the camera, couldn't even be compared to this being. I welcome you to my dimensional domain. Cuckoo. You don't have to tremble. I wanted to give you an offer, so I sent a messenger to you. A white spectre appeared and disappeared next to the being made out of ice. I'll give you the power you want. Give him power. He liked those words. It was the word he had wished for, but he knew there were no free meals in this world. His desire for power was used as bait to bring him here. What do you want? Cuckoo. The being laughed. This is why I like humans. Humans were a species that understood if one coveted something above their station, then there was a cost involved. This was why they were a very good prey and a good source of energy. I want to occupy Earth, but Earth can't accept me yet. It is too early. Li Songho listened in silence. He had no idea what this being was talking about. Still, it felt as if he had become privy to an incredible secret no one knew about on Earth. I won't lose good hunting grounds to those beneath me. The being turned his back towards Li Songho, then he turned to look at the throne he had been sitting in. There were 25 stairs. He held the glorious title of being Tronet's 25th Great Lord. EO. I'm not like that stupid rash mode. I avoid using an unstable link. Tronet's 72 commanders. They were the 72 great lords who held their own thrones. Each throne were numbered by steps from 1 to 72, and above them was the absolute monarch. Everyone needed a hunting ground. Earth was being synchronized, so the energy level would increase. The increased amount of energy will allow a link to form for the first step. As the power on Earth increases, the higher steps could prey on Earth. EO didn't like this at all. He won't be able to link with Earth as fast as the great lords of the lower steps. Still, he didn't want to be late in linking with Earth, so he needed to bring changes to Earth. You just have to cause trouble to your heart's content. EO turned back once again, raising his hand towards the kneeling Li Songho's head. As if he was learning an ability using a skill book, new knowledge was absorbed into Li Songho's head. This is Dungeon Break. EO needed exactly 30 days before he could use the return stone, but he could hasten it by using the human from Earth. Li Songho would be his vector. He will open a path where the monsters will be able to pass through to Earth. I'll have to give you some power. It seems you have a massive grudge against that troublesome immortal. EO broke off a fragment of ice from his shoulder and gave it to Li Songho. Li Songho received it with reverence, and the fragment that looked like an ice flower was absorbed into his body in an instant. How can this be? He felt it. The overflowing energy was rising inside him like a dragon. He developed new abilities and his knowledge expanded. God. These beings are gods. If Asgard was real, then would it be like this? Should he call this the world of the gods? The gods were trying to descend to Earth. The stupid people of Earth was unnecessarily resisting against the gods. These beings will eventually descend. Li Songho could feel it. No matter how they struggled, humans wouldn't be able to stop them. He'll become the god's envoy. He'll get his revenge, and he'll bring destruction. EO smiled. He probably wasn't the only great lord who had sent out a messenger. The synchronization of Earth will be accelerated, and he'll materialize on Earth before those below him gained more power. He would defend his throne, and he will also challenge the higher thrones. Do as you please, my servant. A blue light rolled across Li Songho's eyes. He had already ridden the Titan Guild's private plane, so he greeted the familiar pilot and flight crews. However, Woojin frowned when he saw a familiar woman inside. Why are you here? Before the holy maiden could reply, a black smoke formed next to Woojin. Kaiba materialized. Evil bitch! Kaiba let out a yell, and his voice rang inside the plane. Kaiba was about to charge immediately with his axe to cleave her into two, but Woojin restrained him. Don't come out before I call for you. Gururururung. Kaiba's rough breath pressed against the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden's face became haggard, but she didn't back down. Woojin's consciousness was connected to the summon room, and he sighed when he felt his Death Knight's protest. Go back in. Immortal's command demanded absolute obedience. Kaiba didn't hide his killing intent as he glared at Melody. He changed back into black smoke, and he was absorbed into Woojin. Some unknown and frightening being had appeared, so the flight attendants shook as they pressed their bodies against the wall of the plane. The Holy Knights, who had accompanied the Holy Maiden, was frozen in nervousness. The killing intent and pressure shown in an instant had made the Holy Knights, who were rank A and rank B, froze in place. You are also going to the Middle East? Yes. My familiars don't like you. Why are you following after me? The goddess gave an oracle. She said for me to assist the immortal. Oh. Why did that big sis say such a thing? Woojin frowned. What kind of holy maiden assists a fucking necromancer? I'm sorry. Melody lowered her head. This being had faced gods. Melody had no choice but to be careful in front of the immortal. She was just a servant who could hear the goddess' voice. You. It's okay. Why should you be sorry? The holy maiden had to do whatever the goddess said. Goddess Arya was the foul one. The holy maiden Melody wasn't at fault. Just don't get close to me. Yes. Moreover, don't use any holy magic around me. Yes. As if it wasn't enough, Woojin once again gave another warning. I'm serious. Don't use it. If your holy powers mistakenly hit these guys, they will perish. Yes. I'll be careful. The Death Knights were still yelling their grievance inside the summon room, so Woojin frowned. Woojin didn't mind the fact that she was here. Bibi and Dulcie was also fine, since one was a devil and the other was a golem. However, his undead familiars hated the Holy Maiden. You. Whatever. Woojin sat in his seat, then he put on his seatbelt. The Holy Maiden sat far away from him, and she put on her seatbelt. Then she prayed to her goddess. Oh goddess! Please look over me if you feel sorry for me. She liked the fact that Alphen would be rescued. Everything was great. However, she had to follow Woojin when she wasn't entirely welcomed. It made her future seem dark, and her heart was already fluttering from nervousness. When she shrank away from Woojin, the Holy Knights also started to eye Woojin warily. I should have uploaded some drama. Woojin felt regret, but it was too late. The plane left the tarmac and headed towards the Middle East. Chapter 92, Wrath of the Desert. Chapter 92 Wrath of the Desert. Chapter 92, Wrath of the Desert. Bagram Airfield, Afghanistan. Commanding General David Gates got off the phone with the Minister of National Defense and gathered his officers. There was only one topic to discuss within this meeting. Currently, a Korean citizen roused is on the Titan Guild's private plane, and he has information on the missile terrorist attack carried out on the US soil. It must be that Korean who stopped the terrorist attack. That's right. He wants to track down and take revenge on the people responsible for the attack, and he is requesting help from our military. The Chief of Staff immediately asked his question after hearing General David's words. I know he is aroused, but warfare is dangerous. If we don't work well together, the joint operation with the civilians will put us in more danger. He was basically saying a stupid ally was more dangerous than the enemies. It would be more dangerous if this roused put too much trust in his puny abilities. There was no guarantee that a roused wouldn't die from a bullet. The battlefield was a place where a bullet could kill you from far away. This was sent by the Titan Guild. At the commander's word, the aide played the video. Oh, shit! Asterisk. After Woojin and the people from the Titan Guild got off the private plane, they were immediately directed towards the commander's room. General David gave a brief greeting, and at Woojin's request, they immediately started planning for the operation. How did you get this information? This was the information they were most curious about. US intelligence agencies were still trying very hard to find information on the people behind the missile terrorist attack, yet how did Woojin know all about this? Ah well. Woojin called forth Al-Assad, who had become a Death Knight. His loyalty and trust was still weak, so he still needed to use a considerable amount of control. However, he had been able to lower it to 80. Woojin asked Al-Assad a question. Hey! Tell them all about it. I received a request from a broker that I frequently had business with. It was to assassinate a Korean roused. Woojin's familiar was an assassin who had tried to kill him. Everyone inside the planning room looked at him strangely, but Woojin paid no attention to it. Who was it? It was an Iranian businessman. I don't know his name, but if I see his picture. At Al-Assad's request, the general brought up a list. It had photos of businessmen who hailed from Iran. Al-Assad pointed to one of them. This person is Nasser Sachi. This man sells weapons to both the government and the rebels. He is on our watch list. He serves as a go-between for various ventures that has the potential to be profitable. Woojin looked at the picture. It was a picture of a Middle Eastern businessman named Nasser Sachi. If he shook this guy down, then he would be able to find out who ordered his assassination. Where can I find him? Whoa! Don't be in such a rush. Woojin acted as if he was about to head out to immediately look for this man, but David dissuaded him. Our target is identified now. We'll tell you after we establish the personnel for this operation. Now that the information was out in the open, they wanted Woojin to wait a little bit. This person was on the US Army's watch list, but on the surface, he was a legit businessman. Still, this person of interest instigated a terror attack on the US soil. They had enough probable cause to be able to capture him using the might of the army. Still, if they wanted to catch him before he realized something was wrong, they needed a proper plan. I have a way to monitor the bastard without him noticing anything. You just have to guide me to a location where I can see him with my eyes. They didn't have to set up a meeting to draw this man out. Woojin just had to walk by this man within his field vision, and he'll be able to attach Gabi to him. After several days, Woojin would find out the pattern of his movements. He would be able to find the location where he conducted his business, and correspondingly, where he stored the information regarding all his past deals. Won't we be able to learn more information doing it my way? What do you think? Woojin's suggestion was intriguing. If they arrested Nasser at the word of this strange skeleton knight, the US might receive international criticism should there be no evidence connecting the man to the terrorist attack. Woojin would be able to provide them with more detailed information. Woojin had no other ulterior motives. If he couldn't learn the information about who had ordered his assassination from Nasser, then he would run into a wall in his pursuit. This was why he was paying closer attention to this operation. I don't know who ordered it, but that person should watch out. For a brief moment, David thought about Woojin's suggestion. Then, he answered. All right. Let's implement the plan together. The mission was named Putting a Bell Around a Cat's Neck. Woojin was inserted into a portion of the mission called Lick the Shadow. Asterisk. Peshawar, Pakistan. Bohoong. A disguised Woojin was riding in the back seat of a taxi, and he was sitting next to an American intelligence office named Rachel Park. Her Korean name was Lieutenant Park Eun-ji. They looked like a typical Asian couple on a vacation as they headed towards a hotel. Why are you so nervous? Hoo. This is the first time I've been on such a mission. Rachel held a post that placed her far away from the battlefield. However, she had been inserted into this operation since she was a Korean American. Her appearance didn't clash with Woojin, so they could act naturally as a couple. It was a good disguise to travel around in. In the case of an unexpected situation, a support team was following behind the taxi in disguise. Just think of it as a vacation. Look how great! I guess it isn't that great over here. Woojin had pointed out the window, and he could see ruined buildings. There were soldiers securing the surrounding with children nearby. Woojin's words trailed off when he saw the people in the streets. There was a suicide bombing here not too long ago. She was an intelligence officer, so she was very well versed in the terrorist activities in Afghanistan and Pakistan. Does this happen a lot over here? It happens quite frequently. Even a single terrorist attack in our country would cause an uproar, but it is just part of the daily life here. He couldn't help but smirk at the view of the streets. He felt the energy of the battlefield. It felt strange. He might be able to delude himself into thinking he was back on Alphen. Of course, he is composed. Rachel swallowed her saliva as she saw Woojin, who was smiling. She had gone over every intel they had on Kang Woojin. Woojin's rank was too high to call him a run-of-the-mill roused, and his decisive actions were quite unusual as well. Her mission was to guide Woojin towards the restaurant in a hotel where Nasser Sachi was scheduled to visit. She also had another important mission of keeping Woojin, who was known to be hot-headed and impulsive, in check. "We'll be arriving soon. Please refrain from doing anything eye-catching or provoking. Don't worry about it." After Woojin and Rachel entered the hotel, they checked into their appointed room. Rachel opened her suitcase and started setting up the communication equipments. Then, she put a small earpiece into her ear. She contacted the operations vehicle with the support team in it. After she finished checking her communications, she carefully waited for her target to show up. After a moment, "Chi-jeek. The target is approaching the restaurant. He's here. Let's go." Woojin and Rachel headed down to the restaurant. After leisurely ordering their meal, Rachel whispered towards Woojin. "He is sitting in the third table near the back window. He is wearing a sky blue shirt." Woojin peeked a glance, and he saw a face that matched the photo. "Stick to him, Gabi." "Yes." Gabi, who was attached to his shadow, moved to Nasser Sachi's shadow. After a moment, the food they ordered arrived. Woojin used his fork to bring the food up to his mouth and started chewing. It was a chicken and shrimp dish. The spices were a little bit on the strong side, but the taste was to his liking. "This is quite good?" Rachel asked in a bit of an impatient manner as she looked at Woojin. "While we have the time, please activate the surveillance mechanism." "I already did." "When?" She hadn't noticed anything at all. "Let's head out after eating this." "Understood." Rachel hadn't noticed anything, even though she was right in front of him. She decided Nasser, who was leisurely having a meal, wouldn't have noticed anything. They didn't look at the target again. Woojin enjoyed the meal as if he was really on vacation. It allowed Rachel to shed the nervousness she felt from her first field mission. When she realized his constant leisurely manner wasn't a false front, Rachel felt a strange emotion inside. "Bring the equipments. I'll wait below." "Why don't we go up together?" "It isn't necessary for both of us to go up. There are some things only two people can do together." Woojin smirked at Rachel's provocation. "Even if you'll have to lay down your life." She decided Woojin was turning down her offer, so Rachel shrugged her shoulders. This was the most cutthroat rejection she had ever received. "Too bad. Go do what you have to do and come back." "Yes. Please wait here for a moment." While Rachel went up to the room, Woojin walked into the lobby. The hotel was well maintained, and the street in front of the hotel was clean. The people weren't in extreme fear about the war or the terrorist attacks. It much better over here compared to Alphen. That place was hell, where he had to worry daily about staying alive. Woojin stood there doing nothing when dirty orphans gathered around him. They started babbling words at him, but Woojin didn't feel the need to drink the language drug to understand what they were yelling. He could tell by their body language that they were fiercely begging for money. Kids always gets the shortest end of the stick no matter the location. It was very hard for children to survive after losing their guardians. Woojin took out his wallet, and he gave each of them money as he looked into their clear eyes. The children spoke in words he couldn't understand. They gave their thanks as they moved away from him. Woojin spotted a little girl in the alleyway, and she came running up to him. Ho! There wasn't a single speck of dirt on her soul. She had a clear soul. Maybe, it was because she was a child. Her soul was more clear and innocent than Dujuan. Even in a war-torn battlefield, clear souls were still blooming. Woojin was suddenly in better spirits, so he smiled. The little girl was short as her height only reached his waist. The smile she gave Woojin was very pretty. Hello. The child bowed her head, and she respectfully put both her hands out. Woojin laughed as he opened his wallet. Then an out-of-place noise tickled his ears. Tick. As Woojin was about to frown, the bomb hidden within the child's clothes exploded. Chapter 93 Wrath of the Desert, 2. Chapter 93 Wrath of the Desert, 2. Chapter 93, Wrath of the Desert, 2. Quang. The first thing he saw was the scraps of meat scattering from the explosion. Then, his spirit armor activated and the barrier of souls formed to block the shock wave. It didn't block repulsive force, therefore Woojin's body was flung backwards, after which it was embedded into the hotel's wall. The explosive must have been quite powerful, since 3 cars that had been passing by Woojin was engulfed in the explosion. The overturned vehicles brought on a secondary explosion. Poo shi. The dust from the crushed bricks settled on top of Woojin's face. He hadn't suffered any damages from the explosion. He hadn't received any damage from being thrown against the wall either. The spirit armor had blocked everything. Since the dust from the bricks weren't counted as attack, the spirit armor hadn't activated. His body was fine, but he did receive some shock to his psyche. Woojin dumbly laid on the ground. Geez. It had only been couple months since he had returned to Earth. However, everything had turned out like this. He welcomed it, but at the same time, he felt bitter about it. The clear soul floated up in front of Woojin's eyes. Her heart had been beating only a moment ago. Now, not even a corpse remained of the girl with the ridiculously clear soul. It hurts, Ajushi. It must be painful. I'm scared, Ajushi. Color started dying into the girl's clear soul by small increments. It was as if a black ink was dropped on her soul. It turned grey, then black. It started to turn into a darker shade of black. Save me, Ajushi. He was tormented by his inability to do anything. Who would want such a speckless and clear soul to fall into being an evil spirit? Woojin wasn't the only one who had been swept up in the explosion. There were already several casualties. The girl unknowingly had murdered people. Ajushi. The girl's soul was stained black and collapsed into itself. The soul had changed into a round evil spirit that started to circle around Woojin. Please save me. The evil spirit hung around him, but Woojin could only leave it alone. How could he save this delicate evil spirit? Woojin had no choice but to leave it alone. The only thing he could do was to destroy it. He couldn't revert it back to its original form. It's my first evil spirit on Earth. The evil spirits who appeared in his dreams had increased by 1, so he didn't attach too much importance to that fact. Woojin was angry, because for the first time he returned to Earth, he had felt a terrible experience that was comparable to what he had gone through on the hell-like Alphen. He's over here. Hurry up. Bring aboard, so we can carry him. The disguised US soldiers ran quickly towards Woojin to save him, but Woojin stood up as he dusted himself off. Hey, are you okay? The perpetrator. He killed himself. What a tenacious bastard. No, he should be called a crazy bastard instead of tenacious. Let's go to the vehicle. What? Yes. The explosion happened right in front of him, yet he was okay. The US soldiers were a bit intimidated by this rank AA roused who continued to show a calm exterior. Woojin got on the van that acted as the command vehicle. Soon, Rachel got in the car with a surprised expression on her face. Rachel looked over Woojin as she asked a question. Are you okay? Were they aiming for me? Woojin didn't seem to be in a good mood, so Rachel immediately answered his question. No. There were 7 simultaneous explosions in the surrounding. So 7 children died. Aside from the children who had been used to carry the explosives, there were a lot of casualties. Woojin didn't care about people killing other people. There will always be conflicts, and fights always resulted in casualties. Still, they were using children who had nothing to do with anything. He was in a foul mood. What was so different about humans and Tronet's pawns? Let's return. Are you okay? I'm not okay. Are you hurt somewhere? No. He wasn't hurt. He was calm, yet she felt a disharmonious feeling from him. He looked too unscathed, as if nothing had happened. Was he hurt in a location where it wasn't visible? Don't talk to me. I'm in a foul mood. Woojin crossed his arms, then he looked out the window. It had been a while. No, this was the first time he had felt such a feeling after returning to Earth. Some sticky and muddy feeling was fouling his mood, and he felt a pure rage rising up from inside of him. Asterisk. After a day, they were back in the Bagram Air Base. All the officers were gathered in the room. It'll be impossible. Really? Then I'll go by myself. The military officers were at a loss for words at Woojin's ambition. Woojin wanted to end the war by himself? This was a war even they could not end. This wasn't a problem that could be solved with firepower or manpower. It's useless to fight them head-on. The leadership group would just go into hiding. Who? Woojin frowned. The more he thought about it, the more frustration he felt towards the terrorists. The line between civilians and the rebels were ambiguous. A man, who looked like a civilian, could suddenly start shooting. If one wanted to squeeze the pus out of an abscess, one basically had to amputate the whole arm. If one wanted to round up all the bastards that were in hiding, one would also have to kill all the blameless civilians. Try coming up with an idea. What is there to think about? It is an impossible task. It was Rogers, who spoke. If they had a way to end the war, they would have already done so. Currently, all they could do was to stop the influence of the terrorists from expanding. No, their continuous pullout from the region meant already 30% of Afghan's territory was occupied once again by the rebels. The government is talking about dispatching additional forces. Why don't we wait for that? I empathize with your anger, but this isn't something you can handle on your own. General David's words didn't register in Woojin's ears. I don't care if you guys accompany me or not. I'm going by myself. What are you going to do when you get to the territory held by the insurgent group? Are you going to kill them all? Do you want the title of being the most evil terrorist? Sub. Was his name Rogers? Why is this bastard keep trying to get on his nerve? If you aren't going to help, then stay out of this. I don't need any help. Woojin exited the command room. He would wait 4 days until Gabi gathered enough information. Once he found out who was behind his assassination attempt, he would kill that bastard. Then he would sweep the insurgency group that was carrying out the terrorist attacks. He didn't have a plan, but the end result wouldn't change. As Woojin exited the room, the mood inside the command room became heated. Are you just going to leave him alone like that? A roused will be massacring the civilians. What defined a terrorist? One became a terrorist when one killed the powerless without justification. In a flash, Woojin would become the most famous terrorist. Go after him. Try stopping him. At the general's words, Rogers let out a sigh, then he exited the command room. They had even asked for help from the Holy Maiden. However, she said the air base will be smashed into pieces if they got in Woojin's way. It put the command group in a foul mood. Hey! Woojin stopped and turned around when he heard someone call after him. Did they say this man was the leader of a special roused team within this base? Do you have a death wish? Why are you keep trying to get on my nerves? I'll help you. What? I'm not talking about facing them head on. If you want to assassinate the high-ranking members of the terrorist group, I can help you get close to them. Woojin smiled. Finally, he heard some welcoming news. Speak. I'll set it up, so they will kidnap you. Oh ho! What a refreshing idea! Woojin's eyebrows arched. Asterisk. After 1 week. Dul Kudung, Dul Kudung. Woojin's 2 hands were bound, and he was being transported somewhere with a stinky mask over his face. Hook hook hook. Woojin wasn't the only one being treated like a luggage. There were 4 more people with him. My God! Please save us! The one mumbling was named Roman. He used to illegally smuggle weapons. He failed to toe the line between the government and the insurgent group, so he had been singled out. Woojin hung around Roman's vicinity, so he was kidnapped alongside Roman. Gabi. He called Gabi, who was attached to Woojin's shadow. As his senses revved up, Gabi's consciousness woke up. Woojin used his points to increase Gabi to level 50. Gabi's level would continually rise on its own in battle, so he had planned on saving the points. However, he had no choice but to use his points since he needed Gabi's abilities right now. Through one's shadow, a parasite ghost of the host will be summoned. It will read the emotions and gather information about the host. If the host is a corpse, then the ghost would be able to control it. If the corpse is revived with resurrection, then the ghost can bring out a little bit more of the corpse's original ability. The required control decreased depending on the summoner's loyalty and trust. The summoned being that was controlled by the summoner may be reformed into a true companion. Number of Shadow, 6. Possessed skills, Shadow Multiplication, Expanded Senses, Soul Exchange, Shadow Movement. Corpse Amplification, plus 50%. Needed Control 1, minus 99 Loyalty, minus 99 Trust. Every 10 levels increased the Shadow Multiplication. Currently, Gabi could attach a total of 6 shadows to people. He attached 1 to Nasser Sachi, so he had 5 shadows at his disposal. The expanded senses wasn't something used on humans. It allowed Gabi to gather information as he hid within the shadow of a building. As the name indicated, Soul Exchange allowed Woojin to switch soul with Gabi. Shadow Movement allowed Woojin to become a shadow, and he could move between the shadows of humans and objects. Don't cause any accidents. Just stay put. Cuckoo. All right, Master. Gabi was feeling good at the thought of possessing his master's body, and his voice disturbed Woojin. Woojin became a shadow, and he opened his eyes. He could see 5 people tossed in the back of an old truck like luggage. There were 4 insurgents. 1 drove, and another sat besides him. 2 were in the back to keep an eye on the cargo. There were 3 vehicles following the truck. Let's skip these small fries. He didn't get captured so he could vent his anger on these guys. Woojin planned on pulling out the root of the insurgent group. Only then would his mounting anger be dissolved by a little bit. The rebels' truck stopped and Woojin's shadow headed inside the building. He'd rather find the middle management than the low-ranking officers. Moreover, he would prefer to find the leaders than the members of the middle management. He multiplied his shadow to attach it to people that looked important. It took less than 20 hours before Woojin approached the leadership group of the rebels. It's these bastards. If he killed all the important figures in the insurgent group's command structure, the rebels would fall into pieces. Then he'll just leave the rest to the US Army. Woojin hid within the shadow of the rebel leader and mined information in earnest. Woojin remembered the face of the people as if he was taking a picture with his mind. He made a hit list in a calm and orderly manner. Master. May I do as I please? Hey. Why? Gabi's consciousness had been silent up until now. Woojin replied with an ill temper. He didn't like the fact that someone else was in charge of his body right now. In the past, Gabi occasionally used his body to carry out massacres. They are executing people with a firing squad. Master's head is close to getting a hole in his head. He had heard that the insurgent group didn't kill their hostages immediately after capture, but it seemed that wasn't always the case. Let's switch. Kukuk. All right, Master. Gabi could continue to gather information. Gabi couldn't use shadow movement unlike when Woojin was in control. Still, the shadow was attached to the rebel leader. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about losing that bastard. Pot. Since Gabi's shadow and his real body was separated by long distance, the soul exchange disoriented Woojin for a moment. A sack was no longer covering his face so he could see his surrounding. Huuuong. The insurgents were lined up in the desert where heat was being emitted. Woojin and the other hostages were tied up and on their knees. I punish you in the name of our God. Revere our God. One of the insurgents held a camcorder and he was recording the execution. Woojin finished assessing his situation. There are 25 rebels and 18 captives. Moreover, he could see their base from across the desert. This was where they kept their captives, and it doubled as a training facility. It was a place where the newly recruited insurgents could practice killing people. He looked over the hostages, and Roman was missing. The people who were captured with Roman were considered useless, so they were being killed outright. Woojin stood up in place. God my ass! Cable ties were fastened on both his wrists and ankles. Woojin wouldn't be able to walk or take out his weapon. There was a reason why the insurgents looked at Woojin in a leisurely manner. How many have you killed? A veteran rebel, who had been making a speech in front of the camera, responded to him. Hung. You are quite fluent in our language. Of course. These Arabs had so many dialects to their language, so he had to drink numerous language drugs. Several thousand has received the punishment of our God. I've killed several hundred with these hands. He was boasting about killing people in front of the immortal. How funny. No, it was cute. Ah, I can feel them. He felt them. He felt the restless souls buried beneath the desert. There were those captured as hostages, and the negotiation for their ransom had broken down. There were those killed as examples or for fun. Woojin could feel their vengeful spirits. Only a god can give a divine punishment. I am the messenger of God. The word of the insurgent wearing the keffiyeh was funny to Woojin. Messenger of God. You should feel honor from being killed by me. The veteran rebel pulled the trigger without hesitating in the slightest. Ting. The bullet bounced off the spirit armor in front of Woojin. The number of souls possessed by him decreased by 1. What the hell? Taang, tong. The veteran shot continuously, but the barrier was in the way. He took a step back when his attack was ineffective. He's aroused. Shoot him. Ta-da-da-da-da-dang. Several dozen bullets was shot towards Woojin, but none of them could injure him. You bastards don't even deserve a punishment from God. This wasn't a punishment. This was revenge. The aggrieved vindictive spirits would be taking their revenge into their own hands. The cable tie broke easily when Woojin tensed his body with strength. Woojin immediately released his magic. Pot. It was as if the sands of the desert were being bombarded. Skeleton soldiers slowly started to rise up. The captured US hostages, businessmen, tourists, civilian walking in the street, the hostages killed and thrown away in the desert. All of them rose up. There were over 500 of them and increasing. Woojin replenished his magic as he raised more and more skeleton soldiers. At the same time, he summoned his Death Knights. They were still very low level. The average level was 8. Each level allowed 10 soldiers to be under the command of the Death Knight, so one could command 80 soldiers. Thus, he needed 4,240 skeleton soldiers, but Woojin wasn't too worried about it. The enemy's corpses would reinforce his personnel. All the skeletons were auto-assigned under the 53 Death Knights. When the tied hostages suddenly saw a massive number of skeletons show up, they started crawling away like worms on the floor. The rebels didn't even think about firing back with their guns. They quickly ran away towards their base. Woojin looked at them with indifferent eyes. Sweep them all away. As master wishes. Kaiba and the other Death Knights simultaneously summoned and got on their phantom steeds. Then, skeleton soldiers followed after them as they charged. It was like soldiers charging behind their generals. The festival of blood had begun in the desert. Chapter 94 Wrath of the Desert, 3. Chapter 94 Wrath of the Desert, 3. Chapter 94, Wrath of the Desert, 3. The monsters are coming. Get ready to fire. The terrorists were optimized for travel since they had to be ready to run away from the bombardments. The vehicles were equipped with various weapons, including machine guns. Burururung. Black smog was emitted as the ignitions were started. As the vehicles took a sharp turn, they pointed their vehicles towards the desert outside the base. Shoot them! Do. Kihuk! Several hundred bullets flew through the air, striking the skeleton soldiers. When one hit the skeleton skulls by luck, the skeleton soldier was destroyed. However, this only occurred to a small fraction of the skeleton soldiers. Moreover, the Death Knights riding on top of the phantom steeds didn't receive any damage. Bring the rocket launcher. A henchman quickly brought a RPG-7, aiming it at a phantom steed before firing. Pishoong. The warhead cut through the air towards a short Death Knight with an imposing presence. His phantom steed started running more fiercely. Ramzan Nim is taking the field. He was a great warrior of the dwarf race. Ramzan swung his large hammer. Quang! The hammer collided with the warhead and completely absorbed the entire explosion. Ramzan possessed an innate skill called shock absorption. The skill allowed him to absorb any physical impact. It didn't matter if it was an explosion or a magical attack. The hammer stored it all. Moreover, the shock that was stored inside the hammer could be expelled, and the force was amplified by several magnitude. Even as bullets were raining down on him, the phantom steed was getting closer to the wall being used as a barricade. Ramzan swung his hammer. Quah! The wall exploded and the debris acted as a deadly weapon. It swept towards the insurgents. The phantom steeds breached the location where the wall had exploded. Shoot them! Do. The machine guns fired towards the Death Knights. However, all of the bullets bounced off of them, even at such a close distance. Kaiba's phantom steed reared back, crushing the vehicle with the machine gun. Quadzijik. He looked at the gunmen who died before they could let out a scream. Kaiba let out a yell. Show them the immortal's majesty. The skeleton soldiers crossed the broken wall, after which they started slaughtering the insurgents. When they jumped into the fight, it took only a brief moment before the lives within the base were extinguished. The hostages looked at Woojin with fear in their eyes. Woojin took out a short sword from his inventory and he severed the cable tie of the nearest hostage. Then, he gave the short sword to him. Release the rest of them. The man asked a question when English came out of Woojin's mouth. Are you a US soldier? Did you come here to save us? No. Woojin left the man and walked towards the base. The man prayed to his god as he looked at Woojin's back. His god had listened to his prayers. His god had taken pity on this man who had been shaking in fear. A savior was sent to him. After the man cut all the cable ties on the hostages, they headed towards the base where Woojin had walked towards to. No one needed to speak. No matter what anyone said, the safest place right now was next to Woojin. Where are the rest of the hostages? Woojin looked around at the corpses that were strewn about the devastated base. Then he revived all of them as skeleton soldiers. Pot. In a flash, the spiritless skeletons rose up and were automatically put under the command of the Death Knights. Once the skeletons were put on the Death Knight's command, they would stand ready in the summoning room unless they were destroyed. They were summoned at the call of Death Knights. Where are the rest of the hostages? It happened before Woojin could go look for the captured hostages. Shit! Don't move! Maybe, they couldn't bring themselves to come out after hearing the commotion outside, but 2 sentries that had been guarding the hostages stepped forward. They dragged forward a hostage with a gun to his head. The man had lost the control of his bladder, so he walked forward awkwardly. It was none other than the weapons dealer, Roman. If you attack, I'll kill this hostage. Their eyes were filled with fear. Gurururung. The Death Knight growled like a wild beast. When their eyes met the red glow, the ogre's fear swept over them and their bodies froze. Woojin stretched out his hand and started using the electric shock. Podseedsijik. The Death Knight Rokto walked towards the fallen 2 guards and stabbed his spear into their hearts. Okay. After Roman was released from the fear, he let out a cheer. Then he put out his hand after approaching Woojin. Hoo! Thank you for saving me. Are you a US soldier? If you tell me your name, I'll be sure to pay you back. I don't need it. Is it because you are a soldier? I'll send it to you in secret. The amount won't disappoint you. Woojin summoned a bone spear and he aimed it at Roman's heart. Blah blah blah. Why don't you just shut up now? He knew those who worked in the battlefield were rough, but how could he treat an US citizen like this? Roman frowned. I won't forget what happened here. He didn't know if he should repay him or hold a grudge, but Roman decided that this man who had rescued him was a roused soldier. Woojin smirked when he heard Roman's words. He had 53 loyal Death Knights waiting for his command, and over 600 skeleton soldiers were under their command. Yes. A person of his disposition would deal in weapons. Woojin lowered the bone spear that had been pointed at his chest. Roman thought his words had gotten through to Woojin, so his face relaxed by a little bit. Unlike him, Woojin's grin grew more wide. Hey! I'm so sorry about this. What should I do? Haha. You don't have to apologize to me. As a US citizen. Do I look like an American? Woojin spoke as if he was very proud of the fact that he wasn't an American, and Roman's words were cut short. No, that wasn't the only thing that was cut short. Putta, to do. The bone spear was swung at an incredible speed, and it severed Roman's head from his body. No, it was more accurate to say his neck bones were broken and his head was ripped off. Does he think I'm some kind of babysitter? The undead instinctively became excited, and the living people fell into a state of shock. Heek! The other hostages, who were herded out with Roman, witnessed the brutal sight. They had assumed they had been saved from being shot, but now their faces were filled with fear. No one dared to open their mouth. Everyone gather here. At Woojin's words, everyone gathered in one place. It didn't matter if they couldn't understand Woojin's words. They looked at their neighbors and followed their actions. Reporters stepped forward. No one stepped forward at Woojin's words. If you don't step forward on the count of 5, I'll beat all of you. 1, 2. There was one finger left when 3 men stood up at the same time. All right. You guys follow me. The rest of you should send a request for help. No one complained when they heard Woojin's irresponsible words. They had seen Roman die in front of their eyes. He told the hostages to use the communication equipment in the base to call for a rescue. Woojin waved the 3 reporters forward. Are you guys war correspondents? Yes. I'm Tom, and this is Mark. We are Americans, A&D. I'm Joni. I'm British. Woojin gave an order to the 3 of them. I want you guys to record everything I do as you follow me. What are we going to film? Rescue unknown people from pain. Freeing and rescuing. These weren't actions befitting the immortal. No, he wasn't confident he'll be able to pull it off. Instead, he'll act as the god of destruction's champion. As he embraced the pain, he'll bring destruction and an end to his enemies. He was confident he could do that. The killing and the destruction. Did this person lose his mind? He seemed to be a psychopath amongst psychopaths. He disguised himself as a hostage to be captured like some Egyptian pharaoh in the myths. He used the undead to kill all the insurgents, and he also killed a hostage he rescued to prove a point. Now he wanted them to film him kill people? He was a pervert. They were sure of it. I'm going to put an end to the terrorist groups. The context of the killing changed the opinions of others. There was a fine line between being a murderer and a war hero. They revised their opinions. He wasn't a pervert. A messiah had appeared. Asterisk. Bagram Air Force Base's command room. Look over here. Something is a bit off. Rachel tilted her head in puzzlement when she saw the satellite photo sent from her homeland. It was a picture of a large dust cloud. It was as if a large convoy of vehicles were moving. What is this? Did the insurgent have this much fleet of vehicles? They are heading towards the stronghold of the rebels. Is there an internal conflict? I have no idea. There were enough people moving for it to be visible on a satellite photo. David was tapping his forehead when his communications officer reported the missive he was waiting for. We received a message from the A-team. They safely arrived at the destination. They have collected the 37 hostages. Unfortunately, Roman was found dead. How fortunate. The casualties for the A-team. They are all unharmed. General David thought he had heard wrong, but his thoughts turned to praising the A-team. They had taken no casualty, even though they had traveled deep within the territory of the rebels. They didn't have a single engagement. At that moment, Rachel quickly put up the data she was receiving up on her tablet. She then showed it to the general. These are the photos and videos that is rapidly spreading across the internet. David scrolled down the tablet to look at various pictures. It was pictures of the bases of the insurgent being burned to ground. There were people being freed, and there were even some rebels surrendering. There was a single video mixed in with the photos, so he clicked on it. Keek. Agrok to Masher. Undecipherable words spoken in the Alphen language was heard, and David saw a battle between the living and the dead. A blue ghastly phantom steed was breaking apart a tank too easily. Apparitions wearing armors rode the phantom steeds, and several hundred skeleton soldiers were following them. Is this some kind of a movie trailer? Please look at the footage towards the end. When he skipped to the latter part of the footage, he saw Woojin being guarded by a variety of death knights. No, he wasn't being guarded. He was leading the horde from the front. Kang Woojin. He wasn't shown in the camera, but David could hear the war correspondent talking busily. A messiah has appeared. The Korean-roused Kang Woojin has declared war against the terrorists, and his rage is sweeping across the desert. It seems his army won't stop until he eradicates this terrorist group. Behind the reporter's voice and face, one could see several thousand skeleton soldiers. The sight was enough to make one lose one's nerves. Should I really believe this is actually happening? Where did this footage originate from? He is a war correspondent from the SNS named Tom. It is being uploaded on the YouTube channel of a British war correspondent also from the SNS. The pieces fell into place. The massive amount of people moving towards the stronghold of the insurgents were captured on the satellite photo. The explosions and the massive amount of troops moving were causing dust clouds to form. The rebels decided to gather their main force in one place. Moreover, Woojin was leading his undead troops to the location. These two large groups were on a collision course. It says he is a necromancer. Is it possible for him to work on such a large scale? The roused were supernatural beings, yet how was such a thing possible? A necromancer that could control several thousand undeads? Isn't this something only seen in legends? He has become famous in such a short amount of time, so not a lot is known about his roused abilities. So, are you saying this is actually possible? How could he become so strong in such a short amount of time? It was as if he was a demigod that had dropped out of the sky. It was pointless to argue about whether this was possible or not. It was already happening in front of their eyes. I've heard Holy Maiden Melody is well acquainted with Kang Woojin. Bring her here. No, I'll go see her. Where is she? Normally, she stays in the infirmary. David decided to go visit her himself. An angry Roused disguised himself as a hostage to infiltrate the rebel stronghold, and he was creating an uproar. He caused serious change in only one day, and the rebel forces were gathering for the final battle. A mere private citizen was about to finish a job that the US government couldn't accomplish for the past couple years. David found the Holy Maiden inside the empty infirmary. Her abilities put the current medical knowledge on its head, and she was able to reduce the patients inside the Bagram Air Force Base to 0. She was praying in front of a small statue of the goddess she had carved out of wood. "Oh goddess! Please stop his wrath." He had to stop at an appropriate point. His overflowing rage will turn the world against him. It would lead both him and the world to their downfall. Chapter 95 Wrath of the Desert, 4. Chapter 95 Wrath of the Desert, 4. Chapter 95, Wrath of the Desert, 4. On one hand, she felt resentment towards him. Why didn't you rage like this before? The immortal she remembered was the monarch of Alendal. He took the land abandoned by the dead and he had declared the region his. He declared it to be Alendal. He never coveted the other lands, and he never invaded other territories. However, if his territory was breached, he would use all the power under his disposal to fight against the invaders. The only thing under his protection was Alendal. When kingdoms were being torn apart, they had made an alliance to barely preserve their lives, yet the immortal only protected Alendal. If only the immortal had tried to protect Alphen instead of Alendal. If that had happened, would Alphen be safe now? Oh goddess! Please block his anger. Azel couldn't become enemies with his fellow people of Earth. If he became disillusioned, he might seclude himself once again to become a spectator. In a flash, Earth would be put in the same spot as Alphen. The people of Earth was busy trying to save their own planet, so would they even think about saving Alphen? Please let his anger lead to the downfall of Tronet. She understood everything now. Woojin wasn't a savior. No, he couldn't become one. He was the god of destruction, Thrash's champion. It was better to ally with the detestable embrace rather than ask help from the immortal. She just have to hope his anger would be turned toward Tronet. She wanted him to kill and destroy their enemies. She wanted him to become the supreme being. Please let there be order after the destruction. Praise and yearning wasn't the only way to worship one's god. One could also fear God. May the immortal be reborn as the true god of destruction. Melody wished with a sincere heart. She didn't know if her earnest request was being heard. She couldn't tell if her goddess statue was smiling or crying. Asterisk. The command room of the rebels. Shit. The rebels' leader Karim grinned his teeth. What the hell are those crazy skeletons? All their main rebel bases had fallen. The troops occupying the city was also gone. It was a place where civilians were mixed in with the rebels, so it was impossible for the US Army to bombard the city. Even the US infantry wouldn't dare to come in so deep into the city. The civilians were basically the insurgents' main shield. However, a crazy skeleton army had suddenly shown up out of nowhere, and they had swept across the city. Guns were useless against them. The ugly skeletons looked as if they had just popped out of the dungeons. Moreover, they showed the ability to be able to only pick out the insurgents. Still, it wasn't as if the skeletons left all of the civilians alone. It didn't matter if one was a civilian or a soldier. The skeletons killed anyone who resisted. What was more infuriating, however, was the crazy horde that was heading towards him. When he felt threatened, he always moved to a different hiding spot. However, these bastards always corrected their course to head towards his location. My location is being leaked. He had no idea what method they were using, but those bastards kept heading towards him. Some crazy war correspondent was following the skeleton army, so he was sure of this fact. Their target was himself. If he couldn't run away, then he had no choice but to fight. It would be better to fight them as early as possible. He had to gather all his forces before they were defeated one by one. Moreover, those bastards used the dead corpses to revive the skeletons. The number of skeletons didn't decrease with time. Instead, they were growing more numerous. We've finished assembling here. Let's head out. He had always given order from the darkness, but now he would come face to face with his rebel army. He had no idea how they were tracking his location, but he would eventually die if he did nothing. He couldn't just stay within his hidden bunker. It wasn't as if their secret stash of weapons were small. He'll show them. Agent of God Karim stepped out of the bunker and his shadow smiled without him noticing. Asterisk. The reporters took their place on top of a distant mountain. In the beginning, it was only Tom and the other 3 war correspondents. Now there were 30 total reporters following Woojin. Their equipments were quickly sent here, and it was even possible to do a live broadcast over the internet. There were a total of 5 vehicles here to broadcast this event. They were quite far away, since they might be swept up by the enemy's assault weapons. However, the view was unobstructed here so they could capture everything on the battlefield using the high-performance cameras. The final battle is ahead of us. The war correspondent Tom was broadcasting to a record-breaking number of viewers. In only a day, his voice resonated across the people of the world. This is a severe warning to the terrorists. That is his only purpose. The telescopic lens of the camera caught the sight of a bold Woojin leading an undead army. He was on a phantom steed, and he was surrounded by death knights. He rode his horse slowly. He looked like a general looking ahead to the battle. He looked like a knight, who was about to take the field. Necromancer Kang Woojin. This is the message he is sending to the world. The camera turned towards where the rebels were gathered. There were tanks lined up, and there were even vehicles renovated to carry missiles. One could see some magic being used, so it seemed that there were mixed in with the rebels. They weren't wearing matching uniforms, and they didn't possess any shiny equipments. Still, there were over 10,000 insurgents, and their firepower was nothing to scoff at. He raised an army to end the terrorists. The camera reflected Tom's face. The US and the UN Security Council are discussing sending troops and aid to the region, but nothing concrete has been decided. However, at this time, Kang Woojin is getting ready for the final battle. After speaking those words of deep import, Tom's face became serious. I'm sure there are those who will be wary and guard against a necromancer who controls this incredible army. Tom's face was beyond serious. He had on a resolutely determined expression. I've been a war correspondent for the past 15 years. This is the first time I've seen hope in midst of all the despair here. The camera panned towards the undead army. There were already over 10,000 skeleton soldiers in the surrounding. There were even several hundred skeleton magicians in black robes present. The camera took a close-up shot, and it took in the sight of Kang Woojin. I truly wish he would transcend from being the king of the dead to a deity. Both sides were getting busy, and it seemed the battle was about to start. If he is able to win this war, I'm going to make him a deity. After letting out his fiery words, Tom let his tears flow. Asterisk. Woojin was atop Xing and he let the horse run on a leisurely pace. Death Knights were surrounding him. Kaiba's ride was about half a size larger than the other phantom steeds. It wasn't a horse, but a wolf. I never thought I would be able to ride with the king once again. Even amongst the warlike orcs, Kaiba was a great warrior, who had stepped onto numerous battlefields. He was very excited for the battle that was forthcoming. They would stand in the front line with the immortal. Ah! You can look forward to it. Woojin let out a small smile. After obtaining the warrior class, Woojin no longer had to support his summoned beings from the back. His main power would still be made out of the undead army, but Kang Woojin wasn't weak at all now. Wahaha! Our monarch has become a true king. Ramzan welcomed Woojin's dual class the most, and the other Death Knights were also very excited. They had been sweeping across the rebels' bases, so their average levels were around 20. Each of the Death Knights could command about 200 skeleton soldiers. He had assigned close to 10,000 skeleton soldiers to them. Woojin only needed one control for each Death Knights, so he needed only that one control to maintain the summons assigned under the Death Knights. Woojin used some of his control on Gabi, Dalsi, Xing, and Bibi. The rest were used to maintain summons over the skeleton magicians. There were a total of 1,200 of them. If he had his thrashes set items, then he would have been able to summon several times more skeleton magicians. Still, his fighting power wasn't too bad right now. It's too bad Janus isn't here. If Lich Janus was here, it would have been much easier to fight a large-scale battle. It left much to be desired, but he wasn't impatient. If he returned to Korea, he could quickly become level 80, while rolling with Sungu and Hesal. I guess they are coming out now. Woojin felt Gabi's energy becoming thicker, so he knew the rebel leader had come out of the underground bunker. Let's start heading towards them. Woojin took out his warrior's weapon and changed it into the shape of a hammer. Xing started blowing from the mouth as he ran forward. His underlings, the skeleton soldiers, slowly gained ground. I can't contain my excitement since I'm riding next to the king. It's a festival. It's a festival of blood. Woojin grinned at the Death Knights. They were getting pumped up as they talked amongst themselves. Over 10,000 underlings made up his undead army. It almost made him think he was back on Alphen. His familiars had missed the man from Earth, and at the same time, they couldn't forget about the Alphen's immortal. There weren't any indecisiveness, only ambivalence in their hearts. To Woojin this was like his distant memories, and it was karma. He had lived a hellish life, and it wasn't something he could rewind. The hell hadn't ended yet. Moreover, he was going to open the road to hell with his own hands, and he didn't know where the road will end. Sweep them all away. Xing ran at a full gallop. Follow the king. Kaiba's phantom wolf followed behind Woojin. Rokto and Ramzan also followed behind them. The Death Knights increased their speed as they jockeyed for position to be in the front. 2. The useless barrage of bullets rained down on them, and the slightly more dangerous missiles were also pouring down on them. Quang. Each of the Death Knights possessed useful innate skills, so they wouldn't die just from a small missile. However, each explosion managed to kill several skeleton knights. Reek. The tanks that was lined up in front of them adjusted their cannons to slightly alter their aim. Soon after, their cannons started to fire. Quang. The phantom steeds moved in a mysterious and marvelous way, and their movements defied the laws of physics. They started dodging the bombardment. Once they got close to the tanks wouldn't be much of a problem. The 5 helicopters in the air was more of a worry. 2. Pew. Pshhhhhhhh. The helicopters that were equipped with a lot of missiles fired at the rear of the charging skeleton soldiers. Woojin, who was on Xing, activated Soul Gallop. Do. Ghosts started to form in the air, and Xing stepped on them to rise into the air. When they almost got close to a helicopter, Woojin summoned his bone spear and threw it. Quajik. The front mirror broke, and the bone spear pierced the pilot's heart. When the helicopter lost control of itself, it started to spin in place. Woojin summoned Dalsi, who headed towards the helicopter to absorb it. Gung. The steel was crumpled by a strong pressure, and the people inside were expelled as if a bloody pus was being squeezed empty. The propeller was still spinning fiercely, tilting towards another helicopter. Quang! It collided with the other helicopter, and the body of the helicopter crumpled in the same fashion. Then, it was absorbed by Dulcie, who started to form his body. Guah! Dulcie let out a roar, causing magical energy to drain out of Woojin's body at once. An attractive force was centered around Dulcie, pulling in the rest of the helicopters to make them part of the golem. Guah! Steel golem Dulcie was equipped with the propellers of the helicopters. He looked like a swordsman with several dozen swords equipped on his body. Kuong! After landing on ground, Dulcie started crazily running forward. The missiles hanging around his waist were all fired towards the enemies. Qua qua quang! The unexpected heavy weapons attack drove the enemy line into confusion. It was folly to think of the phantom steeds as mere cavalry mounts, because they resembled a horse. They ran faster than a sports car, and they could trample a tank. While the troops clashed violently in the front, the skeleton magicians got closer and started pouring out their magic. Warurug! Several hundred fireball attacks made the rebels' assembly place into a sea of flame. The Death Knights swept through the chaotic battlefield, creating hell on earth. Asterisk. The rebel who had been shooting his rifle started to shake. This must be a nightmare. How can there be such a cute nightmare like Mia Hong? Heek. The rebel became frightened when the cat suddenly started talking. When he met eyes with the cat, he fainted. Have a cute nightmare, Hong. The fear he felt right now would repeat inside his dream. Would it take about 100 years? The moment he realizes what had happened, he would be dead. Niang. Bibi moved to find her next food. Asterisk. This makes no sense. The head of the rebel, Karim, felt his body stop shaking. The reality was too wretched for him to feel fear from what was happening in front of his eyes. They had destroyed around 2,000 skeletons. However, they hadn't been able to destroy any of the bastards riding the horses. The same number of skeletons destroyed were born once again from the corpses of his allies. There was no point in killing the skeletons. Even the mere act of rebels dying caused damage. The battlefield was steadily becoming organized. There was only faint sounds of guns firing, and the scream of the people were gruesome. Accompanying the bizarre undead's laughter, the skeletons made sure everyone was dead. Kang Woojin slowly approached Karim. It's that man. He was the owner of the undead army. He was the unprecedented and powerful necromancer. He had ran away numerous times to hide himself, but this man kept tracking him down. God will be furious. Karim's shout was close to desperate shout. Why would God get mad when I'm sweeping away the trash? God will punish you all. Kwajik. The hammer in Woojin's hand crushed Karim's head. The rebel leader wasn't worth capturing as hostage. This man changed his belief to fit his taste. Woojin didn't feel the need to have a long conversation with him. He killed bastards who deserved death. It was as simple as that. The blood on the hammer dripped to the floor. Come out! Sururug! Gabi came out of the dead Karim's shadow and was reabsorbed into Woojin. He listened to Gabi's report. Then, the experience Gabi gathered as he followed Karim was absorbed into Woojin. There were terrorists in other places other than Afghanistan. The world has a lot of trash. The world was like a garbage dump. Woojin let out a bitter laugh, and he tidied up the battlefield. Chapter 96, Dismay. Chapter 96 Dismay. Chapter 96, Dismay. 22222. Above the burning battlefield, 2 U.S. Army helicopters were in the air. The government made a big deal about deciding whether to attack the rebels' stronghold or not, but the U.S. had been carrying out a small-scale guerrilla attack on the insurgents for a while now. Moreover, the A-team had rescued countless hostages and destroyed numerous key infrastructures. They had completed numerous missions. The men wore sunglasses and all of them had an inner-ear mic. The noisy rotor of the helicopter didn't interfere with their conversation. Wow! What the hell are we seeing right now? It's surprising. Leader. I guess we have nothing to do. A team leader Braun surveyed the battlefield where the winner had already been decided. He shook his head from side to side. The infrastructure was destroyed, there were fallen buildings and craters had formed on the road from the bombardments. It was proof of how fierce the battle had been. The creepy part was that there wasn't a single corpse of the enemy or allies on the field. All of the enemy's corpses were used as medium to summon the skeleton soldiers. Moreover, Kang Woojin was very careful about who he considered to be an ally, so he had been alone. To think it's possible for a single person to settle all of this by force. It's surprising. Doesn't it kind of make you depressed thinking about how long we had trained? I should have just raised my roused rank. This US Special Forces unit was composed of rank D and above roused. Their battle capability, as well as their ability to carry out a mission, was on par with a rank A roused. However, when he saw with his own eyes the unbelievable result accomplished by the rank AA Kang Woojin, his own efforts seemed very trivial in comparison. Isn't he really a one-man army? Korea could give their entire defense budget to Kang Woojin for his pay. Ha ha ha. They could seriously do that. It kind of makes me feel the futility of it all. What the hell were we doing in the battlefield up until now? It isn't as if we suck. That guy is just extraordinary. It's hard to even call him a person now. One after another, Kang Woojin sent the Death Knights along with the skeleton soldiers under their command into the summoning room. Well, since the long battle is over, let's go in to close this. Let's head down. At the leader's word, the helicopters started to slowly descend. When the helicopters landed, Woojin sent back in all the skeleton soldiers under his command. Unfortunately, he had to cancel his summoning on the skeleton magicians. If no one controlled the skeletons, they would revert back into being monsters. Everyone witnessed the grand sight of over 1,000 skeleton magicians falling to the ground. You guys did well. I've recovered a lot of my power ahong. In a little while, I'll be able to be summoned with my real body ahong. That's great. You suffered a lot. While she was maintaining her cat form, she was capable of using her nightmare and hallucination without any problem. However, there was a gap in power. If Bibi was summoned in her real form, her power was quite fierce. She would be able to use mass hallucination. Bibi had leveled up, and she had slowly built up her power until she was close to being able to materialize her true form. However, it also helped that the ambient mana level of Earth had increased. Then I'll see you at the next battlefield ahong. Bibi let out a yawn. She turned into black smoke which scattered into the air. Woojin turned to look at Dulcie. You should also go in. Goo 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 gook. With the sound of steel snapping, Dulcie shook his messed up body. The steel armors surrounding him started to fall off one by one. Soon a scrap heap was formed. Dulcie's heart popped out of the pile and disappeared. The helicopters had landed earlier, but the media vehicles were the first to approach. When they were by Woojin's side, the A-team was also on their way towards him. May we interview you? Reporter Tom's voice was cautious, and it was shaking from nervousness. No. Yes. All right. Tom didn't ask any further. He turned the live broadcasting camera over to the battlefield. He announced the birth of a messiah and the end of the terrorists. He babbled on about the birth of a guardian of world peace. After ending the live broadcast, he quickly came over to Woojin and lowered his head. Where are you going to go now? I'm going back to Korea, so you don't have to follow me anymore. Ah! Tom let out a sigh. He had thought Woojin would continue his fight to completely eradicate the terrorists, but it seemed he planned to go back to his home country. However, Tom couldn't carelessly block Woojin from doing so. Thank you. The people of the world and the people here will never forget about Kang Woojin Nim. You guys did well. I'll see you next time. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Woojin waved his hand towards the reporters, then he walked towards the A-team who was walking towards him. Tom felt his heart tremble as he watched Woojin's back get farther away. He thought that he would never feel such a sense of anticipation even if he was lying down on the same bed as the most beautiful woman in the world. Next time. Woojin's last word gave him a weird sense of anticipation. Moreover, it felt as if Tom had been given recognition by Woojin, so he didn't move from the spot for a while. Woojin left the reporters, then headed towards the A-team. It was a very strange battlefield where only the sole victor was alive. A-team's leader Braun respectfully requested a handshake. Woojin was acquainted with the A-team. The A-team had helped him come up with the plan of getting captured by the insurgents. I must congratulate you for this unbelievable result. Well, why are you guys here? A human killed other humans, so why would he need praise? Death was merely a curse. Only the living could be blessed by victory. As a necromancer, nothing made him more uncomfortable when someone praising a murderer. Woojin immediately changed the subject as he asked his own question. We've come to get you. I never called for you. What? Braun was taken aback, but he eventually caught on that Woojin was making a joke. The government has yet to approve a direct conflict, so only the A-team was sent in as support. So you just watched me from afar? Braun couldn't dispute Woojin's blunt statement. Truthfully, the A-team's orders from Rogers was to save Kang Woojin if the battle was progressing unfavorably. The US government never thought a single person could end a war that they didn't even dare to start. Let's leave it at that. Let's go. Yes. Let's return. At the leader Braun's order, the A-team surrounded Woojin as if they were an escort. Then they ran towards the helicopters. The reporters wanted to capture this image, so they were busy pressing down on the shutters. Do you think he'll be okay? What are you talking about? The British reporter Joni asked Tom a question. Over 20,000 people have lost their lives. Kang Woojin killed so many people by himself. What are you trying to say? Tom replied with an uncomfortable expression on his face. Was Joni trying to imply Kang Woojin was a mass murderer? Tom worked himself up as if his idol had been insulted. Joni took a step backwards and waved his hands. This was a war. I'm just worried about Mr. Kang Woojin. What about him? Look at the soldiers who returned from war. They suffer from PTSD. At Joni's words, Tom immediately put on a worried expression. He summoned skeleton soldiers from the corpses to fight, but in the end, Woojin was mainly responsible for their actions. He had killed countless number of people by himself. Wouldn't his heart be wounded? The act of killing not only harmed the victim, it also made the perpetrator sick. Woojin was putting the burden of killing tens of thousands of lives on himself. He couldn't help but worry about Woojin's mental state. He was sure Woojin had received some trauma to the mind. He had been fooled by the tough exterior shown by Woojin. Woojin was a savior sent by the heaven to end the war on terror. However, in the end, he was human. He was the same as them. My God! Tom's face turned serious. Woojin's stress level must have reached an extreme level. What would happen if he heard negative comments in his current state? Wouldn't it be like a person saving someone and the rescuer being hit with an assault charge? We've got some work to do. They had to stop any negative public opinions from forming. This man was not a murderer. He was a war hero. Each of them had varying career length as war correspondents, but all 30 reporters had resolutely determined expressions. They had to help him. From now on they had to fight for the man who had saved them. It was for Kang Woojin, who would be having a hard time. Asterisk. 2222. The rotor sound rang in Woojin's ear. He had folded his arms and his eyes were tightly shut. As soon as he got on the helicopter, Woojin didn't move from that posture. No one from the A-team dared to converse with him. Woojin mediated with his eyes closed, and he relaxed his tightly wounded heart. He let go of his nervousness, and his consciousness became fuzzy as if he had given himself into the care of the world. He was in a dreamlike state. When his self-control became weaker, the evil spirits inevitably started to crawl around him. The evil spirits clung to Woojin's body. They stuck to Woojin's body as if they were poltergeists, who couldn't leave because of deep resentments. "I'm sorry." Woojin looked at the soul, which was a lighter shade of black. He sent his intent towards the evil spirit of the nameless girl. The evil spirit trembled, then it started circling around Woojin in harmony with the other evil spirits. He had apologized. That was the end. Now he didn't care if she had decided to haunt him. "It's been a while since I run amok." Woojin's thoughts deepened as he looked at the evil spirits. If he wanted to save someone, then he had to kill someone. He wasn't a god, so how could he decide who lived and who died? When souls became evil spirits, they swore, cursed, and resented him. Ironically, it allowed Woojin to hold on to his sanity. It was an appropriate punishment for his actions, and it lowered his sense of guilt. "It feels dirty." Woojin frowned with his eyes still closed. His past had been too brutal for him to be afraid of killing people. "My adolescence has already passed." He had lived a really rough and brutal life. He would become lost in such thoughts. The soft high schooler had become the immortal, and he was still alive. He just killed those who had to be killed. His mind was unaffected, but he couldn't help but feel dirty. Woojin opened his eyes at Braun's call. "We've arrived." "Yes." Woojin focused on his consciousness and reordered his mind. After a brief amount of time, the evil spirits in front of his eyes disappeared. Then the site of the Bagram Air Force Base came into view. "Are you doing some kind of sports meet? Why are all these people gathered outside?" "Hoot!" Braun couldn't help but laugh at Woojin's words. He was a hero, yet how could he lack so much self-awareness on what he had accomplished? 2222. The helicopters landed on the landing pad. The soldiers were on parade with the landing pad at center. Every soldier in the air base had shown up here. It didn't matter if one was on duty or on a patrol. Everyone stopped what they were doing, and they had come out here. They came to greet the hero who had ended the war. 2222. When the helicopter landed, Woojin got off. General David stood foremost in front of the soldiers on parade. He was standing being buffeted by the wind made by the helicopter. The staff, the Special Roused Division's Rogers, and the other officers stood a step behind him. "What?" Woojin approached General David with a playful smile on his face. Soon, the helicopters powered down and the A-team followed behind Woojin. "Attention! Kwacha!" At Roger's voice, all the soldiers came to parade rest. Woojin's eyebrow rose at the energy of their synchronized movement. Then, he put on a playful expression. "Put your respect into your salutes." "Sir!" Their hands rose at the same time. Their shouts filled the runway. Woojin smirked as he looked around his surrounding. Everyone gathered there was raising their hand in salute. The members of the A-team, the intelligence officer Rachel, the pilots of the helicopter, the non-combatant military personnel and even the military engineers. General David, who had lived for the past 30 years going from one battle to another, was also saluting towards him. It was filled with respect and thanks. "This." Woojin awkwardly raised his hand and he placed it next to his right eyebrow. "Am I doing this right?" The members of the A-team smiled. General David, who was facing them, laughed. He thanked the hero who had ended this damnable war. "They are welcoming you back with a hero's welcome." David spoke, giving a slight gesture with his hand as if he was guiding Woojin. Then he turned around. With them at the center, the soldiers in parade rest parted to make way for them. "Well, this is a bit embarrassing." "Well, this wasn't too bad." When Woojin started to walk, the US soldiers all clapped and cheered to greet the hero. "Thanks to you I'll be able to go back to my family now. I've lost 5 of my mates to those bastards. Thank you. Thank you. I will be able to go back home now. Whenever Woojin took a step, he heard dozens of people talking to him. His ears were numb, but it wasn't a bad feeling. The tail end of Woojin's lips lifted a little bit. Well, I guess this isn't too bad in its own way. This was the first time. These people were welcoming him without fear and worship. Woojin reached the end of the road opened by the soldiers. When Woojin stopped, the Holy Maiden was standing in front of him. Chapter 97 Dismay, 2. Chapter 97 Dismay, 2. Chapter 97, Dismay, 2. The US government couldn't even announce the cessation of hostilities yet. The troops didn't even have to keep the public peace, since the insurgents had all disappeared from the territories that had been held by the rebels. However, the Afghan government, the US government, and the UN Council had to hold talks about this unprecedented event. While they were having this discussion, several members of the UN dispatched their troops as peacekeepers. Already, half of the American forces that had been stationed in Afghanistan had moved out. They expected small acts of terror from the last remnants of the rebels, but the US soldiers knew their days were numbered. This was why the troops redoubled their efforts. The remaining soldiers put on a small party to welcome the hero. Food was plentiful, and alcohol was being served. The soldiers danced and laughed as they talked. Woojin sat in the corner of the bar. He was drinking a cocktail mixed by a black man behind the bar. He didn't want to hear about exaggerated accounts of his heroism, and he wasn't interested in talking under the influence of liquor. Everyone was feeling happy about the conclusion of the war. They were excited at the fact they'll be able to reunite with their families after returning to their home country. While he was quietly drinking his alcohol, the words spoken by the Holy Maiden kept circling around his mind. I'm sorry. As the representative of planet Alphen, I want to apologize to you. The Holy Maiden gave a heartfelt apology. She hadn't thought of him as a human. She only thought of him as the necromancer who butchered. This was why she had been afraid of him. She had stayed away from him, ostracizing him. His personal power was so great that she hadn't been able to see Woojin as a human. She had seen him as a demigod. He really did meet face to face with gods, so it was too difficult to see Woojin as a human. It might be because Melody was from Alphen. This was like trying to break an absolute law of the world. It was very difficult to change her assessment of him. You are also human. I didn't understand. I really didn't understand. Melody cried. She truly felt sad, and she truly felt wistful. What would have happened if they had seen him as Kang Woojin instead of the immortal? What if he hadn't been treated as the king of the damned or as the monarch of Alendal? What would have happened if the human Kang Woojin lived alongside other humans? She shouldn't have viewed him as the demigod immortal. She should have seen him as the human Kang Woojin. If Melody hadn't come to Earth, she wouldn't have known this for the rest of her life. She would have never found out what kind of person the immortal, also known as the king of the damned, was like. She wouldn't have been able to see what his homeland was like. She was able to see Kang Woojin as a human after she arrived on Earth. Please help us. We are suffering. Please save Alphen. He thought about the words spoken by the kneeling Holy Maiden in the past. He had only faced the Holy Maiden on the battlefields. The Holy Maiden, who always looked at him with fear in her eyes, was asking in an earnest manner. Woojin drank the rest of the alcohol. Rogers. Please speak. Colonel Rogers sat next to Woojin, his eyes were filled with a favorable light. He would have never guessed Woojin was such an amazing person. Moreover, the thing that surprised Rogers the most was Woojin's strong mental makeup. Currently, I have a tail on Nasser Sachi, so I'm going to collect the info. Enough time had passed. The bastard was the middleman, so he would have had plenty of time to have come in contact with his accounting ledger. If I tell you his whereabouts, I would like the A-team to recover him. You don't want to do it yourself? Woojin shook his head. He had other things to do. I'll be putting a tail on the leaders of all the other main terrorist groups. Oh ho! Woojin's ability was incredible for doing surveillance. This time around he had been able to track down the rebel leader Karim like some ghost, and Woojin had been able to have a final showdown with him. If the bastard hadn't been worried about his location being blown, the final battle would have never happened. He would have hidden himself deeper into the darkness, and his terrorist activities would have become much more secretive. They probably saw what happened in Afghanistan, so they probably went into hiding. They'll probably reduce the size of their operation if they plan on hiding. Let's just sweep away the heads of these organizations. If the command group disappeared above the organization's small fries, the rest of the members were just kids taken in by a violent religion. The best thing they could do was capture the core members. You want to drive them into a corner, then pick off the important figures. Ah, yes. Killing everyone isn't an option if I want to pursue peace for mankind. Roger's heart became chilled at Woojin's word. Woojin really thought unconventionally. If he was instead a little bit off in the head, it would have been a huge calamity for the human race. I'll put tails on them, and you eliminate those bastards in order. Why don't you do it yourself? Why give us this chance to take credit? Woojin smirked at Roger's words. He didn't care about receiving credit or acclaim from the meritorious deed. He just wanted to set an example since they had messed with him. It had been a long time since such a thing like desire for fame had made him act. If he did this himself, it wouldn't be efficient. Moreover, Woojin had other things to do. Then I'll be going, knowing you guys will take care of it. I'll immediately assemble the A-team. When Woojin stood up, Colonel Rogers stood up with him. Woojin went to the room assigned to him. The Holy Maiden was waiting for him in front of the door. He let out a light sigh when he saw her. What are you doing here? I want you to give me an answer. The Holy Maiden politely got on her knees, then she bowed her head to the ground. Woojin squatted down to get on the Holy Maiden's eye level. Hey! Yes! Didn't you say you'll try to see me as a fellow human? So why do you always get on your knees and groan like a constipated dog whenever you see me? What should she do? Woojin was someone who had faced a god. She was a human who worshipped the goddess Arya. From her perspective, Woojin was someone who demanded her respect. Nothing changed that fact. I'm trying harder to understand a little bit more of you, Kang Woojin Nim. She'll look at him as the human Kang Woojin instead of the immortal. Ewu. I was going to go to Alphen anyways. That means. The Holy Maiden's eyes shook as it bobbed up and down. Woojin shrugged his shoulders. Currently, only 6-star dungeons were open on Earth. Dungeons existed as high as 9-star. If the 9-star dungeons opened, it would be evidence that the amount of mana on Earth had reached a saturation point. At that point, there were ingredients he will be able to acquire. Moreover, most of the ingredients were rare ingredients needed to make his equipments. Unless he purchased it through the point store by saving up points, he would have to acquire the ingredients from the 9-star dungeons. If that wasn't possible, he would have to go on an expedition to Alphen to hunt down the rare ingredients. If he wanted to go up against Tronet's commanders, he needed Thrash's set items. I'm going to attack Alphen. You are responsible for saving the people. I'll allow you to follow me. Thank you. Thank you. The Holy Maiden repeatedly bowed her head to express her thanks. Her goddess had been right. The savior of Alphen, who is on earth, was none other than Kang Woojin. There was a reason why her goddess had guided her here. Just be on the lookout. I won't be doing anything for the next couple days. Yes. Woojin returned to his room, then he immediately called Gabi. Bring in your shadow. Kukuk. I'm looking forward to see who the bastard is. Gabi called back the clone he planted on Nasser Sachi. He felt something rush in as if it was being absorbed. He absorbed what Nasser Sachi had seen, heard, and experienced. He developed a small headache when the several days' worth of memories appeared at once inside his mind. Woojin frowned as he pressed his hand against his temple. I guess I don't even need to go catch him. Nasser Sachi had been flipping through his ledger, and Woojin saw an important name under the unresolved cases. There are several dozen names listed there, but those names weren't important to Woojin. Commission from Warang Guild Master. That son of a bitch. Woojin frowned when he thought about Warang Guild Master Li Songho. He looked like a mouse, yet he dared carry out such an act. When Woojin looked back at it, he knew Li Songho had plenty reasons to resent him. We'll see after I return. Woojin took a memo notepad off the table. He wrote down the location of Nasser Sachi's ledger. He wrote down all the information including his whereabouts, as well as a pattern of movement. Melody. Yes. Melody opened the door to his room and entered. Woojin handed her a note. Give this to Colonel Rogers when he comes back. Moreover, don't let anyone in this room for the next 3 days. Yes. When Melody left with the memo, Woojin called Gabi once again. Just stay in bed and do nothing. If you roam around, then I'll really beat you up. Cuckoo. You don't have to tell me. Gabi was the one familiar that worried him. Still, he had no choice but to use him. Woojin switched souls with Gabi, then stood up as a shadow. 6 shadows. He would be able to investigate the whereabouts of 6 people. Woojin used the information he learned from Karim to choose the 6 people. They were the most radical and active leaders. He stepped out as a shadow. He'll be able to stick his shadows on them. Woojin stepped out as a shadow while Gabi, who was inside Woojin's body, stood up. He took out a beer from the fridge, then he drank it. Cuckoo. It felt good to take over a corpse, but it gave him a much greater thrill to be able to possess his master's body. After he drank a bottle of beer, he paced around the bed. He glared at the door to the room. The holy maiden was out there. A plaything. Cuckoo. I'll behave for now. He wanted to play and cause accidents, but he decided to be patient. His master wasn't whole yet, and Gabi had to grow with him. Gabi let out a shrewd laugh and he fell onto the bed. Asterisk. Sadung Station. Alendal Guild's office. The core members gathered inside the conference room. They looked at each other without saying anything. Everyone had a serious expressions on their faces. The first one to speak was Vice President Jung Minchen. He broke the heavy silence. Did you know about what he could do, Director Hong? I knew he had those abilities, but I never would have guessed about its magnitude. Hong Sungu let out a deep sigh. He already knew Woojin used skeleton soldiers and magicians. He also knew each of them was comparable to a rank D. No, it seemed they were close to rank C now. Moreover, there were over 10,000 skeletons. Woo! A person like that is really our president. They all had the same president, so they all had dark expressions. Now they were used to the reporters in front of the office. They even felt something was missing if they weren't there. However, a variety of weird civic groups started gathering in front of the Alendal's office. Moreover, the police were brought in to block them, so the area around Sadung Station was always crowded with people. Well, we can't do anything about what's been done. Let's talk about a countermeasure. Once again Kang Woojin had done something really big. He had slaughtered an entire rebel force in Afghanistan. It should have been called a war, but some people were calling it a massacre. That topic was dangerous in itself. People were worried about the power shown by a private citizen. The fact that the underlings he controlled were skeletons revived from human corpses worried people. It was creating extra fear and worry about him. Let's run a simulation first. How will our president react when he comes face to face with the people protesting out there? At Minchen's words, Wu Songhun raised his hand straight up into the air. Please speak, Director Wu. Wu Songhun frowned, and he mimicked Wonji's expression. Who are these trash? Do they want a beating? Poo-hoot! Sunggu broke out in laughter. Soon, he put on a serious expression, then apologized. Ah, I'm sorry. Still, it'll cause a lot of trouble once Hyung Nim returns. Hyung Nim's personality won't allow him to leave them alone. Minchin's expression darkened. That is why we have to come up with a countermeasure. Heeman spoke with a serious expression on his face. He had gained a lot of info about the members of Congress from the reporters he had gotten close to. The Congress isn't in a good mood. We've turned down their offer once, so they aren't looking at our entire guild in a favorable light. Moreover, they became wary once it had become known how much power is at our disposal. What? Do they think we will perform a coup d'état? Woo Sung-hoon became angry since this business involved him. However, these thoughts differed from the adults in Congress. The people with power became wary when someone other than themselves obtained power. It was either getting in the same boat with clasped hands or sinking the boat. Woojin had refused the hand they extended. However, Allendale's presence had become too large for them to sink Allendale. Several members of Congress are talking about barring the president from setting foot on Korea. Everyone frowned at Heeman's word. Woojin wasn't causing any harm to Korea, so why were they making all this fuss? Let's come up with a countermeasure. If Kang Woojin returned to Korea as it is, there will be trouble. The media of the world were all praising Kang Woojin as a hero who had saved the world from terrorism. However, the Korean government was uneasy with Kang Woojin, and all the religious groups were going nuts about him. If Kang Woojin returned as it is, it was obvious he would go off like a bomb. The people were too ignorant about him. Kang Woojin's first rule was an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Kang Woojin kept that rule above any law. The people of the world were putting too much faith in their own laws. They were basically dancing in front of a lion, while not knowing that the fence had fallen. This won't be resolved by moving their office. They couldn't come up with an idea, so all they could do was sigh. Woo Sung-hoon spoke as he kept glancing at his hand phone. It says the dungeon in Daegu just had an outbreak. Hey? I haven't received that info yet. Minchin was puzzled as he turned on the TV. Dungeon break happened 30 days after the first dungeon raid had failed. There was no way Minchin wouldn't know about such a dungeon. I am in Daegu. The dungeon break happened simultaneously. Currently, we aren't able to get close, and the military troops nearby are mobilizing. The government has immediately imposed martial law, and they are requesting cooperation from all the guilds. A helicopter from afar was filming the footage. The city was burning and the monsters were causing havoc between the collapsed buildings. The chaotic scene meant the people hadn't been prepared for the dungeon break. They were experiencing a calamity that would cause an incredible amount of damage. This reminded people of the very first dungeon shock. President. As they watched the breaking news, everyone thought about a single figure. Chapter 98 Hong Sunggu and Number 39, S Rush. Chapter 98 Hong Sunggu's Rush. Chapter 98, Hong Sunggu's Rush. Currently, the dungeon break is suspected to have occurred at an already cleared dungeon. This event is unprecedented, and this scene is a recreation of the dungeon shock. Everyone's insides became numb as they watched the news flash. What the hell is going on? How could a dungeon suddenly break without the 30-day wait period? When everyone had fallen into a state of panic, the door to the room opened. Vice President. We've received a request from the Ministry of National Defense. All roused are ordered to stop clearing the dungeons. They are ordered to be on standby. All right. After the employee stopped speaking, Minchin's expression became serious. This was an unusual dungeon break, so it was the right move to put everyone on standby, except for those members who was currently in the dungeon. Sunggu was here and Seoul was nearby at the newly leased monster quarantine center. I have no idea what is going on. Shouldn't we report it to our president first? I don't have any way to contact. Woojin didn't use social media, and he didn't even check his emails that often. The only way to contact him was through the messenger app, but it would be impossible if he didn't have internet connection. First, send him a message. Then try contacting him through the Titan Guild. He was with the Holy Maiden. If they could contact her, then they could reach him through her. Of course, even if that didn't work out, this dungeon break would be reported by the world news, so he'll eventually receive the news. What the hell is going on again? Minchin's body shook when he thought about the dungeon shock that had happened 5 years ago. Countless people died that day and many cities had been destroyed. They were able to recover in such a short amount of time using the incredible amount of money made from the bloodstones produced by the dungeon. However, the population that had been killed off at that time hadn't recovered yet. Everyone looked at the news with a serious expression. Asterisk. The buildings in close proximity to Daguzjukjun station was razed to the ground. Kuahahaha. The ice trolls rampaged like madmen. The clubs they swung blew the vehicles away too easily, and the buildings crumbled when they tapped the clubs against them. There were no warnings before the dungeon break happened, so this was a calamity for city dwellers nearby. An ice troll was huffing and puffing as it wandered around the residential area. Kung kung. It smelled the scent of humans. Kung. Kung. It wasn't as large as an ogre, but it was twice as large as a human. The ice troll was tall enough to be able to look through the second-floor window of a house. The troll with the disgusting eyelashes searched by looking through the windows. Kayak. A girl made eye contact with the troll. She covered her head, and she let out a scream. Kururu. The ice troll laughed as it stretched out its arm. Young humans were especially delicious. Kayak. The ice troll had abundant white fur on his body. It used its long arms to break the window, messing up the interior of the room as it tried to snatch the girl. The girl tried to back away, but the wall was at her back. She had nowhere to run. The door was right next to her, but fear made her feet leaden. The thought of opening the door and running out hadn't even occurred to her. Kururuk. The ice troll was close to catching the girl, but she kept eluding the ice troll. It became angry and raised its club. It decided to destroy the house, then eat the young child. At that moment, a muscular man fell from the sky. Ha-ha-ha! Quang! A human's fist descended on top of the ice troll's head to strike it. Kurururuk! Ah! It isn't dead. He had put all his weight behind the attack, yet the ice troll hadn't died. The troll had a well-deserved reputation. The shape of the troll's head was deformed, as if its skull had been crushed. However, it was twitching as it started to recover. If one blow doesn't work, then I'll give him a second one. The man's fist turned black. Quang! It was as if his black fist had turned into stone. It cracked the ice troll's head, and brain matter spilled out. The ice troll was still twitching, but soon, even that came to an end. Hey, little kid! Come out! Even at the man's words, the girl wouldn't move because she was too afraid. A group of people came chasing after the man. President! Take care of everything here. There is a kid over there. Yes, sir. KH Guild's president Baekjongdo walked into the alleyway, frowning when he saw another ice troll coming towards him. The army isn't here yet. They are trying to quell the monsters from the east. The civilians aren't evacuated yet, so you shouldn't expect any fire support. This was a problem. If it was a scheduled dungeon break, it wouldn't have been a problem. They would have evacuated the civilians, and the army would have concentrated their superior firepower to overwhelm and slaughter the monsters that popped out of the dungeon. However, this course of action wasn't possible since this was an unscheduled dungeon break. Since the evacuation of civilians never happened, it was impossible to bombard the city. Moreover, armored vehicles were too slow to root out the monsters that were now hiding within the city. The roused were best suited for tracking down and hunting the monsters unleashed within the city. This was why all the roused, who had come to raid the Daegu dungeons, were given mobilization orders. KH Guild's Baek Jongdo had an appointment to enter the Daegu Station's 6-star dungeon. However, when he heard about the dungeon break, he had come here. The roused occupied downtown as they hunted down the monsters. Chet. Fortunately, there weren't too many released. A rank B roused was capable of facing off against an ice troll. If there was a really big one, it was possible to take the troll down by teaming up with several roused. This wasn't the dungeon where there was a limit on how many people could enter. The roused held the numerical advantage out here. It was quite fortunate that the big-bodied ice trolls had come out, as they were quite easy to spot. It would have been difficult to make much progress if small monsters, who were adept at hiding, had come out. The damage couldn't be helped, and it wasn't enough damage to call it a calamity. There had been only one dungeon break. The problem was whether this unannounced dungeon break was an outlier or the beginning of something new. I hope this is a one-off event. If one wanted to say this event was a simple accident, they would have to find the reason why the dungeon break happened without any warning. However, they had to exterminate all the monsters unleashed here first. Baek Jongdo looked at the ice troll stroll towards him and his fists were dyed black. Asterisk. Shwa. As the water fell from the showerhead, it felt as if the water was cooling his hot body and mind. Ha! Lee Song-ho let out a restless moan. He had gained something incredible. I can control it. The roused could only come out after clearing the dungeon. The return stone had to be used to bring down the barrier. It was the same for the monsters. After 30 days, the monsters used the return stone to come out of the dungeon. This was the dungeon break. Ha! This power! He had become Eo's vassal. Most of the monsters didn't even register his presence as he had headed towards the return stone. He took the return stone and brought down the barrier. It was like any other dungeon break, but this time he had guided the monsters out this time. He had loosed them into the world. It was without warning, and it was by his will. Kook. He knew how big of a damage a dungeon break would cause if the people wasn't prepared. He had already experienced it through the dungeon shock. Most people had evacuated to a safe zone far away from the subway stations. However, there were still a lot of people around the dungeons because of the dungeon businesses. Many people still lived near the dungeons. This situation was akin to a house of cards. He just had to manipulate it a little bit, and it would all come falling down. Tremble from the fear. It was regrettable that he couldn't control the monsters. However, he'll be able to get the desired result just by being able to cause a dungeon break. Of course, he had to prepare several things. It didn't matter if he had come out immediately after the barrier went down or if he had waited before doing so. People might discover him coming out of the dungeon with the monsters. He had to make preparations so he could cover up his activities. He would begin after he finished setting several things up. Kang Woojin. Wait for me. Kang Woojin. The bastard had to feel it. The sadness felt from loss. What should I steal from his first? Lee Song-ho, who had gained power, laughed. He couldn't feel any more satisfied with the appearance reflected by his mirror. In recent days, had he ever been as happy as he was today? Endorphin surged just from thinking about how we would destroy that bastard. It felt as if the stress that was suffocating him was blown away. Yes. First, his family. Next his friends, guild, underlings, reputation. He would steal it all from Woojin. Asterisk. There were 47 dead and 512 wounded. An estimate of $50 million worth of damage was done. The unannounced dungeon break held massive implications, and the damage it caused was enormous. It harkened the memories of the dungeon shock, along with the fear that was felt on that day. Just this single dungeon break prompted an exodus of people out of cities possessing subway stations. There were some who left, and there were some who stayed. However, the people who stayed were those who didn't have the means to move. The people with money quickly left to the safe zone, and the rest of the people slowly started getting ready to leave. It had been only 2 days since Dagu's dungeon break had ended. In just 2 days, 10% of Seoul's population had migrated to Gangwon-do's safe zone. Hoo! I'm too restless to stay still. Sunggu and Hesal had stayed idle during the 2 days, since they weren't allowed to clear dungeons. They keenly felt the loss of opportunity. Danger had come calling, but they hadn't been ready. They felt a sense of powerlessness. No, they had made preparations. They temporarily moved all their families nearby Allendal's office so they could protect them just in case. The real estate prices in the safe zone skyrocketed, but the apartments near the stations were bottoming out. From Sunggu's perspective, he felt better knowing his family was nearby. We can't still contact Hyung Nim. They said he is in the midst of an operation. He'll probably call us soon. Minchin was also frustrated. Korea was rocking, yet the leader of Allendal, who had to be their anchor, was absent. Sunggu was frustrated. He wasn't training or hunting right now. An uneasy feeling grew inside him as if he had taken a step backwards. I can't stay like this. I'm going to go around the nearby low-rank dungeons. You do that. When you are done, let's contact each other immediately. Yes. Go with Team Leader Wu. It would be best if we communicated through Team Leader Wu. I'll do as you say. He was the chief of the President's Secretary Office, but Kang Woojin was currently absent. This was why Woo Sung-hoon joined Sunggu to assist him. The clearing time of low-rank dungeons was short. Sunggu thought it was more productive and better for his peace of mind if he cleared some dungeons rather than doing nothing. Maybe it was caused by the feeling of unrest, but the usually full dungeon schedules had several empty spots. However, the lower-rank dungeons didn't operate on appointments. This was why the employees from the Secretary Office was sent to the close-by dungeons to line up and were able to set up a schedule. Currently, it is possible to use Lisua Station's 4th exit. Then let's head towards there. It was only 1 station away, so the location wouldn't cause any burden. Sunggu and Hesal headed towards the Lisua Station. Jackson was inside a container truck. When they arrived at the Lisua Station, the saber-toothed tiger Jackson and the knife-beak crows got off. I'll be back within 3 hours. Yes, sir. Please work hard, Director. He couldn't clear the dungeon at a crazy fast speed like Kang Woojin, but he could solo clear a 3-star dungeon within 3 hours. Moreover, Hesal was him, so the clear time would be much shorter. Sunggu and Hesal disappeared into the dungeon. Woo Sung-hoon started the now familiar waiting game. Ha! Should we go to a cafe? Yes, Chief. There were 20 employees under the secretary's office. Sung-hoon left couple of them to guard the dungeon entrance, then headed towards a nearby cafe with the rest of the employees. Sung-hoon was heading towards the cafe when he saw a man wearing a black robe and a matching black mask. Sung-hoon unconsciously came to a stop and tilted his head in confusion. It looks like he is laughing at me. He quickly looked around, but this other person was already on his way. Did I see wrong? The shape and glint of his eyes made him feel that this person knew him. It felt as if the man was laughing at him. He was wearing a mask, so Sung-hoon thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Woo Sung-hoon headed towards a cafe and the masked man headed toward Lisua Station's 8th exit. Chapter 99 Hong Sunggu's Rush, 2. Chapter 99 Hong Sunggu's Rush, 2. Chapter 99, Hong Sunggu's Rush, 2. Isn't that person a bit suspicious? The employee shrugged his shoulder at Woo Sung-hoon's words. People like that are quite common. He's probably aroused. Is it? Artifacts came in a variety of forms. People took out insurance on it, since the precious artifacts might be stolen. Still, there were those who wore it out in the open occasionally. Moreover, it wasn't rare to see people wearing swords and spears near the stations. Didri ding ding. Seung-hoon's hand phone rang. When he took it out, he saw that it was Kim Hee-min who had been promoted to the position of director. I wonder what's the occasion. Just buy me any juice. Yes, chief. He sent the employee into the coffee shop ahead of him. Seung-hoon sat on the chair out on the terrace and answered the phone. Yes, director. Mr. Seung-hoon. Did Mr. Seungwoo and Ms. Seol go into the dungeon right now? Yes. They just went in right now. Ha! This is bad. There was a break at the SETA station. Don't come to the office. Please evacuate for now. What? Woo Seung-hoon was blinking his eyes when the noisy siren started to wail. It was as if they were running a civil defense drill. However, the sound sent chills down Woo Seung-hoon's spine. He thought about the dungeon break that happened at Daegu not too long ago. Sadong Station was merely one station away. This is an announcement. Currently, a dungeon break is occurring at the SETA station. Civilians should immediately evacuate. This is an announcement. After the announcement ended, people started to pour out from the buildings. This was also true for the employees of the secretary office. See, chief. Who? Everyone follow me. Let's go. Wasn't there a saying that said an office makes the man? Woo Seung-hoon led his panic-stricken employees. He told himself he had to keep a level head. At Seung-hoon's word, the employee followed him to their cars, and they quickly got in. Everyone get in the vehicles, and for the time being, we are putting some distance to the Sadong station. Please hurry. Yes, sir. The dungeons were safe. The dungeons wouldn't fall even under bombardment. Whatever inside the dungeon posed more of a threat than an assault from the outside. Seungwoo and Seol would be fine. They would exit after they finish clearing the dungeon. He thought it would be better for them if they took their time in clearing the dungeon. Then, they would be able to come out after the situation outside had settled. Seung-hoon quickly got into the passenger seat, then opened his hand phone to check the news. As soon as he opened his internet browser, he tapped for the breaking news. Shit! It's a 6-star dungeon. Of all the dungeons to break, it had to be the 6-star dungeon that was located at the first exit. He quickly opened the dungeon forum to gather information about that particular dungeon. The main monsters were grey wolves. They were as big as cows and possessed great mobility. They were adept at hunting, and their specialty was to attack the roused in a pack. Shit! At the very least, several hundred of these bastards had been set loose in Seoul. They were smaller than the ice troll and much faster. It would probably take much them longer to eradicate these monsters. As time passed, the casualties would mount. Where are we going, chief? Let's start moving for now. The nearest shelter. Woo Seung-hoon was checking the dungeon forum when he felt a weird sense of danger at the intersection. His eyes became fixed on a particular location. Liso Station's 8th exit. It was the dungeon where the eccentric man wearing the black robe and mask had gone in. A large snake with its mouth open suddenly shot out from the entrance. Woo Seung-hoon's eyes became wide. It was an incredibly large snake. Its head was as big as a person's body. Step on it! At Woo Seung-hoon's yell, the employee on the wheels pressed hard on the gas pedal. Kai Aruhu. It moved at a speed that wasn't comparable to a normal snake. After popping out from the dungeon, it opened its jaws wide and slithered towards the intersection. Kong! The car following behind Seung-hoon rammed into the head of the snake and flipped over. Poison fell from the snake's fang, falling onto the windshield of crashed car. Poo shi 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 shi. The poison was so strong that it melted through the glass. The poison fell on the driver, after which the man yelled out in agony. Guak! Shwee shwee shweek. The snake's flicking tongue wound around the driver and the man was lifted straight into its mouth. Crazy! If Woo Seung-hoon had been a little bit late, he might have been the human inside the snake's maw. The thought sent chills down his back. Accompanying the large snake, monsters that lived in jungles started to flood out from the dungeon. Shit! Just step on it. Yes, sir. The employee who was driving had working eyes, so he could see the monsters coming out from the side mirror. He kept pressing on the gas pedal like a madman. In a flash, the monsters ruthlessly slaughtered several dozen people. Shit! That's a 5-star monster. Wu Songhun spat out a curse when he searched for information on the dungeon forum. It was a situation where curse words came out automatically from his mouth. It was another dungeon break without any warning. Dagu was merely the beginning. Monsters were running amok near the Seoul's dungeons. Asterisk. Ha! Ha! Hesal gathered her breath. Sungu smiled as he extended his hand towards Hesal. Ha! Well done. Ha! You are incredible, Director Hong. Your close combat ability is just as good or even better than a physical roused. It was important for her to learn other form of combat techniques alongside developing her monster taming skill. The matches with Sungu proved to be very insightful for Hesal. Ha! I'm still a ways off. If I compare myself to Hyung Neem. No. I can't even reach the shoulders of his knights. Ha! Was he being serious? It was a waste of time to say anything about Kang Woojin. However, the Death Knights were the definition of monsters. Hesal and Sungu had sparred against them, and she had felt the true gap between her and the Death Knights. These two men were gifted warriors. If she wanted to become as strong as them, she would have to train more in the future. Let's head out. All right. Sungu and Hesal retrieved the return stone together. After that, they headed towards the barrier. When he brought up the return stone, the barrier dimmed as it disappeared. After ascending the stairway, the two were greeted by a street that was much changed. For a brief moment, they couldn't comprehend what was happening. There were craters here and there on the road, the vehicles were damaged, and windows of buildings were shattered. There were also some fire, accompanied black smoke rising into the air. Ooh-ah-ah-ah! Kuru-ah-ah! Screams and horrible shrieks. Tu-do-do-do-do! Pod-seed-see-jeek! It was the sound of guns and electric magic going off. Hey! Sungu expelled a short breath from his mouth. He wasn't a dummy. He soon realized what was happening. Dungeon break! Sungu's face became serious. His heart was beating at an acceptable rate. His muscles were taut like a drawn bow and his senses became sharp. Ms. Hesal! You take care of that bastard. Yes. Let's go, Jackson. Quang. As if Jackson was showing off his sharp canines, he roared as he jumped. The roused and a large bear was in the midst of a battle when Jackson jumped in. Hesal sent a telepathic message to each roused. Let's divide and conquer. Hesal quickly assessed the battlefield. She quickly formed teams to fight the monsters and helped those who were engaged in battle with the monsters. Most of them were rank C and below roused. Only the saber-toothed tiger Jack had rank B fighting power. When the roused joined up with Hesal, they started hunting the monsters at a much faster rate. Sungu's gaze was drawn to the bloodstone exchange store located near the dungeon. Kururuk! Kururuk! A large snake was busily eating bloodstones after it had knocked over the building. Every time it ate the bloodstones, it let out a soft light and its body was slowly getting bigger. If it wasn't busy eating the bloodstones, it would have probably killed all the roused in the vicinity. Waruruk! Sungu immediately shot his fireball towards the snake. Queek! As if it felt the threat, the snake raised its head to evade the fireball. Quang! The fireball created by his ability didn't hit its target, but when the ball of flame hit the floor, it exploded. Queek! The snake's tongue darted in and out as it slowly moved towards him. Its body was large enough to be compared to the monster serpent, Limuji, from the legends. Moreover, its shiny skin was letting out a 5-colored light. It was a rainbow cobra. I'm capable of facing it. Its scales had 5 shades of color. It meant it was a 5-star monster. Sungu narrowed his eyes as he glared at the snake. Shwee shwee shweek. It flicked its tongue as it headed towards Sungu, its scales turning cloudy. Unless it suddenly developed a skin disease, there was only reason why it was doing this. Shwee shweek. The bastard started shedding its skin. The shining scales held 6 shades of color. Ha ha! Sungu wiped the sweat coming down his forehead. This was a 6-star rainbow cobra. According to the published documents, this was the boss monster that had appeared on the very first clear. After the 6-star dungeon was cleared, only the 5-colored rainbow cobra and the basic monsters had appeared. Will I be able to do it? He had successfully raided the already cleared 6-star dungeons before, but he had never attempted a 6-star dungeon that hadn't fallen yet. Sungu swallowed dryly. He thought about the words he heard when he first met Woojin. A man doesn't show he is afraid even when he is afraid. He could almost hear the sound of Woojin's voice in his head. Sungu followed his example and, with a smirk, activated the iron skin. Shwee sweek. He glared at the rainbow cobra which had developed 6 colors. Then he ignited the magic that was flowing over his strengthened skin. Warurug. Sungu's body started to burn. He literally became a smoldering human torch. Kayak. The rainbow cobra showed its imposing fangs and spit out its poison. However, it evaporated as it neared the fire. Sungu started throwing fire towards the rainbow cobra. Quang, quang. The bastard was so big that he didn't have to aim carefully to hit it. It didn't seem like it was taking much damage, since the scales were too thick. Still, it was enough to annoy the bastard. Kayak. The bastard was pissed as it fiercely charged towards Sungu. Blaze. Just as Sungu turned around to run away, a road of flame was formed in his wake. The skill only charred the scales, but it couldn't cause burns to the snake. However, Sungu raised the floor as he kept dodging the snake. Warurug. The road was filled with fire. Sungu was running away, and the rainbow snake was chasing him. After a long time, Sungu looked at the entirely red road filled with fire. It was hot enough to give stabbing pains to his heart. He smiled. Queek. The pissed-off rainbow cobra glared at Sungu and coiled its body. As it unfurled, the bastard sprung towards Sungu. Flame absorption. Sungu spoke the incantation and the flame filling up the road was being sucked entirely into Sungu. The flames from vehicles in mid-explosion, the flames ignited from the gas main, and even the flames burning up the entire commercial buildings were all sucked towards Sungu. The flame over his entire body that was being protected by the iron skin was also absorbed. It all coalesced on Sungu's right hand. Amongst the flame manuscripts acquired by Woojin, this magic produced the most powerful and destructive force. It was the essence of flame made by gathering all the flames in the surrounding. This will be a bit hot. Kaya. Sungu jumped while holding on to this ball of fire. The rainbow cobra was stretched to its full length in the air. It opened its mouth as if it planned on swallowing Sungu. Sungu grinned with the ball of flames in his right hand. He threw the hell fire into the 6-colored rainbow cobra's mouth. I'll roast you. Quah! The fireball exploded inside its mouth and the cobra's head exploded. Sungu was swept up in the aftermath of the explosion and was sent flying. He became embedded in a vehicle. Director Hong. The surprised Seoul ran towards him, but physical roused weren't even capable of taking blows like him. Sungu stood up as he moved his arm around in a circle. He stretched his shoulder. As he was being thrown towards the car, he had tried to stop his momentum using his arm. As a result, it had almost fractured. Ooh! My arm almost broke. You are really incredible. Heh heh. It's nothing. Seoul's eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Sungu, who was letting out an honest laugh. Chapter 100, Bullet Taxi. Chapter 100 Bullet Taxi. Chapter 100, Bullet Taxi. Hoo. So what happened here? At Sunggu's question, one of the roused next to Seoul spoke. You don't know the half of it. It started at the Seda station, then the nearby dungeons broke in succession. Currently, the entire city of Seoul is in a state of emergency. I'm not sure which guild you are from. At a glance, they could tell Sunggu's combat ability was extraordinary. With this much skill, he should be a famous high-rank roused. However, his face was unfamiliar to them, so they carefully asked Sunggu the question. At the man's words, Sunggu acted like his usual self. He let out a laugh. It seemed that more than one dungeon had experienced a break. Even now Sunggu could hear sounds of explosions and guns. It tickled his ears. Amongst the words spoken to him, there was a word that bothered him. The Seda station broke. Yes. It was the first one to break. Hammer Guild was nearby, so it looked as if it would be resolved pretty quickly. However, after the dungeon break of the first 6-star dungeon, a 5-star dungeon and a 4-star dungeon broke one after another. It seems they are still trying to settle the situation. There were numerous entrances to the subway stations, and there was an equal amount of dungeons to the exits. 3 consecutive dungeons had broken nearby, and it would take some time to clear the monsters. Moreover, Seda Station was the epicenter of the breaks. The stations around the region broke. No matter where one turned, one ran into a monster. His family was there. Ms. Seoul. I'll have to go to Sadong. Understood. It was only a distance of 1 station away. Sunggu quickly started to run. Asterisk. Hammer Guild's headquarters near Seda Station. This was a high-rise building built after the dungeon break, so it was built like a steel fortress. It could prevent most monsters from entering. From the ground floor up to the 3rd floor, thick steel doors descended to cover all the doors and windows. It stopped the encroaching grey wolves. It had also been designated as an emergency shelter. Hurry, hurry! Run! The roused of the Hammer Guild was trying to urge and protect the civilians. One could see grey wolves closing the gap behind them. Hammer Guild's president Park Saen-go stepped forward. Ha-ahp! He spread both his hand. It created wind pressure and a gale swept across the wolves, sending them flying. Korea's best wind mage, Park Saen-go, let out a yell. Hurry up and run! The civilians quickly headed towards the building. Park Saen-go mumbled to himself as he saw the swarm of monsters. What the hell? How could such a thing happen? Was this caused by the whim of the dungeons? Or were the dungeons starting to change? This didn't fit in with the established convention regarding dungeon breaks. Already cleared and completed dungeons were breaking. Amongst the civilian, Park Saen-go's eyes picked out a familiar face. Mr. Jung Minchin. President. They hadn't parted on good terms. Minchin faced his ex-boss, and he gestured his hand towards Kang Woojin's mother, sister, and Sunggu's family. They had accompanied him. Please head on ahead. Go. What about you, Vice President? I'll follow you all soon. Civilian were of no help in this situation. They had stopped, because Park Saen-go had called out to Minchin, who had worked in the same workplace as him. Heeman led his family and the guild's families towards the shelter of the Hammer Guild. Geez! There was bitter taste in Park Saen-go's mouth. An ambivalent feeling swirled around his eyes as he looked at Minchin. They were of the same age, and Minchin had been an exceptional employee. It seemed the bowl under him had been too small to contain him. He used to be a team leader, yet he had climbed to the position of vice president after moving to Allendale. It's dangerous here. Please go on ahead. Yes. Our guild's roused will join us here soon. Park Saen-go let out a snort of disbelief. Wasn't Allendale Guild basically a one-man team of Kang Woojin? He was still in the Middle East, so how could he come here? Aside from him, there was a rank B roused named Hong Sunggu, and an ex-military roused, who had just joined them. Roused of those caliber were overflowing inside the Hammer Guild. The roused from his company around Park Sung-ho were at least rank B. It's all right. Hurry up and go in. Yes. I'll do so. Civilians would only get in the way if they stayed. The civilians could help them by evacuating to safety and staying put. Chet. If only Jinwoo was here. The other rank A of the Hammer Guild, Vice President Park Woojin, was at Busan trying to clear a 6-star dungeon. The news of this event was sent to the support team that had been sent along with him, so he should be coming back to Seoul. The move didn't mean much, since they would have already cleared the monsters by the time he got here. It seemed Park Sung-ho would have to step forward, and fight the monsters with his company's roused. Let's see you run until sweat comes out of your feet. Park Sung-ho's words trailed off when he saw the being strolling down the middle of the road. Even if a 6-star dungeon had broken, would a being such as this had popped out? The boss monster shouldn't exist in an already captured dungeon. Even at a glance from a distance, he could tell it was giving of a boss-like energy. At the bastard's howl, grey wolves started to saunter out from between the buildings. The lead wolf was gathering its pack. Isn't that one a little bigger than usual? A little bigger is quite the understatement. Park Sung-ho frowned as he replied to the roused, who had spoken up next to him. The size of the leader was abnormal compared to a normal grey wolves. If a normal one was the size of a passenger car, the leader was about the size of a trailer truck. It even had a horn on its head, and it was letting out a very serious vibe. Shit! We have no idea what will pop out next. Get ready to defend and attack. Park Sung-ho was a rank A roused. His team consisted of veteran rank B roused. They've experienced going into 6-star dungeons that had yet to be cleared on several occasions. He had taken down several boss monsters that size, so he wasn't afraid. Moreover, he was at an advantage since there was no entrance restrictions. Ururung. With the leader at the center, the wolves charged forward in a structured formation. Whirlwind. Ho-ho-ho-ho. Park Sung-ho's nickname was the Wind Mage. As befitting of his nickname, the Wind Mage immediately casted his magic towards the running wolves, broke their formation. The guild's physical roused ran towards them with their weapons out. SSSSK, Kwajik. Kwang, Kung. Get bent, please. There were sporadic fights breaking out in various places. Hammer Guild had the most roused, but there were a good number of roused from the mid-sized guilds. They fought back to back with each other. During all of this, Park Sung-ho's attention was solely on the leader of the wolves. If his team and him could occupy this bastard, the clean-up of the monsters would go smoothly. The capital defense units would be here soon. Everything was going well in the battlefield when a variable appeared. Gyahk. Accompanying the goosebump-inducing screech, bizarre creatures made an entrance. Human-faced bats. If its face looked similar to a human, then it might have been considered cute. Unfortunately, the body was also human-sized. It didn't have a beak, but it used its human-like hands and feet to catch its prey. Then, it would drop the prey to kill it. This was how they hunted. It would be great if they stayed still, while the roused took care of the wolves. It would be a problem if the man-faced bats joined in. In a battle of life and death, the appearance of a distraction could turn the tide of a battle. Shit! Magicians shoot whatever you want. The physical roused will stop the wolves. Park Sung-ho yelled loudly, then he glared at the lead wolf, who was standing still. Park Sung-ho didn't know what that bastard's aim was. No, he had a hunch. The bastard would jump him if he got distracted. However, if he only focused on the lead wolf, his side would be at a disadvantage. It worried him. It seemed his side would take a lot of damage before the other roused and army showed up. Waruruk. At that moment, a reinforcement that would stabilize the tilting balance of the battle arrived. Didn't I see that face somewhere before? Park Saen-go had a puzzled expression when he saw the magician, who could freely control fire. Ha-ahp. Sunggu quickly burned 3 human-faced bats. Then he struck the head of a wolf that had run towards him with its mouth open. The power in his punch was unbelievable for a magician. Sunggu frowned as he saw the monsters continuously streamed out towards the street. 5-star dungeon slime. The dungeon slimes were crawling towards them, and the bastards couldn't be hurt by physical attacks. They came in all kinds of color and they possessed a horrible poison. Moreover, they were capable of acid attacks. The fact that they showed up in a city was a calamity in itself. If they didn't immediately clear the slimes, it would cause massive damage. Wall of flame. Sunggu put strength into his stomach and spoke an incantation with his hand outstretched. Enough magic drained out of him to make him a bit dizzy, and a long wall of flame was erected where Sunggu's hand was pointing. Warururuk. The slimes couldn't get close, because of the incredible heat. While they were being held back, the physical roused quickly moved in to kill the wolves and the human-faced bats. Then the magicians would be able to focus their attention on subduing the slimes. Let's work hard. Sunggu's action attracted the attention of the roused, after which they began to fight more energetically. Let's stem the flood. The Capital Defense Command's helicopters appeared in the sky. When the roused, the evacuated civilians inside the Hammer Guild's building and the civilian trapped inside other buildings saw the helicopters, they all let out a cheer. The mood of the battle was shifting when it happened. The lead wolf moved. Earth is a very fun place. The word that came out of the wolf's mouth burrowed into the surrounding people's head. This was a form of communication that transcended language as its intent was delivered to the humans. Everyone became confused, and few even let out an astonished shout that was closer to a scream. It's a talking wolf. This will be a fun hunting ground. He had been observing. He wanted to see how the humans on Earth fought. He had a good idea what they were doing. Moreover, he knew how to fight them. Tronet's 72 commanders. His name was Juriel of the second step, and he possessed 2 thrones. He laughed happily. He would become stronger by hunting. Then, he would challenge the 3rd step. The ambient mana on Earth was starting to rise, so all he could do was dedicate his body into forming on Earth. That was his limit. Even a 3rd step using 100% power wouldn't be able to materialize on Earth. His entrance into Earth was perfectly timed. He would occupy the Earth's hunting ground first and seize the opportunity to get stronger. A white light sparkled on the lead wolf's horn, and it swept through the surrounding. Podseedzijik. Guoog. He had swept the electric shock in a wide arc. Those with weak resistance died immediately, and even those with high resistance were shaking their head as their bodies trembled. We have to stop it. Sunggu's tongue was twisted into a knot. He tried hard to shake off the effect of the shock, but Juliel's second electric shock hit Sunggu's body. It wasn't a widely dispersed attack like before. It was a concentrated attack meant for a single person. It was like being struck by a lightning. Ooh! His eyes rolled backwards as the white of his eyes appeared. Then Sunggu immediately fell to the ground. Hyung Nim. His thoughts brushed by him like a kaleidoscope. When he accepted his eventual death, a funny thing happened. The first thing he thought about wasn't his parents. It was Woojin. I guess I want to live a little bit more? Sunggu wanted to see Kang Woojin. Delicious humans are gathered there. Juliel's gaze headed towards the Hammer Guild's building. Humans. It was where the supply of his energy was gathered. Earth was like heaven for Juliel. There weren't any decent 7th circle roused here, so they weren't able to resist against his electric magic. Pyoong, Kwah. The small rockets shot by the helicopter hit its target, but not a single fur on Juliel was harmed. How annoying! Podseejik. 22222. Electric shock detonated from Juliel's horn, and the helicopter lost its sense of direction. It started spinning as it descended. Ah-oo-oo-oo. Grey wolves weren't the only monsters gathering from Julil's summons. The slimes, human-faced bats, and other monsters started to gather. They all submitted to the commander's prestige. Asterisk. Capital Defense Command's Emergency War Room. Both helicopters we sent have fallen. MMMM. The ground troops aren't there yet. They will arrive at Seda Station in 12 minutes. Shit. After the dungeon shock, military personnel were placed around various parts of Seoul. Still, it was impossible to mobilize the troops to each region within several minutes. Moreover, the monsters' rampage had destroyed various roads, and the monsters were still causing havoc. It exacerbated the situation. There is an unidentified object approaching the airspace of Seoul. What? Did a flying monster show up? It's something different. The officer read the radar, and he replied haltingly. By looking at its speed, it seems to be a missile. What? The commander's face crumpled into a frown. Which crazy bastard had shot a missile towards Korea? China? North Korea? Or was it Japan? 2 minutes until target is over Seoul. Please authorize an intercept. It was an unidentified missile. In the end, the most important thing was to stop it. I'll allow it. The missile defense system is being activated. The missile must be an ICBM. The ICBM was already almost over the Seoul skyline. Just by looking at the trajectory, one could tell the missile had re-entered from the Earth's atmosphere. How far did they launch it from? They couldn't do anything about the damage that will be caused from the shock wave of the explosion and the fragments of the missiles that would rain down. Still, if they delayed any longer, the shock wave would completely devastate Seoul. If they failed to intercept it, Seoul might be wiped off the map. We've successfully shot it down. The red dot on the radar disappeared. Asterisk. Sungu was lying down on the floor, looking up into the sky. After seeing the very clear sky, he thought it wasn't a bad day to die. In a strange way, it comforted him. The electric shock must have messed with his brain. Sungu was blankly staring into the sky when he saw a dot in the sky. He had taken reinforcement stones like snacks, so his eyesight was above average. If he focused, his eyesight was comparable to a binocular. Sungu's gaze focused in on the dot. It looked like a missile, and there were several fighter jets trailing behind it. The problem was the missile was falling from the sky. I guess the government gave up on Seoul. Sungu really thought this was what had happened. He thought the government wanted to take care of the monsters with a single missile strike. Kwang. However, ballistic missiles shot from the surface intercepted the unidentified missile. It seemed the ICBM didn't hold any warhead as it broke apart with a loud boom. Only the fragments of the missile started raining down to the ground. Amongst all the debris, there was a man descending from the sky at a breakneck speed. The person was too far away to make out any details, but it seemed the person was falling towards his direction. When the person was almost upon Sungu, Sungu's paralyzed lips fell open. Hyung Nim. The missile flying through the air exploded and Hyung Nim was falling from the sky. Moreover, Hyung Nim didn't have a parachute on his back. Kwang. He fell like a meteor, and the sheer presence of the man made it feel as if an earthquake was happening around them. Everyone's attention was focused on him. Poo shi. There was a crater in the middle of the road. Kang Woojin walked out as he waved his hand in front of him. Dust was flying everywhere. Sungu suddenly sat up, and he started rubbing his eyes. It really was Kang Woojin. He was supposed to be in the Middle East, yet he was here. Hyung Nim. Did you perhaps ride a missile here? Do you think I rode Rudolph here? Kang Woojin grinned, then looked at the large wolf, Juriel. You are the one running amok. He heard someone was causing breaks one after another. Was this bastard the culprit? Second step Juliel. Of course, they had faced each other before. Juliel's body, which had been relaxed, started to shake. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.